welcome to Dusseldorf. Welcome to WR Chess Masters Tournament. I'm Women GM Anastasia Karlovic, joined by brilliant commentator, Grandmaster Yasser Serovan. Yasser, such a pleasure to be here with you.
Likewise, Anastasia, brilliant commentator as well. I saw that you got checked, so we will have a fair commentary today.
Absolutely, yes. No engines, nothing.
Nothing.
Yes, ninth
Hello,
round.
everyone, and welcome to the ninth and final round of the WR Chess Masters. This is it.
Yes.
This is the championship round. We are going to crown a champion, and in case of a tie for first, we do have playoffs.
Yes, we do. And if we have a tie for the first place and we have only two players, in this case, we'll have the match between them. It's going to be 10 minutes plus 5 seconds, plus 2 seconds for the game.
And here's our standings.
Yes, by the way, we have to check the standings. And we have Gukesh on the first place. He shares it with Levon Aronian.
And they play today.
Great. So we have a very important match, the key game of the round. And of course, Jan Nepomniachtchi.
One player could tie with them.
Yes.
Jan is on the outside looking in. He would love to see a draw in that top match. Today, Jan plays against Vincent Keymer with the black pieces, but he's only won one game. With the black pieces as well. Unfortunately, for Wesley's fans, he's out of it as far as the fight for first. But these are today's pairings, Anastasia.
Yes, so once again, we see that Levon will face Gukesh. It's our central game. It's on the top of the the pairings. And also, we can see from the other games, like Praggnanandhaa will play against Andrey Esipenko, very important clash between youngsters, young players. Nodirbek will face Wesley, and young Krzysztof Duda will play with Anish Giri.
Yes. Everything to look forward to in these are two top games between Levon and Gukesh. And again, the old master versus the young master. I don't think there's too many games between them. Gukesh did not play very well on Vaikanze. Levon had an okay result, but passive result, I would say. But fighting for first is a very different. Forget about the history. When you're playing for first in a tournament, it feels like this is your opportunity. Let's seize, carpe diem. Let's seize the day, and this is what I'm expecting today. Is a really marvelous clash. The interesting one is between Vincent and Nepo. How do you win with the black pieces on demand, which is what Nepo is facing? He's had a very strange result, I want to say, starting with 6 draws. The crazy draw.
Yes.
And then in round 8, maybe he had some serious chances against Prague, but that game also ended in a draw. Nepo is looking like Mr. Solid, and that's not his reputation.
Yeah, and I think we are going to have the first symbolic move, which will be performed by the director of Dusseldorf Airport. And by the way, maybe Jan Nepomniachtchi is still not in the venue. Yes, now he's coming, so probably they kind of waited for him to perform the first move. And it's a critical moment, like which move will be made. Let's see.
Again, this is the gentleman who is the person in charge of the Dusseldorf airport.
Very, very important person.
Soon
we are going to be flying.
Exactly. I should go meet him and ask him, for entry and exit permits.
Yes. Because there were some rumors it could be some kind of strike in the airport, and I started to worry immediately, because the most important thing to make sure that everybody also left the tournament, right?
Exactly.
Not only that they arrived, but also that they can get back home on time and everything is fine. We can see Leonard Oates, who's dancing around the table waiting for director of the Dusseldorf airport to make the first move. So he's looking for this opportunity, we could see, and close our camera from time to time. That's fine.
And with Leonard, it's so very easy. You just look for the man with the neon hair, and that's our official photographer.
By the way, if you missed his absolutely great photos, you still can go to vrchess.com website, as well as follow our Instagram and Twitter accounts, and you will find very nice pictures of Leonard. He took advantage of this playing venue with nice mirrors and different lights and lighting, so he enjoyed a little bit, this
modeling atmosphere.
Yes, and he always tries to do his best to show something unique about each event. So I really adore his photos. Did really great job during the tournament, and So I don't know. I mean, I think they're waiting for the
there's
chief
some
arbiter to
announcement-
start.
yeah.
Yes.
The announcements in the background is just.
Yes.
And by the way, the players, as usual in these top events, and there you have it, C4.
C4. Okay.
Not bad. Not bad. He's going to take the move back. He's going to play E4, right? Yeah. And there you go. Championship round underway. I just wanted to say the players, as usual, are on best behaviors and everything like that. I was on the appeals committee. Never any doubts that I would have any job at all. But, a lot of the times it's because you have a really good arbiters group as well. And we have a really fine team of arbiters. When I went in to make the opening ceremonial first move, I was really impressed by the professionalism that they constantly showed during the event. So just a shout out to them and say thanks, guys, for a great job.
Actually, one of the arbiters, she came from far away from Africa, from Botswana, Tsipisa Lopang. Yes, so she's here with us, and it's a really pleasure to see her.
And
and what we have
is a fighting move, I want to put it that way, with G7, G6. Jan very clearly shows that he's ready to play Grunfeld today. Prior to this, he'd been playing E7, E6, Nimzo, Queen's Gambit positions. You remember against Levon, he won with Bishop F4. I think it's called the Horowitz variation. Bishop F4, the Queen's Gambit declined. He beat Levon Aronian as black. Today, G7, G6, the Grunfeld. There was a kind of a cheer here in the commentary booth.
Yes. Thank you, Jan.
Yeah, exactly. Let's just switch for a moment to the game. Our marquee matchup, if you will, Levon versus Gukesh. And funnily enough, Levon was playing on the black side of this not too long ago against Duda. And we just have Bishop G5 on the board. One of the great things of all of these top grandmasters is their ability to just about play every kind of opening, every kind of defense.
Actually, I was just thinking about it that, for example, Jan Nepomniachtchi, he needs to have many different openings in his repertoire, because when you play the World Championship match, according to the situation, right, you need to have something which will be very stable and that you can equalize, and also something maybe with some risky lines, but where you have some chances. Imagine if you are losing the match and you still need the opening which will give you at least a possibility to fight. So I think we all know that Jan spends lots of time for preparing. He did spend a lot of time before the match with Magnus, now with Dinglerand. So I'm not surprised that he decided to choose the sharp line in order to have some chances today against Vincent Keymer. Same for Levon and Gukesh.
Yes.
They're still...
There we go.
Here we go, yes.
But just exactly what you said. So I'm preparing for, say, the candidates. And here I am at home. The candidates tournament is going to begin. And just as you said, I'm anticipating that this is round 13.
Yes.
In that round, I'm white, and I have to win against somebody to qualify. What am I going to play in this case and in this case? And if I'm black...
Yes.
Where can I take the risk, and what am I
far
willing
can
to
I
go? How can I go, right?
Yes.
Bishop G5 in this very topical variation, H7, H6, just in this moment, it's a little bit of a letdown after H6. The sharpest lines really go with Bishop H4, but Levon wanted to steer for a very concrete position. Queen takes F6. He played E3. If you white, oftentimes in such positions, you're attracted to the move Queen A4 check.
Yes.
Why? Because you have to put the knight in the way of the pawn. And then after E2, E3, white's idea is that this bishop, and in some ways, the counterplay against the center with C7, C5 is stalled. Oftentimes, black has to capture and play for E6, E5. This did not happen. What happened instead was we saw the move E3, and very quickly, Gukesh answered C5 in order to get that break back into the center.
Yes,
Rook C1?
I
Yes.
think it's interesting moment maybe to speak a little bit about the last rounds in general, and
Yeah,
especially this
the
situation.
psychology.
Yeah,
and-
but with Levon and Gukesh, like what approach do you take in these situations? I'm sure, Yasser, you also had many decisive
many.
situations in your life when you had to play for victory. But look,
Also play for a draw with the black pieces.
Exactly.
Right.
And imagine now we are talking about Aronian and Gukesh. What thoughts are going through their mind
for
right
sure.
now? Which approach you have to take? Like I know we all know that the idea to play for a draw can backfire and you can
Exactly.
lose,
Right.
or like even not even try to get something. So, what do you think, Yasser? What's happening?
Yeah, so psychologically for me, what was happening when I was black in such situations where a draw gets me a tie for first in the playoff, my chief idea was to play very solid in the opening, and also solid in the middle game. And if my opponent is going to go all out with white to take risks, then I'm of the mind that I want to be fit to catch him. Like, you have a right to. You're white. You have a right to play for a win, and if you beat me, mazel tov. But if you take risks that are premature or undeserved, I am there to beat you.
Exactly. That's
I'm not
important.
just playing for a draw.
Mm-hmm.
I'm playing for a solid position. And I'm hoping that because I get a solid position that you'll overplay the hand.
Yes.
And then in my turn, and I'll get to play as well. And I remember a funny incident in my chess career. Excuse me. The funny incident it was the last round of the World Junior Championship. And I was playing black against James Plaskett. With a draw, I have the gold medal.
Wow. Okay.
Wow.
Yes, sounds good.
But if he wins, he has the bronze medal. So he has a very big incentive to play.
Yes, he has a motivation also to beat you.
Yeah, so we play some very, very good preparation. And we have an isolated queen pawn, and Jim has initiative. And I made my very solid setup and offered a draw. Instantly, he said no. Good.
Let's go.
I just wanted to
make sure
to establish the parameters of what's going on. And then we played on for another hour or so, and he said, "Okay, I offer you a draw." And he didn't make the move. Normally, you make the move and offer the draw.
You offer a draw.
So I said, "Okay, Jim, make your move, and I'll think about it." Okay. And I got up from the board, and I'm walking around the table. Immediately in the playing hall goes the news, Yasser declined to draw. Yasser declined to draw. Jim offered a draw. They're still playing. Yasser declined to draw. So everybody was kind of shocked. My second, John Donaldson, was so nervous, had gone on a run. And he just completed his run. He comes into the playing hall. He's a little exhausted, and people look at him and say, "John, Yasser declined to draw." Well,
heart attack. Sometimes your trainer can get a heart attack.
So John comes to me. He's behind the rope. He grabs me by the throat, and he says, "You didn't decline to draw, did you?" I said,
During the game.
Yeah. I said,
Good old times.
John, I promise you, if he blunders his queen, I'm going to go back.
Even if he blunders his queen.
I will accept the draw regardless. So Jim was thinking he made some innocuous move.
Immediately.
And John was like, "Okay, very good. Go do your thing."
That's funny. So after we discuss it, Yasser,
Yes.
what do you think Gukesh, plays solidly in this position?
Yes.
The line he chooses, is it kind of
Well
goes
known,
with what we just described, that you have to
Exactly.
play solidly, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
And in these positions, actually, we're still in a very, very well-known theoretical position. For example, if I take, let's just put that on the board, and you take, and just for example,
Yes.
if I take, and you take, and I castle, and you castle, we get a position with 4 versus 4, 2 versus 2,
Very
two bishops
simple.
for black, but on the other hand, the position's very, very tame, and these players will know the variations backwards and forwards. And I think Levon actually is one of those players who has a remarkable experience. Like,
Of
he's
course.
played this position numerous times in his career.
And also,
So-
he has a great experience to win decisive matches and games. It's for sure, and he knows this kind of psychology of the last round. At the
Yes.
same time, I feel that last round didn't go so well for him, and maybe sometimes you want to finish with classical chess at this point. Maybe
Right.
he will not take too much risks.
As well.
On the
Yeah.
other hand, if he will see any chance, he might still try. Yes, I mean,
Of
he's
course.
still like a very, very good experienced player.
Then the other problem that Levon has is his own psychological mood. What I mean to say was, the last two rounds, or the previous two rounds, I should say, really rattled Levon in a very strange fashion. The game he lost with Nepo, with
Yes.
this, like back and forth repetitions that Nepo kept declining. It's almost a kind of a torture, if you will. Would you
Yes.
like it? No, you can't have the chocolate. Would you like the
almost
chocolate?
not.
Would you like? No, you can't have the draw after all. So that was really disconcerting. Then yesterday, he actually played a poor game, and
Survived.
because Andrey was actually in some kind of time trouble towards the end, a very, very well-timed draw. Andrey had a great advantage, by the way, in the final position. That was why it was so confusing to see a draw on the screen, because I thought White was going to play. So the last two games has not been
Yes.
kind to Levon, and so you have to take in mind, how's my form?
What's happening with my psychological statement? Like, what is my
Exactly.
mood now? And
Right.
that's why I thought that maybe he would like to finish with classical part. But on the other hand, even imagine you make this draw, then you have to play the tiebreak, and who knows,
Exactly.
maybe not only against Gukesh, but
But,
also
l-
with Jan.
Yeah.
So I don't know what's happening now in Levon's head, but.
You're going to like this, by the
Yes.
way. So last night, just after the dinner, and I asked Wadim, so Wadim, what would happen if there was a three-way tie for
Yes.
first? He says, well, in the playoffs, all three would start with a round robin. There's
Yes.
not a division by buckles or something like that. And I go, okay, and then in that case, what would happen for the Armageddon? And he said, Anastasia will know.
Yes.
So,
Now let's discuss it. Yes. Now, first of all, as usually I do, I say that let's go to vrchess.com and we
right,
have
and
the
check
special
the regulations.
place for regulations, right? I mean, it's very, very convenient. Like, you can
Everybody
check.
is welcome to
Yes,
see them.
absolutely. Yes. Like, if you forget what I said or you miss this moment, you can always go and check it. Yes. So basically, what we have, like, if we have two people tied for the first place, we have the
Yes.
match between them. It's 10
Clear.
plus 2, and then in case of draw, it's gonna be blitz portion of the games, like 5 plus 2, and then in case if it's still the amount is even again, we have Armageddon. So this is the only
Wonderful.
option when we can have Armageddon if we have two players.
Right.
Yes, and then if we have three players, we're gonna have two round robin events.
Okay.
And later, if still there is a tie, there is a system, this Sonnenberg,
Buchholz?
yes, and Buchholz, and okay, this I cannot recall immediately, so that's
Right.
why now I'm sending everyone to check it on the on the website, let's say, because I don't have it in front of me. But we can be sure that we will not have Blitz and Armageddon after. It's going to be decided already
I see.
according to tie breaks,
Okay.
tie-break
And
system. Yes.
So you're going to be sending everybody to
Yes,
the
of course.
WR website and not to Wadim and say, please ask him.
No, at least we were writing these regulations before the tournament.
Of
Of course,
course.
long time ago, people keep forgetting things, but we cannot change the regulations
No,
anymore. So
no,
they're
no.
fixed. They're on the web.
And
Yes.
I like that once you sign the agreement, the contract, and later you think to yourself,
Maybe
we should have changed the system
Yes.
and do it for the next tournament,
Yes.
because now that it's fixed. By the way, for me, a little bit surprised they're early in the game. Not many moves at all. White's last move was his 8th move, rook c1, as far as I'm concerned. This is very much still theory, a tabia position. Nothing special going on here. And yet, Gukesh is really
thinking yes, about this
deeply,
position.
as if, not necessarily seeing it for the first time, but he did not come into the game saying that in case we get this position, I'm ready to castle, or I'm ready to take, or I'm ready to do this. As he's thinking, let's jump around a little bit. First of all, let's go to the game between Jan and Vincent, and instantly I can tell you that if I'm in Jan's shoes, I'm happy.
Yes.
Instantly, and we'll get to the game position. So, obviously, with his move 2, Jan is saying, okay, please let me play my beloved Grunfeld, go down one of the main lines. Maybe you've analyzed it to a draw, but I've done a lot more work on the Grunfeld than you have. Vincent says, I believe you.
Yes.
I'm going to play this Grisha move that kind of avoids the Grunfeld. And Jan says, okay, guess what? I didn't want to play the Grunfeld.
By the way, yes, I had completely different plans.
Exactly. I wanted to play a King's Indian defense. Yes. And now you as white have kind of lost the fact that in a King's Indian, your pawn might be on e4, right? So he, in some nice little way, has kind of outplayed Vincent a bit and gotten, let's say, a King's Indian defense position with the pawns on e3 and h3. Now, what this last move of Vincent is doing is saying, okay, I'm grabbing space on the queen side, and I invite you to take space in the center with the move e4, because in this case, with the center closed, the queen side, I will play a4, b5, and I will be many, many tempi ahead in what we call a fissure, King's Indian defense, fissure attack. So the move b4 is often met, interestingly enough, by captures. And the idea behind this is if you capture with the pawn, well, kind of like, why did you play b4 again? Explain to the people why you played b4 again.
Why do you think it's a good idea just to open my bishop?
Exactly.
And this is what Jan just has done. He took on d4. Yeah. Actually, I saw some kind of smile on his face, which doesn't happen that often, but we could see different angles.
Very, very quickly, Vincent recaptured with the pawn. If I'm in Jan's shoes, there's two moves that I would consider here as black. The first is rook e8, as I just mentioned. I really like the idea of rooks belonging on open files, and I also like the idea that because white has a little bit more space in the center, trading of a single or even two minor pieces is not is a kind of a welcome for me. So, for example, if we do this and this, you kind of get the idea of what I mean. Knight takes, rook takes. It's a little bit freer now that we have this bishop open, yeah? And the second move, which Jan actually played, he did not play the move rook e8.
d5?
Yes.
I thought about this move.
So the second move is d5, especially now that the pawn is on b4. I can't play the move b3. So that really reduces my options to c5, gaining space. And I really don't want to play the alternative here after d5. The last thing I want to do is take.
Yes, actually, Yasser, it's a nice moment to explain like why Jan first played d6 and then he played with the same pawn second time.
Yes.
Like ruining principles in the opening. Like
exactly.
Why all this happened?
Okay, so the idea behind the move d6, d5 is twofold. First of all, you want white to commit himself. So, for example, white commits himself by locking down. Yeah? Oops. Why did I've got castled. Sorry. Let me just put it like this. So white commits himself to c5 so that you don't get to play b5, a4, a5, but now you have, let's say, a fixed position. Then I have my knight. Pardon me, I now have my control over the e4 square, yeah?
Yes.
So I start to think to myself, can I play the move knight e4 here?
Yes, good question.
Because the idea behind the move knight e4 is as simple as it looks. I want to attack this knight on c3, yeah?
Yes, and now the question if knight d5 works. Let's check some tactics.
So now, now the question is, can you get away with knight takes d5? And I play...
Knight c5, and then, yes.
I have a tempo.
Yes.
Pardon me, a discovered attack. Now, if you try to take with the d-pawn in order to protect the knight, verrassing, or surprise, your rook is suddenly... That bishop on g7 is laying an ambush, waiting for this opportunity.
But wait, don't
Please?
move. What about bishop g5? Sorry, bishop h6 now? Then
bishop h6.
Maybe we can try a couple of moves more just for fun.
Exactly. So in this case, a double attack is crystal clear. You're attacking my bishop, you're attacking my rook.
Double attack everywhere, yes, sir.
And so, yes,
you taught
exactly.
me how
Very
to do
good.
it.
So I have no choice.
Yes, you have to go back, yes. Otherwise you lose the bishop, yes.
Right.
And I don't know, I mean, sometimes people are ready to sacrifice this exchange in order to get the dark squares.
And that's where I'm saying sometimes if you're sure that you're ready to sacrifice in order to win, okay, then you beat me very well, you took a risk, it paid off. Sometimes it doesn't pay off.
Sometimes not, and I'm not sure there is enough compensation, to be honest. So I think there are some moves on the board.
Yeah, let me just refresh my board there. Yes. And oh, by the way, he did castle, which was a little bit kind of a surprise to me. Again, after the move d5 right here, we were just looking at the move c5. I wanted to show one other variation, and that was knight to e4. And let's say you don't go for
I don't go for knight
d5.
Yes, of course.
You play bishop.
Yes,
to
bishop b2. Yes.
I play a5. Okay.
a3.
Yes, a3 is a very, very good move, because the problem is if you play b5, once again, this bishop is an ambush, and that's the trick. So if in this position after bishop b2, a5, a3, in a very funny way, what I've done as black is I've managed to trade my rook on a8. Why is that important? Because now I don't really have to move my bishop on c8. I don't really have to develop my bishop. So it's sort of like, okay, I'll take, just for argument's sake, and you'll take. And I'll go here.
Yes.
And you'll castle.
Exactly, yes. I have to do it, yes.
And I'll play some move like, let's say, knight d7. So my next move is going to be pretty simple. I'm going to go c6, and I'm going to go knight e6. I'm going to leave my bishop behind, and I'm going to say the position's really balanced. You have a little extra space, but don't be so proud. It's not.
It's not that much.
It's not that much, right? Exactly. You're shortchanged. But none of this happened because, interestingly enough, Vincent decided to castle.
I'm surprised, actually, with this decision, to tell you the truth.
If the pawn, in my opinion, were on b2, and then you played the move bishop b3, this would be a normal kind of isolated queen pawn position where I would give white a slight advantage. Yeah. But thanks to, regretfully,
for whom?
Because the pawn is on b4, I'm less inclined to want to play this position as white.
Yeah, because it's can be weak sometimes, right?
No question about it. When this knight comes to d5, it immediately targets. Probably Vincent is thinking, okay, if you go knight d5 and I go knight d5, knight d5, the reason why you may not be so pleased is the move bishop to g5 is a challenge,
Let's see, yes, and you don't really want to play f6, right? In this type of situations.
You really don't want to play f6.
And weaken your diagonal.
So you'll end up
queen d6,
queen d6, let's say, and a3, and then white one day is ready to play knight e5 and rook e1, and thanks to some superior development, he has something to latch onto. So I don't think necessarily that Jan has to rush this decision to play knight d5. You can play temporary moves. c7, c6 is a move you always want to play. Rook e8 is always a move you want to play. h7, h6 is also interesting, but I probably would like rook e8 the best move myself, because I would be thinking I would like to, for me, that bishop is a real attacking bishop,
Real
and
danger,
trading
yes.
off your good piece, your bishop on b3
But
for
yeah, maybe knight g5, then just
Yes.
to give it a try. But
yes,
then
absolutely,
Mhm.
and then
only after that you can play knight g5.
I
yes.
start to
Mhm.
think I could play knight d5.
Yeah.
Although I must confess right away that I haven't seen
Queen f3. Yes.
Queen f3.
Oh,
And then suddenly
white has some.
I'm thinking to myself, why didn't I play c7, c6 earlier?
So
Yeah.
let's. We have, I think, the first result. Yes, sir.
What?
Let's jump to Aronian's game.
Wow.
I think the game already finished in the draw. Can we see?
And by
yes.
the way,
Yes, now we
this
can see them.
this specific draw, the final position, I've seen multiple times. It's
Okay.
like Grandmaster draw
Yes.
number 108.
Yes. Let's just choose the number. Yes.
Just
and,
choose, because there are many variations that lead by forced draw, and this has got to be one of the more popular ones.
Mhm.
Like I said, all of this has been played before multiple times, and we get to this position. Now, white would be for choice if I could get rid of the bishops. Just let me, as white, if I could take the bishop from c6 and the bishop on c4, well, I already have the open c file. I have attack against b7. I would have advantage, and therefore, I attack your bishop. You don't want to allow the bishop trade. Now, I don't want to move my queen, because then you'll chase my bishop.
Exactly. Yes. Mhm.
Once again, I chase your bishop. Please, 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 let's trade bishops. No, and we go back and forth like this. And
And
probably
I just
they did
wonder
it four
three
times.
just to make sure, yes, that no problems this time, right?
Exactly.
Imagine Levon, how many times he checked if it's now the time to fall
Right.
for a draw.
Some nightmarish
Yes.
thought. So here's the good news, bad news.
Yes.
The bad news is that this was not the thriller
Yes.
from Dusseldorf that we were really hoping for, but it does mean definitively and for sure
We have
we
a
will have
tiebreak.
a tiebreaker.
Good. Yes.
Okay, good.
Looking forward. Yes, today we'll stay till 12 midnight,
That-
waiting.
I was looking forward
I'm
to that. I
sure
woke up
about
this
it,
morning
yes.
and saying, please, dear Lord, let us play till midnight.
Exactly. And have after the closing ceremony, right?
Yes.
And everything, and then some preparation for Backhouse event,
Of
which will happen
course, of
tomorrow. By the
course.
way, everybody is invited tomorrow at 1 o'clock
With the Backhouse.
for the Backhouse event, which is
Right.
gonna be great. So, but first of all, let's finish with this WR Chess Masters tournament, and
round
it's
9.
still not over. We will see if Jan now. The main intrigue is if Jan will manage to catch with the leaders
Exactly.
and play this, and be part of the show. Let's
Right.
put it this
Yeah,
way. Yes.
wants to join in
Yes.
the party.
The
So,
party.
and by the way, knight b6 to d5 was played, and
Yes.
in case of knight takes, bishop g5, what it really does mean is that Jan will likely just play queen d6 and say, okay, you can have your brilliant gain of tempo with the move bishop g5. I'm not bothered. I still plan to play bishop e6. I plan to play c6. And again, if this pawn were back on b2, I would be feeling much better as white, thinking I could play comfortably for advantage. With the pawn on b4, I feel like that just is, it's a sore thumb. It just stands out in the position as something not so attractive. Now that we know the setup, let's pay attention to the three other games
Yes.
that aren't necessarily in the fight for first, but every game amongst this group is consequences.
By the way, I just wanted to remind our viewers about the prize fund, which is 130,000,
Yeah.
and also that the first place will get 40,000, the second place 25, and then 15, and then you can open the website and see the rest of them. I remember
Okay.
that the last one is 5,000,
Right.
and I mean, really decent prices for the players and something to fight for. So every half a point counts right now because it's the decisive round. Everybody knows it.
Right.
So let's see.
Okay, let's jump to the game of Wesley So and Nodirbek. Now, unfortunately, the psychological condition of Wesley right now is not good.
Mhm.
Is not good. He played a terrific event up until 7 rounds. He was undefeated. He was amongst the leader group. But yesterday he's lost with white against Vincent, a calamity.
It was very painful, I guess.
Yes, that seemed to be very self-inflicted. So if I'm Nodirbek and I'm thinking, okay, I've got a wounded Wesley in front of me, I might try to play a double-edged game, which is precisely what he did with this move A3. It's kind of a same-ish Nimzo Indian, if you will. And Wesley's strategy is very well known. This move E3, E4 has a very, very clear goal. White wants to pin this knight on G5, follow up with a very awkward E4, E5, and you're not a happy camper.
No, you have to find the best way. It's now knight E8. Yes.
I'm not exactly sure who first came up with this move knight E8. I have it in mind that it might have been world champion Max Erva, but the idea is as simple as it looks. And even though you're retreating, you're getting out of the pin. Your actual target is the C4 pawn.
Yes.
And you can see that black would like to play knight A5, bishop A6, rook to C8, and harassing knight to D6.
A really clear plan. Let's grab a pawn.
Exactly. Let's grab a pawn. In the meanwhile, what white's plan is equally simple. Castles, F4, F5,
and fire on the board. Yes.
Yeah,
and
throw
let's
everybody
go
to the king side and attack. So the move knight E8 has a double purpose, triple purpose. Get out of the pin, avoid the pin, prepare to play knight D6, and the last idea is, let's say, oops, excuse me, let me just get this out of the way. Nope, that was not one. That's
stay.
actually...
this is
the actual game position, and I just hit the game update. Castles, bishop A6, queen C2, preparation for E5, knight A6, E5, F5. That was the other purpose of the move knight F8, is that I can play the move F7, F5, so that after takes, knight takes. Now, this pin isn't as dangerous as it was a moment ago. Bishop G5, H6. There's no E-pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah?
We don't have it anymore.
Right. And away you go from this position, yeah? So let's go back to the current position, F5 on the board. Now the problem is, if you let the F-pawn just live...
Yes. If you don't take it en passant, what will happen?
Well, how are we going to deal with bishop takes? It's like, how will I open the king side? Yeah.
Yes, because you really don't want to play something like queen a2 here and protect the pawn. I mean, this is ridiculous.
No,
At least we don't have knight d6 anymore. That's only one good news, but there are not so many good news today, because this pawn will be lost.
Yeah, I really will put as much energy against the c4 pawn as I can muster. And unfortunately for white, it's harder for him to defend the pawn than it is for black to attack it. So when we go back to the current position, let me just refresh. There you go.
So Yasser, you believe that he should take, yes?
It's almost a requirement.
Yes,
in fact, yes. And then after something like knight takes, although I'm not a big fan of it, I start to think, well...
Actually, I mean, the question is still not solved. You know?
Well, maybe I will start to, how do you say, force. I'll start looking for some very, very forcing ways, like this move, this move, this move. The idea is to,
to weaken, the squares.
To weaken some squares. But I tell you, these days, the players are so very well prepared for so many variations that I have the feeling we're still in the player's preparation.
You think so? Yes. But
I do.
look, but still they're thinking. No, we have now the other game. Yes.
Yeah. Nodirbek.
Nodirbek is still thinking at
Let's
this moment.
continue.
Yes.
This looks like a French defense in reserve. You know, I gotta turn the board. I refer to the game between Duda and Anish. D4, D5, C4.
Yes. I'm sure now everyone wants still to play on and try to win at least one
Right.
game. And
It's funny. The game we saw, the position we saw as we flashed onto the game. Here we have an exchange. Slav defense, and suddenly it looks like a French defense with a black pawn. This black pawn somehow magically got to the e4 square, and I'm kind of curious how we're going to get.
How did it happen?
How did it happen? Okay,
Wow.
there goes a pawn.
I see.
Okay.
Queen b3.
Bobby Fischer did this all the time on the black side of the Najdorf. He went queen b6. Captured the pawn
And go back.
and then tried to bring his queen back. Spassky trapped this queen in the World Championship match. Aha!
E5.
So this is how the black pawn gets to e5. That's step one. And then this is how the black pawn gets to e4. And this move
now
is a
we
kind of a...
understand what's happening, right? So now if you do
The
the
Greek-
castling, yes,
Yeah.
you will get a gift.
And it's not going to be a pretty one
Yes.
either, because you don't want to open up the rook by capturing the knight.
Yes,
And
and if you play like king g1,
the queen is going to come, and
Yes.
queen h2 mate is going to be very, very painful
and
indeed.
if king g3, that's
Yes,
it, just to
then-
demonstrate what problems you will face
Yes,
in this case.
exactly. Well, there is a kind of a mate
Yes.
that is waiting us, huh?
Yes, it looks like Bachhaus actually
Yeah.
after king f4. It's
And
like
then you
give me a bishop somewhere on
you-
h6 and we will
right.
finish this game soon.
And it's sort of like, no,
It's okay,
don't worry,
G5,
I don't
yes.
need anything.
Yes.
I don't. What do you need? Nothing. I got
just
this.
a checkmate. Yes.
And it's just, I walk right into a checkmate.
Yeah.
So the one thing I absolutely cannot do as white is I cannot castle kingside.
Mhm.
I'm a little bit surprised by Duda's move a2, a3 here. I would have probably played
H3, yes.
h3 myself, not because I'm planning to castle
Mhm.
kingside and to avoid the sacrifice. I still don't have so many pieces over there, and black's bishops
Look very dangerous.
Yeah,
Yes.
they're kind of
Mhm.
uncomfortable looking, right?
Yes, I agree. I mean,
I wouldn't
I'm-
be in any hurries, let's say, to do that. But what Duda did is say, okay, I understand you completely. I am not going to castle kingside. What I'm going to do is I'm going to play a3 so that I can move my queen in the near future.
Yes.
Or I'm going to play a3 so that I can play b4. Yeah.
later on, yes, if you play any
And then
move,
I can
yes.
play bishop b2. And then on a really, really, really good day, I'll bring my queen out and I'll prepare castling long.
Mhm.
So I'll be a pawn up. Your move h5, you won't catch my king on the king side.
Mhm.
The move h5, a dual purpose move, by the way. Not only does it set up the bishop takes h2,
Yes, of course.
but really what the move is intended, in my view, to convey is the message that I want to do a rook up and over, so that
G2 pawn will feel
A little
uncomfortable,
bit,
yes.
yes.
And you cannot play rook G1 here, bishop H2 is coming. right?
precisely.
And if you play G3 again, you will take on G3 and then bishop G3 using the pin. So yeah, I mean, it's a very interesting idea. Yeah,
Right.
sir. So we don't really castle also for black. We
No,
just try
this
to
is the-
create threat.
This is
Mhm.
the thing, and that's one of the reasons why I might want to have my pawn on h3, is if you pull my bishop back to the f1 square in order to control the square g2, I might not want to encourage this, although now that I'm looking at it for the first time, I have left my d5 pawn on prise.
Yes, but as a plan, maybe after you
Oh, by the way,
defended d5 pawn.
Anish says, no, very good, Duda. I respect your idea.
Mhm.
I see that you want to play the move b4, And
let's prevent it at the beginning. I
Right.
still have my ideas left
Exactly.
on the king side, so I can afford to also play on both sides if
Right.
I wish. So yes, actually,
A4.
this ability to play on both sides. Yes,
Yes.
it's he played h5 now and then a5. It's such a great thing,
Yeah.
which some players show, which I cannot sometimes.
Right.
Like I'm so concentrated sometimes on only one side of the
One
board
flank,
that
yeah.
like I don't pay attention to the other one, and it's
Right.
important to remember that sometimes it's good to prevent certain moves from your opponent and then come back to your own
Right.
plans and your own
Motivation.
motivation.
One last parting thought about this position is that, in truth, the battle is raging across the whole board because there's the queen side fighting that's going on, there's the king side fighting that's going on, and also the central fighting. So let's just say I pick another lesser choice. G3, B3, knight E7, bishop B2, knight F5, and now you get the idea that we're also fighting I'm controlling of the center, but I'm also looking at knight H4.
Again,
and
G2
once
pawn.
more the G2 pawn, yeah?
Wow.
So
Maybe you are not in a hurry even to play H4 for black because let's say you want to keep the square for the knight, right?
Precisely.
In some situations. Yasser, I have a question. Like,
Please.
why white cannot play in this position? I mean, before H4 move instead of B3, for example.
okay,
Or
so we'll go back
even
to the
immediately,
position.
yes. Like,
So we go H4,
you know, this
yeah.
typical H4. I mean, what do you
It's-
think about this move
Yeah.
in this particular
Okay.
situation?
It was one of my favorite books. It was Zurich 1953, the book by David Bronstein. Theory and Practice, I think, was the English title. And he had this great explanation. He said, when you play the move H4, it's like a needle and a thread. This pawn on H4 is the tip of the needle, and then it pulls with it the pawn structure. You're likely
We'll play also.
will play G3. And, you know, when you advance the pawn to H5, you'll likely pull the G pawn behind it. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So now you've just played the move H4. I've played the move knight E. Okay.
H7, yes.
Yeah,
okay.
let me just sorry. You've played the move H4. I played the move knight E7, and you play
For example, G3.
G3. Now, thanks to the fact that the pawn structure is fixed on H4 and G3, I make a target. We're going to just make a move. I'm
Well,
going to assure
this-
you this is a very bad move. And then suddenly,
Oops.
splat. Splat. And the next thing you know, black already has two pawns. He's threatening queen f6 check. He's threatening knight takes e3. This pawn is hanging. And you say, uh-oh, I'm not really ready to meet these sacrifices.
Yeah, also there was a possibility to take on G3 first and then knight E3 as well. The other way
Exactly.
around. Both lines are great
A demonstration,
if you want to
like,
win.
yeah.
Yes, this
Okay,
position.
just to show what Anastasia means is, like, if we get to this position, she says, okay, you can take on E3 and then take on G3, or if you prefer, you can sacrifice the bishop, and maybe even this is very strong,
Oh,
right?
I don't know. Yes, it's everything
looking-
looks so great.
It looks like these sacrifices, and what you said.
Knight
Oh,
E3.
wait a
Also
minute.
the queen, yes.
The queen is trapped.
Yes,
Knight,
also.
knight takes E3.
So I just what just demonstrates that there are so many nice choices, right, in
Yes.
this position, yes,
Yeah.
sir. You can win whatever you want after
Exactly.
you do it. So I just wanted to say that many times players make this move H4 automatically. Some
Yes.
they are taught by the trainers at the beginning of their
Stop the
so
opponent from-
stop opponent from pushing the
Right.
pawn, and H5 immediately people will play H4, and this is how the situation can
blow up against
exactly
you. Yeah?
immediately.
So one of the reasons why, Anastasia, you would want to play H4 is if you could occupy the square G5 and or F4. So if your pawn was on H4 and you could play knight H3 and bishop F4, it
then
makes
it
sense.
makes sense.
Yeah.
Yes, here you cannot protect later G3, 3 squares, or
Right.
it's not going to be that easy. Yes,
Right.
and one black.
The other
Good.
reason I would be very, very reluctant to play the move H4 is because I'm giving the control away of the g4 square. For example, knight to g4. Again, if I have a knight on g5 or f4, what's good for you is good for me. In this case, you're getting g4 and I'm
That's
not
fine,
getting
yes.
g5.
Yes.
So that was why a moment ago I said, against a5 or something like that, I would be very inclined to play the move h2, h3. In my practice, because I've played the French defense so many times in my career, in my practice, I can tell you I have had moments where, let me just put this move on the board just for a second so I can at least get to the position that I would like to show you. I'm very, very, very happy after this move that you should play. That you should play.
What I should play here? Bishop h2.
Correct.
Yes,
Bravo,
yes.
bravo. You should play bishop
Still,
h2.
yes.
I will play king
Yes,
g1,
take.
and I will be happy that now it looks like I castled, but I have a pawn and a bishop for my exchange. But much more importantly, I just took away one of your really good attackers. Like, you can't play queen to d6 and queen h2 checkmate anymore. It just happens that the bishop has a good place for defense on f1, and this bishop can either go this way or sometimes back to e1. I just say that I have a lot of practice as a French defense
Of
player.
course.
So I've seen those types of sacrifices.
What about Duda? Has he
sure.
ever played
I'm
French?
sure I'm just sure that these guys
They
just
know everything,
know
yes.
everything. And yeah.
So h3. H3
I mean,
is on the
after
board.
all the explanations,
Then we
they
gave
take
now.
15 minutes and then play h3. Dude, you could have done that in a minute,
It's funny that you call Duda.
dude.
It's just very funny. Maybe
Yeah.
it's a translation to Polish. Okay,
Yeah,
just to
dude,
playing with words.
Okay, excellent. Let's continue and look at some more games. Prague versus Andrey. Oh my, it looks like everybody is now playing the Russian defense.
Yes.
Jan has become a kind of a trendsetter, and people are picking up the Russian defense like it was a first love. And, well, again, this is a very, very sharp, double-edged Petrov that is very, very topical, and we'll just wait for the players to show their homework because it's all very well-known stuff. Just a second. I'm supposed to go here. How come it's not going there?
Maybe it's stuck. So
I'm trying to switch between games. It's not allowing me to switch between games. Huh.
So now we came back to the game of Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yes.
Yes. Wow. There are some changes. Yes, sir. No
Let's
pawn on
take
d4. What happened?
Let's take a look-see.
Yes.
And we did see after knight d4, this is kind of where we left it.
b5.
No bishop g5, but b5. And Jan said, thank you very much. I like this. And we have a pawn structure. White has 3 islands.
Yes.
Black 2 islands. I like the islands.
Black silence.
Black side.
Yes.
And Vincent seems to be kind of happy, I want to say. He doesn't look like he's unhappy. Vincent did get his bishop g5, the queen d6 move we expected, and queen d2. And Vincent's basically saying, okay, I have an isolated queen pawn, but I have a really, really good bishop. I know what I want to do. I want to play bishop h6. I want to contest the e-file. Yes, you're clever.
But it's protected so well, the
Yes,
a2 pawn. So
exactly.
what is your rook doing actually on a6? Yes.
That's right. That is exactly what he's saying. He's saying that as long as my bishop is on b3, I'm not afraid. So, and if I can double on the e-file, trade bishops, put my knight on e5, I can get really a kind of a dynamic play.
Yeah, what black should do here? I mean, like the principles of playing against isolated pawn.
Right.
What we should remember, yes, sir. Let's remember.
Whenever you're playing against the isolated pawn, trades of minor pieces are usually in your favor. So, for example, in this position, I would love to trade off this bishop for bishop for exact reasons that we've been talking about. And I would start to think that maybe I should play the move bishop e6 with the idea of, let me just make a move for white for just a moment, some moves, something like this. And I start to think, okay, I want to get rid of this guy.
Exactly, because he's protecting on a2.
Like this would be more or less a kind of a dream that I've blocked the e file, made the a2 pawn a little bit weaker, and so on. Now, white was being very cooperative in this line. White could, at certain moment after trading or maybe before trading, getting an h4, h5. But overall, I was just going to say that that when you're attacking, you want to have as many pieces as possible. Already this trade of one knight, trade of more bishops, and this ability to attack.
Yes.
Well, if you don't have pieces, how are you going to attack? So Jan to play, and let me just refresh my board for a moment. No, that didn't happen. No. Are they really? No. Did they already play these moves?
Huh? Really?
What? Really? Is it happened so fast? By the way, sometimes as a commentator with Jan, he's already played Bishop E6.
Yes. Wow. You predicted all moves.
He plays it so quickly that you didn't even get a chance to see. Did he play it, or was that analysis my move,
or his move? Yes.
Yeah.
No, but
he played it very quickly, apparently.
Maybe it's very clear position for him.
Yeah.
Let's say what you need to do. I mean, that
actually he's one of the fastest players on tour, and when he's feeling his form, he somehow even speeds up. It's like sort of like
it's a good sign normally
that he's calculating very, very well and stuff. But Bishop E6, and I would say seriously, it's not a joke that it's a position with 3 results. Vincent does not want to play the role of Patsy, go ahead and beat me up and tie for first. He would like to play the role of spoiler, because from Vincent's perspective, if he were to win today, he would have +1 and clear third or tied for third, depending on other results. So Vincent has his reason,
own motivation and own goals in this tournament.
Bingo. Yes, he does.
You remember there was a period he was on the last place even in this event, but he managed to climb. And
I wanted to say at the VIP yesterday, but I didn't dare do it. I wanted to say, announcement everybody. This is from, I want to read a message from Vincent. Vincent has started with -2. He is now 50% and going for the plus score. He would like it to be a double round robin. He's feeling better and better and better. With each round. He's
gaining his shape, and it's a pity the tournament is over. Yes.
Right.
Yes, sometimes.
So he is proposing double round robin for this event.
But also smart from Gukesh and Levon. I mean, they kind of made this draw, and now they say, okay, Jan, you want to win with black? Please try. So
the irony is that Jan has played 8 games like everybody else. He's drawn 7 and won 1. His only victory came with the black pieces.
Ah, yes, you're
right. So the irony is that if he tied for first, he ties for first with the black pieces.
Yes.
He can't play with white, with black. He's very dangerous.
Very dangerous. It's important, yes, before the match to show that my black is also feels fine. Yes.
Just pay attention. I like
my
it.
Black pieces.
So Bishop E6, and again, this will help us determine whether it's a 3-way tie for first or a
only 2.
A duel, if you will. Okay, we're going back to the game of Wesley for a moment, because this for me is a bit of a surprise. The move knight F4. Basically, white is saying, I can break up the king side with positional play, and I think that that's going to be very hard to do. Wesley said, I'll take the pawn.
Wait a second, yes.
Now, if you put the pawn back to F7,
yes,
you can imagine that this dark squared bishop, after a move like, say, like knight h5 and, I don't know, bishop h6, you could do something. With the pawn on f5, it's going to be, in my view, very, very hard to break up black, or even cause him a problem. Let's see what happened. Aha.
Queen A2.
Okay, so it's very clear what he has in mind. If the knight was forced to retreat, he's saying, I have the move d5. I have the move d5. It's not the end of the story by any means, of course. Let's just say, if I continue in bad faith, let's just say, you can win your pawn back. Yes. And it's going to be a very interesting fight over who has the better minor piece, the bishop or the knight. In this case, I kind of like the fact that white has the most dangerous pawn in the position. So I wouldn't jump as black into that setup. So here, let's just say another move, yeah?
B5.
Yeah, let's just imagine B5. I don't know any other move beside A4.
Yes, A4 looks good. Yes, because you cannot play A6, right?
Correct.
Yes, so just you'll take on B5.
So I took a pawn with the idea that I want to take this pawn. You're welcome to take my pawn on B5. I would take the pawn on E5, so you will retake. Yep. Play knight C7, and now I do want to play A6.
Yes, A6, you protected the rook as well.
And now I'll play knight back. So now in this position, good news for white.
Yes.
He's not a pawn down.
No, but he lost one important square.
Yes, exactly. He didn't get a chance to play his desired break D4, D5. And again, we can talk about, who has the better minor piece. The bishop on D6. Oh, sorry, B5 is hanging. I apologize. Let me take that last move back and let me play a move like, well, what do I want to do? I'll play queen B3. And we'll play knight D5. And this was the position more or less that I wanted to offer, or something like this. I can put my bishop here, I can put my bishop here, and then we start to discuss again that same question of who has the better minor piece.
But we can, black also has his ideas with queen G5, knight F4, right?
Yes.
So
yes.
It can be dangerous also.
Queen H4, queen G5, knight F4, and yes.
Maybe there are some ideas.
So this is for me one of the wonderful things that I absolutely love about chess is the battle of ideas.
I see.
And white has his ideas, you have your ideas, and who has the best ideas and the best execution of their plans are going to win. And that's, for me, what makes chess so great, this battle of ideas. I love it. And here you're seeing two very, very different approaches to a centuries-old system, the Nimzo, if you will.
Let's see whose ideas will win. Your ideas, Yasser, or players will show something interesting.
Exactly,
yes, it's great that it's just rich position, full of many different options.
And approaches.
Sometimes D5, white wants to push, maybe.
Right.
Sometimes maybe black will create something on the king side. So really difficult position. But I think, what a nice
look at the eyes. Is there?
Nodirbek is trying to kill with his.
He's like looking into Wesley's eyes there. That. Many players have that kind of a killer look.
Yes, but look, Wesley's defending. He doesn't pay attention. He just put his. I like this position. Yasser, I used to play to protect from the whole wall myself and just try to concentrate on the position. Sometimes you miss some squares still, but okay.
But you put your hands in such a way as to screen your eyes. And so on. Bobby Fischer in his return match in 1992, and I talked to Bobby about it, and he was very, very happy. He had brought a visor. It's a kind of you go to the beach, you wear a thing that shades your eyes from the sand and the sun. And he liked it very much in his match with Boris as a way of ignoring the opponent's look into your eyes, and vice versa. You don't see into your opponent's eyes because of the visor.
Some people would wear even sunglasses.
Yes.
I recall Jababa Bahadur, who was wearing them for some time during the tournaments. So it's not forbidden, I guess.
No.
Right? So you can try to do it.
These mirrored sunglasses.
For example, yes.
Well, this was very famous because Paubenko, I think it was Curacao, candidates, he had wore the mirrored sunglasses when he played against Michael Tal, because Tal had the stare, yes, and he wanted Tal to see himself. So the next day, Tal also brought the sunglasses to show that his opponents can't disturb him.
He can look at himself too, yes,
exactly.
if he wants.
Nice. So that's kind of like gamesmanship, if you will. After h3, I'm just refreshing the game between Duda and Anish,
Yes.
and I can see quite clearly what Duda is up to. He did play the move h3.
Yes.
Knight e7,
Knight
as expected.
Yes.
Knight b3. And again, it's not necessary that I'm going to go for that exchange sacrifice that I did show. But in case I did, I really want to have my knight on c5 and not on d2. The knight on d2 is cramped. It's not doing anything. And maybe it would be better to put the bishop on d2. So I like what Duda's last move is. Knight b3, aiming to play knight c5. Anish, deeply in thought, as he's,
trying to understand this knight f5, knight h4, or rook h6, rook g6. I mean, there are some different plans in this position.
Approaches.
You showed already, Yasser.
Yes.
Both of those plans. Anything else he can kind of think in this position?
Not
that much.
Not especially. No, I mean, there's. That's it.
Not crazy stuff like g5, right? I mean, it can backfire sometimes.
Right. Well, okay. G5. Yeah. Let's just say G5.
Yeah. I mean, just to
for
give
argument.
it a try.
One of the things I really, really learned to respect and appreciate about Tigran Petrosian is sometimes he had this fantastic ability to put the pawns in such a way that he could close the position. So after G3, I want to meet h4 with g4. And, excuse me.
But once you played g3, I will
sorry,
probably go to your
back.
plan now.
Yeah,
knight
g5,
f5, g5, g3,
g3,
knight f5 now.
Knight f5. And now Tigran in such positions was the master
of running
away. So the sacrifices on e3 and the sacrifices on g3, you didn't catch him.
Yes.
You didn't catch him. It looks nice.
Yeah.
And again, knight c5, king c2, and away you go.
You're
weird
not
stuff.
afraid of anything, yes, sir.
G5, but then the final look is like, G4, I don't know if you want to do this, because if you do this, I turn the tables on you. Yeah? Now you're the one in the pin. Oops.
Yes. And
I will take this rook, and I will be the one winning lots and lots and lots of material. So for the moment, Anish is thinking, okay, should I protect the square so that I will win my pawn back? Not a celebrated victory, I would say.
Yes.
Should I just allow my opponent to, should I just pursue the plans that I had previously, and
bishop h2, yes,
try to make a judgment as to a position like this? I find myself drawn to the white side, but I can tell you that other players will be attracted to the exchange. The exchange. It's not so easy for this knight to move, obviously,
yes,
because
he has
that will be a second pawn that I would take.
Protect the pawn on d5, yes, and actually what to do with the king also, it's a good question here.
Right. So also, one of the I've emphasized this so many times in my broadcast, but sometimes you get messed up in your head and you're trying to calculate all the opening variations and remember everything. But remember what it's all about in the opening. You're trying to do three things. You want your fair share of the center, and the center is the square from f3 to f6 to c6. You want your fair share of these squares. Yeah?
Yes.
So when you get your fair share of those squares, that's the first thing. The second, by your fair share, I mean control. Once you have control of your fair share, you want good development for your pieces. You want your pieces to have good squares.
And be happy, as I
And be
learned.
happy. And then the last is safe king.
Yes.
Now, if you accomplish all three of those things from the opening, be satisfied. Don't. That's it. That's good enough. That's like great. Congratulations. Put yourself on the back. And from, Duda's point of view, is he's still got a lot of work to go. If he could put his knight on c5, his queen on c2, his bishop on d2, and if he could castle long, he's got his fair share of the center. He's got decent development.
And he
a safe
took
king.
care of his king.
And he won a pawn on the way.
Yes.
The journey has been kind of very good for him.
Yes, I have one question. Did you
Please.
share all these rules with Elizabeth? Did
Gosh,
Did you
yes.
tell her that you also have your own rules and it's very clear?
But my rule book is like two pages of notes. No rule.
Like
it's
the
like
whole book,
188
yes.
pages and with appendix and
Yes. I was passing by yesterday the mini camp Liz is doing with kids,
Yes.
and I heard her talking to them like, so we have space advantage here. What we do when we have space advantage? And I remembered everything you told me. And the kids are, we don't change pieces if we have space advantage. So I said, very good.
You get the gold star.
Yes, it was so funny. Like I repeated the rules yesterday. Yes, I came fully prepared.
Right. I told Elizabeth too that I would refresh before the commentary so that I would come in, strong and knowledgeable about her rules.
Yes,
okay, so this is
nice.
very good stuff. Let's continue. Let's see what Pragg and Andrey have done, because again, they're playing a very, very topical line these days in these Russian defense. And the Russian it just blew up. I think it was a book really from, I want to say the late 1990s. It was a book by Artur Yusupov on the Russian defense. And it was like amazingly thick. I think 500 pages is like the complete Petrov or something like that. And wow, I just hadn't realized how many games and to what depth so many of these variations had been analyzed.
Yeah, there are few books, yes, on this also. I remember Greek International Master published a book on this
as well.
It's very difficult to pronounce
That's
his
his name. Yeah.
But yes, I remember. Yes, he also published a book. I mean, it's pretty popular, right?
Right, especially these days. Yes.
Yes, and in Greece as well. People like to learn the openings. I don't know why, but books with openings are still really popular.
Unfortunately for authors like myself, I like very much game collection books. Like if you showed me the collected games of John Nunn, I'm a big fan. If you showed me a book, the collected games of Karpov, Kasparov, I'm a big fan. If you showed me a book that said, the history of Icon Zay and who were the winners and the best games, I'm a big fan. So tournament books, I mentioned already David Bronstein, middle game books and things like that. But today it seems like the publishers, all they want is opening books. Because the people who are buying the books are constantly crying more opening.
Why?
Why?
Yes. Why do you think it's happening? Like, and why sometimes people should think about it and perhaps buy another time the book of collection of the games?
Because the people want an easy victory.
Yes.
They think if I learn the dragon and I learn it better than my opponent, I can go tuck.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, and I make 10 elo points, and I will go to the next victim. So they love those books. It's very
practical, for them. Like it's like clear way. Like I buy this book, I study it for some time, and then I come back to the board and I gain some victories. Right?
Exactly.
And so, if they buy still the collection of games, can they still benefit?
Yes, of course. In the same way, they can still trap their opponents in the opening, but they see a more holistic perspective chess. They get the middle game and this very, very subtle middle games plan, and then they get the beauty of the end game and devilishly outplaying the opponent. So these whole games where, you see, the games from the start to the finish, as opposed to trying to memorize 20 moves, is much more beneficial in my view. I remember it was from an open tournament. I was white. I played e4. My opponent, with a nanosecond, just blitzed out c5.
Yes. So
I was ready to play knight f3 in an open Sicilian, but just the fact that my male opponent did it so fast.
Yes.
I played on the second move knight c3, and it almost like a balloon completely deflated the guy, because now he couldn't play his knight, or if he knew, so now he had to think something else, and almost by 12 moves I had a winning advantage because he didn't get
what he wanted, and then you have to think
for
on the
yourself.
move 3.
Yeah.
And if you are not able to do it, if you are not able to suffer a little bit, you want to learn everything at home. Yasser, that I was missing even school at certain point in order to, because I got the book of Dvoretsky about the middle game, and I could have it only for a couple of days, and I didn't say to my parents that I will not go to school today, and I just stayed home, and because I just had 10 hours only with the book, and so I have to declare now that I have done something like this in order to.
So now your school teacher is saying, so that was why Anastasia was not so good in the class.
Still, I was good, so I could afford it. But now that I think about it, I didn't miss the school day for something more interesting. I just read the book, chess book.
Fantastic.
It was 9th grade or something like this. Maybe I could have created some other interesting ideas, But it was not that easy to find those books, and I was very happy to get this moment.
Well, for me, absolutely. When I was growing up in chess in the early 70s, the problem was not only weren't there many chess books, I want to say the books were really outdated. So many of the books were written, by Reuben Fine and Irving Chernev and Fred Reinfeldt.
Yes.
These were the American authors that the American kids kind of grew up with, right? But the reality was we were not getting the modern chess openings and stuff like that. So even getting the right books was
was a challenge.
By the way, I'm turning the game of Duda and Anish for just a moment, and we see this move Queen b6 by Anish, putting pressure on the b3 knight and kind of provoking the move
knight c5,
bishop takes c5, and now we pause because I'm hoping that this is the current position. I don't want to. So the reason why I'm stopping right here is because I'm starting to think about this
knight
move.
a4, yes.
Right. So the idea is I would just love to fork the queen and the bishop. And if you take, I will recapture with a check before taking the bishop. So I'm looking
bishop
at this.
Bishop b4, yes.
Takes, bishop
d2.
d2. And now I return the pawn.
Maybe bishop a4 now.
Yes, excellent.
Yes.
I return the pawn. And at the end of the day, I got the two bishops.
Yes.
But I'll have a safe king, because there'll no longer be knight h5s and knight g5s and bishop takes h2s. Let's refresh the board and see what happened. Yes, Duda's thinking, this is exactly the moment he's thinking, should I play knight a4 or not? Because if he does take, and nothing's wrong with capturing. I strongly advise people to recapture.
Still.
By the way, still, it's a very good advice. He might be thinking to himself, well, a little bit awkward, let's say castles, a little bit awkward. How will I can't really play bishop to d2 because of rook b2.
Yes. There are some difficulties still with development.
I still have, to untangle, if you will, the pieces.
Yeah, so if I take on a4 the knight after bishop, here knight a4, and I still kind of capture this knight, because if I don't want to play, so what's happening? Can I move the king? I don't know, probably. Take and queen c5.
Now keep in mind that really what I simply want to do, I want to return the pawn b4, so that
to open some diagonals
for the bishop. That's exactly what I'm thinking.
Maybe black is not on time, to do what he wants.
The problem is this dark square bishop, whenever it does get on this diagonal, just for example, I'll play here so I can, demonstrate what I'm thinking about. Whenever I get these types of bishops, I just, wow, everything just, just feels, life just feels so much easier, with, oops, excuse me, of course I just hit the wrong button, my bad.
The fact that Duda made the full stop here and didn't recapture immediately, yes, it shows that he is considering the move knight a4,
right?
And he looks, different directions. Sometimes he doesn't look at the board, but believe me, at this moment he still has lots of variations going through his head, right?
Right.
So, interesting moment.
By the way, it was very nice. I was very happy to sit alongside Boris Galfand, and we were discussing the games, and he was giving his insights, and I said, well, Boris, when did you develop this habit? He said he was 8 years old, and his teachers, his coaches, trainers, were not anxious to cure him because they were afraid that this would diminish his creativity. Like, as long as he was winning the games, they could tolerate his bad behavior at the board. And he said in his whole career, only 2 people have complained, and usually because they spoiled their position. But he was the first to agree it was a bad habit.
Really?
Yes. He said it's wrong. I agree. It's wrong.
But I have it. What to do? It's like with smoking,
I tried to
right?
cure it. Right. I tried to cure it. This is great because that's exactly right. I mean, most of the time nobody's going to complain because there were smokers at the board and fiddling the pieces.
Yes, it's nothing compared
to.
But yes, I don't know. Sometimes maybe if you do something like that, it makes your mind. It's some kind of rhythm, right?
Of course.
So if you get used to this, literally, it's better not to get rid of some old habits, right?
Exactly.
This is what worries probably.
One was, for example, Grandmaster Lev Albert. He very, very strong player from the Soviet Union who defected, and he had this nice little habit. It was almost like playing the piano. He could, like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 with his pieces, with his fingers, 1, 2, 3, and it was like he was calculating, but it was just a way for him to get in this flow of concentration, and he wasn't trying in any way to disturb you.
Yes.
But some people do it. In a nasty way.
Yeah, exactly.
Tapping the pieces.
And remember, there's very, very funny video on chess.com when Hikaru played in the Candidates tournament, and he was like kind of looking for the mice. They made this video when he's so probably used to do it that some of his gestures were like, where's my mice? Yes.
Yeah, and actually it was pretty funny because Garry Kasparov did the exact same thing. Garry Kasparov had been out of tournament competition for some time. He made an announcement that he would join the Blitz.
Yes.
And he was really having a lot of fun. And at least in half the games, he was reaching for the mouse and not the piece. Because he was so used to playing online. We leave it with Duda. I want to go back and check in on Nepo because, again, big fight for trying to get to the
yes, trying to get to the tiebreak. Yes, of course, he's trying still hard to do it.
C7, C6, and as I was explaining, this is really a prelude to trading the bishops. Another move I'm kind of a fan of, you have to make sure it's correct, move, is we're just going to go back one move right here. If you had this position as black and you wanted to play f6, I'm not adverse. I think that at first blush, you see the move f6 and you go, aren't you weakening? Aren't you weakening? Isn't there a tactic? Rook takes e6.
Yes, I started to check it immediately. Yes, as you can imagine.
Right, exactly. You start to,
yes.
But then you kind of convince yourself there's not such a tactic. You say, okay, he'll play bishop here. So what's the idea? The idea is that after bishop f7, take, you weren't forced to use the tempo to play c7, c6. So I was explaining that White's idea might have been rook e2. Well, now I can hit you with the potential of knight f4 so that I can trade bishops. Before, the knight had to go in one direction, knight c7. Just a moment. f6, bishop
h6, bishop f7.
Bishop f7, takes. And now we can see that the knight actually could go in numerous directions. No more only knight c7. I could go knight b4. And again, this is one of those kinds of positions where, the pawn on f6 is
Cover
actually
c5 as well.
It takes away the business squares for the knight, and the knight on f3 is feeling a little bit sad that the pawn's not back on f7, right? So just something to think about.
You convinced me, that f6 is not that bad, because before I was afraid to do something like this, but now I can see the different perspective.
Right, like, whoa, the pawn on f6. So, like, for example, if I'm white in such positions, I'm very attracted to the move knight e5 against f6. Ha 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 ha.
You have this intermediate move.
Yeah, and now
jump.
So I start to think, like I should be putting my knight on a good outpost. For the moment, this bishop is so good. I really think that I should get rid of it. This bishop defends the black king on g7. It's like the loyal guard, standing in front of the king. So I really think I should get rid of it, and I'm expecting Vincent to do precisely that. Anastasia, as we get prepared for our first break, I want to say that you had a lot to do with the success of this tournament. You did a lot of the organizing. You wore a lot of the hats. What were some of the highlights and lowlights of the tournament that things came together at the end? Very, very nice. So you're very happy. How was the media? I don't speak German, so I haven't been reading or watching the German media. How was it good?
First of all, I cannot believe, Yasser, that we are already on the last round.
I
We
know.
just started
It went
the tournament. Yes,
so fast.
It's already, we are at the last moment of the event, but still it's not over, because tomorrow we have this Backhouse event, and I'm very happy about it, that it's still not over. We have one more day of fun here in Dusseldorf. So far, so good. Still, I want to be sure that all players safely came back home, and then I will finally say, okay, now everything went fine and everything is over. So let's wait for this great moment. Yes, but at the moment I think it's good. The coverage was really, really intense, which I didn't even expect. So many people came to just newly created YouTube channel of VR Chess, and it's very, very important probably that we also gave this opportunity and shared the broadcast with basically all best chess channels. It's really important that Sagar Shah is here from ChessBase India. He made a really great job and in popularizing this event. He was also here in the studio, and he made many interviews. I think it helped also to get attention. We had many journalists, like I think more than 30 at least journalists visited the event. All German, basically chess journalists were here.
Stefan
Levon from Austria also, yes, and ChessBase, the Schach magazine. Everybody was here. It was really nice to see all and make new friends, and also Die Zeit journalist was here. So it's great that the coverage was really, that people understand that it's the strongest event in Germany right now, and also that probably that Düsseldorf becomes the new capital of chess in Germany, and we know that more events will be here, will be organized here. So everybody kind of felt the right moment to celebrate this together, to visit. Yes, it was nice. Yes, I really like the fact that we also had Peter Doggers here for a couple of days. Maria Emilianova now came from Chess.com, and it's really nice that some people even they change their ways now. Like yesterday, big company of Dutch grandmasters, Luc van Valley, and for they all on the way to Bundesliga, they decided to have a look what's going on here, and it was really nice. So people started to hear about this event. They decided to come and join. They heard some rumors that we had really nice VIP room where people gather in the evenings and they play some chess, and there is they watch the football, some football matches. So far it was really great, and I really appreciate that media was here and they covered the event so well, and really looking forward to future events. Yes, I hope that we will have more and more.
And
events.
also I wanted to say, for me, I felt that the cooperation of the players, their willingness to join the broadcast, to be interviewed, sometimes I understand them, so I don't really want to fault them, but sometimes they run away to their hotel rooms
Exactly.
and they blockade themselves and they study their computers. But in this tournament in particular, I felt that the players, if Sagara had said, "Can I interview you?" Yes, they stop and they agree. And I see a lot of chess fans. I see a lot of the players actually doing
signing
the selfies
autographs,
and signing.
exactly. It's
So,
also important that the organizer,
cooperation.
Vadim Rosenstein, is also such a big fan of chess. He really loves chess, and he came a few times here himself, and he
Right.
shares the passion. And
Yeah.
he really he was looking forward to organize a good, decent event with great conditions, and he
Right.
really tried his best. I mean, the fact that he is player himself also kind of makes this tournament special.
I was playing Blitz with him
He's
last
Grandmaster
night.
of Backhouse,
It
huh?
was pretty fun. It was pretty fun. And finally, just before we get ready for our first break, a quick question about today's commentary team.
Yes.
Lizzie has actually kind of lost her voice, so we
But she's recovering.
She's recovering.
Don't think that she'll not back. Her
Okay.
fans can still wait for her, but we'll have many guests. And today, Jan Gustafsson will come.
Right.
So fans of Jan, I'm sure they will be happy to see
Oh,
him. Stay
yeah,
with us. Yes.
Right.
Don't run. And I hope Sagar will join us also at certain point.
Well, yes, more interviews too.
Yes, because Yasser, it's gonna be a long day. You can see
Right,
now that
you
we
could-
have tie break, and who knows if Jan will manage to win this game. Then
Right.
we're gonna have a really long day here.
Exactly.
So looking forward for all the action.
Indeed we are, and we are going to take our first break of the day. I hope you're enjoying our championship coverage of round 9, the championship round. We are going to be featuring a tie break later in the day, and we're going to see you on the other side of the broadcast.
Prag, today you were playing against the World Championship finalist Nepo. In Tata Steel, you had defeated one of the finalists, Ding Lijian, and it was again the Italian. Did you start feeling a little positive as the opening went by?
No, after I got like c5 or bishop d7, let's say, from there itself, I think I'm starting to take over. And yeah, there I kind of memories of a game against Ding was coming, and it would have been nice to win. But okay, I'm also fortunate not to lose today.
Right. At some point, you played knight c6, which has been played before, but the main move is knight g6. Were you well prepared till that point?
Yeah, I knew knight c6. I didn't look at it today, but I looked at it for previous rounds. And I think this d5, knight e5, knight e5, d5 position is fine for black. But yeah, it's still a little pleasant for white. But then he went for this a5, bishop f1, and then also he went queen e2, b4. All of these moves were quite strange. And I think I got this bishop d7, c5. And there I think black is much better. At some point I played this move bishop d4, which was very bad. I almost played rook a c8, and I think I should have played it. Rook a c8, for some reason I thought bishop a3, bishop b5 takes, and some bishop b2 was coming. But I can just go knight d7 or something. His pawns are quite weak. And my bishop on a7 is my trump card. I went bishop d4 and we exchanged it, which was very bad. And after that I think he was fine, and then I started to make some inaccuracies here and there, and slowly I was just getting outplayed. Also I was a little low on time, and he also started to use that. And I was just fortunate to make move 40 without making a huge blunder or something.
And did he have any chances? You were analyzing f4, ef4, e5, right?
Yeah, there were a couple of chances, I think. One of them was instead of bishop c3, he could try f4. And yeah, we both were seeing e4 e4 e5 takes bishop e5 queen f5 rook d6 queen e5, but here I was not really liking it because of queen b1 check, king g8 rook d8 king f7 queen b7, and my king is just weak, and I don't think it's easy to play at all. And so I was planning to play queen c7 at the end, fe5 and some knight c4 or knight f7, but I wasn't sure. But yeah, I just went for bishop c3. I think f4 was also a try, and I think bishop c3 also is possible. Then I played this move knight c8, which is not great, but okay, I was just very low on time, and I played knight c8. Maybe you could have played slowly as well. Still, I had to sit and defend. But after queen f8 rook d6, I think at first I thought bishop b4 was just hopeless for me, but then I spotted that rook d5, e5, e4, d6, there's queen c1, and I'm saving there. And for rook d6, even rook b5, and then I got this nice trick with queen c1 at the end, knight e7, bishop b4, queen c1. But already the position there is, I think, equal.
Right. Okay, that was very interesting, Prag. And you've played 2 super tournaments back to back in Jan, Vaikanze, and this. In terms of the difference in between the events, what would you say? Do you feel? Do you think that this event is stronger in general, or do you think it's similar?
No, it's kind of similar. I think both events are very strong. In Vaik I started very well in the first half, but then kind of collapsed in the second half, which was not great. And here also I kind of started very badly. Maybe the Vaik thing was coming through, but then I'm happy at least I managed to stop the bleeding after the second round, and it's still, I think I could have scored more points. I had a good position against Duda, Anish, and even today I had some chances. So I'm getting chances, but I'm not making use of it.
This is all fantastic experience and would help you.
Yeah, definitely. There are a lot of positive things to take away from this event.
Fantastic. Well, Prag, all the best for your round tomorrow against Esipenko.
Yeah, thank you.
Gukesh, you had a draw against Duda today, and it was a very interesting game. At some point, you played your knight back to g1 in the Petrov, and I saw that there have been correspondence games that have been played here. So, and Duda was surprised because he thought for a long time. So, take us through the opening a bit.
I wasn't expecting this knight c6 variation, first of all. So I didn't really prepare any specific line, but I remembered that there was a Caruana game in this line where after b3, I think his opponent went g5 and knight d4. Instead of king b8 g5, knight d4 take, knight d4 cd4 d5 f4, and he won a nice game. I think it was in this position, but I'm not very sure. And I also saw that in the annotations, his point was king b8 knight g1, so I didn't know much anything else there. I just knew this idea exists and thought it'll be interesting. And it felt like I got a pleasant position. He played d5 on bishop e5, which looked a bit suspicious. I think the most critical was taking the pawn on d5, but
After f4.
Yeah, f4, bishop d6, bishop d5, but I saw a line which led to an endgame which I didn't really think would be sufficient to win.
Rook e8 and
Bishop c5. Queen e7, bishop c5, exactly. So that one I don't think was enough advantage for white. So I decided to keep the game interesting with knight f4. And take h4, h4, and then it was kind of hard for me to make progress because of the h3 pawn. So maybe I should have started with h4 instead of knight f4, but I was not sure of knight e7, g6. He'll get time to consolidate. So yeah, in the game I don't really think any of us got any serious chances.
When you went c4, do you think that instead of that you could have kept the tension with bishop e3 and continued that position?
Yeah, it was possible, but not sure how good my position is. I think it should be fine for black. Maybe slightly more pleasant with white. But actually, I mean, when I went c4, I thought d4 with the with them opening my bishop. I thought I should have something, but it was very hard to see. And yeah, I thought queen d3. I'll kind of get this structure, which is like maybe I'll have some tricks, but I think there wasn't anything really serious for me.
When the game was going on, you were looking a bit at Levon's game and coming back. Was it because you wanted to decide whether you should play ambitiously or play for a draw?
No, I wanted to play a normal game, regardless of their games. But in general, I just, I mean, of course, we both are leading, so I just kept an eye on that game. But it didn't really influence any decisions that I made.
Would you say that you are playing some of the best chess of your career, or how do you look at the 8 rounds you have played?
I've surely been playing good chess, but not sure if I can call it my best chess, because okay, with Olympiad I've already set my standards quite high. So it's I'm playing good chess, but I can't say I'm playing my absolute best. Yeah.
And tomorrow you're facing Levon in the, what could be said, the face-off. Also, if the game ends in a draw, there will be a sort of a tie break and so on. So how do you take this game for tomorrow?
It'll be an interesting game. Levon is a great player, and yeah, we'll play a chess game and see what happens.
Would you talk to your friend Arjun, because you know Arjun Aronian have a big rivalry?
Now that you say, maybe. No, I don't know. I think I'll just treat it as a normal game. Yeah, it'll be an interesting game for sure.
Thank you so much, Gukesh, and good luck for tomorrow.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the WR Chess Masters. I'm delighted to be sitting next to Grandmaster Jan Gustafsson. Jan, welcome to the studio.
Thanks for having me. I'm excited.
I'm telling you, dude, you've been around, and seeing you. You're here as a trainer for Anish Giri, and but you're also celebrated. Sorry, you're not going to like this. As actually one of the most enjoyable commentators in the world. You've got a big fan.
Coming from you. That means a lot. Likewise.
No, you got a big fan sitting right next to you. Next to you. Tell me, how did you like Dusseldorf? How did you like the event?
I think the event has been great. I mean, what's not to like? This hotel is beautiful. There's for our daily walks, because chess players like to walk. There's the Rhine right there. We can walk on the river and back.
I know.
Food is great. There's also, if you want a distraction, there's plenty of restaurants outside.
Yeah.
And I've never been to Düsseldorf. It actually seems like a nice city. I mean, I was surprised. Shout out to Düsseldorf. So
right.
Can't complain.
Everything right down the wire, and I also felt that the conditions kind of brought out the best in the players, in the sense that the games have been really good. They've been hard-fought games. Your quick impression of the early draw between our two tournament leaders. Of course, everybody sitting down, with their pom-poms. Let's see the game of the century. Didn't happen.
Yeah, I think that's to be expected. I talked about it with Anish before the round, and we thought, it's going to be a quick draw. Like they will want to lock up the shared first, the chance for tie break. Also, I guess the money's better. I haven't checked, but it's normally, and that's probably a consideration as well.
Right.
And there's also the thing, what do you call it, the fear of sudden death. Like this, they still have a chance to fight for first in the tie break. Even if it doesn't improve your chances, you still want to give yourself another chance and not gamble at all here.
Well, also from this perspective, let's take the case of Gukesh, for example. He's played a really marvelous event.
Sure.
He's +2, undefeated. Comes into the last round tied for first, he loses. Now he feels like it was a failure, disappointed. Now, he comes in the last round, makes a draw, goes into tiebreak, loses. That's a different matter altogether. I played undefeated in the tournament. I lost a blitz playoff. Let's not talk about it too much. But I gained 12 rating points. I'm number 2 in India behind Vidit, thanks to a really good
Vidit's
result.
Still going strong.
Vishy
is in the mix.
But from Gukesh's perspective, don't want to spoil a tournament. Levon was shaky these last 2 rounds. Oof, he's kind of lucky to fall into first place, like passing the finish line, not with, arms well raised, but almost like on knees. He got there.
No, I think it's also usually it's white's corner if you want to try to make it a game, or if you want to play it safe in the last round. In this final position, I've seen plenty. It's a typical German Bundesliga Sunday morning round position. So I've seen this one a lot. And as you said, they are both coming from Wijk aan Zee, where Gukesh, he had a decent finish, but he started with 1.5 out of 7, so he had a rough first outing in his first super tournament.
Exactly.
Levon lost the last round, finished on 50%, also left with a bad taste in his mouth.
Yeah.
So they'll both be happy to have played a good tournament here.
Right.
And with Levon, he was sitting on +3, and then it got really shaky. He lost this tough game to Nepomniachtchi. So I think it is what it is. Of course, I understand it's you're expecting this big fight for first, and it can be disappointing to watch, but from the player's perspective, that's what you get in these situations.
Exactly. Now I'm going to put you under the, microscope might be, but I'll ask you to speak for Anish. Anish, he had been fighting for, I'm going to say 2 decades to win the Wijk aan Zee,
right?
And just
or any super tournament, the haters would say.
Literally, when it was least expected.
Was
so
it?
Well, Nodirbek played such a great tournament. You kind of expected him to continue, not necessarily to lose with white against Jordy in the last round. Anish came in with great expectations. How is he feeling?
No, obviously the tournament has been a disappointment result-wise. He's on -1. He made 7 draws, hasn't won a game, and lost this 1 game to Levon. So, it's not good, and it wasn't.
But on the other hand, he was pressing in number. He could have easily won that game with Gukesh, for example. That ending, I thought he was pressing for quite some time, and a little bit, half a point here or there, and it might have been a completely different story. Huh?
No, it's often small margins, and he had good positions. Not just the game against Gukesh, but against Esipenko. It was just a you clean pawn up against Nepomniachtchi was pressing. But also often if you don't score the goals, like in the first 4 games, I think you had chances in pretty much all of them. And they all ended in draws. Then at some point they score on you. So it hasn't gone well. It's, of course, disappointing after this high of winning Vaikanze. But yeah, what can you do?
Today was a very confusing game. It actually was, it's a reverse French, pawn down, but it started as a exchange Slav actually. And
well, it's not really an exchange Slav. No, we start a bit earlier after knight c3, e3.
Yes.
That move order is usually used by white if they want to avoid, let's say, knight f3, dc4, the classical Slav, and typically black instead of bishop f5 goes pawn to e6.
Right.
When you get this, what do you call this? The Maran, knight f3, knight bd7.
Yes, bishop
queen
d3.
c2, bishop d3 or whatever, or bishop e2.
Yep.
But you can try to bring the bishop out anyway, which has a, I guess, slightly dodgy reputation because white has a very direct attempt to now take and go queen b3.
Exactly.
Well, if you want to keep your pawn, you have to go bishop back to c8.
I think Capablanca did play bishop to c8, actually, in one of his games. Yes.
Of course, without telling any tales out of school, this didn't come
as a
unexpected.
Surprise.
And it is possible to give this pawn, which leads to very sharp positions. Black just,
gets a lot of tempi.
Gets a lot of tempi, some initiative. But white has a very solid structure, so it's not like black is better or pressing or anything, but it's an interesting line.
Okay.
And let's see how it went.
Yeah, absolutely. It reminded me of quite a number of my own French defense games, as I was borrowing ideas back and forth and showing to Anastasia various ways.
Yeah, knight f3 already is an interesting moment, because if memory serves, it does serve, d5 is the main move here, knight e5, and they play bishop e2 or knight e2.
Okay.
So knight f3 really is, and here play is a little more forcing because the position is more open.
Right.
So knight f3 in a way is the most ambitious approach, because white tries to keep his pawn and allows black to gain all this space.
Right.
With
e4.
With e4.
Yeah, let me just...
I think you go bishop d6 first to stop knight e5 probably.
Right, which is what I think he did.
Yeah.
And now you could take and transpose, right?
Yeah, then
take
you
on
get
e5 and bishop e2 would transpose into the line.
But he allowed this, knight d2. And yeah, this is a very tough judgment call. I like pawns. I think you like pawns as well.
Do.
So it's rough to have fewer of them. But the white pieces aren't very pretty, and black has his typical play with rook h6, h4, rook g6, and so on.
Right.
So it's a very double-edged position, and they're both on -1, right? They're both probably not playing for first, so they're welcoming a fight with like some chances.
Exactly. And the game continued a3. Kind of a prelude maybe to b4, maybe to queen
hinting
c2.
at b4. I'm not sure about a5. It's a tough decision as well. Weakening that b5 square, stopping b4.
Right.
But let's see what happened.
h3.
h3 and knight e7. I was also curious about this. Rook h6.
So the question is, where are you really going with the rook, though? Right?
Like well, g6. No, see.
Yeah,
see what white does.
Sure. So rook h6. I'll play as if Duda knows what he's doing. I'm going to go for the c5 square. So rook to g6.
We go rook g6.
And here, instead of...
I know what's coming. You'll go bishop f1. You like it.
Yeah, I know. But instead of reaching for my g3 pawn, did you want to put your pawn on h4?
I'm not sure. Can you go g3? It looks
That's
risky.
My question.
I mean, if this is a problem, then I can start with h4 and then go rook g6. But
I wondered if it was a move order... Because I know what you mean when you said h5, h4, rook h6, rook g6. You just, unless you're going to do sacrifices, or unless you're going to go h5,
can
g4.
You go like queen c8 maybe? Try to hint at
no
that
question.
pawn.
And in this case, okay.
You're really asking for it. Can I go rook g3? I'm getting some ideas.
Rook g3?
No, it doesn't work. King d2, it's a bit much.
King d2 and run for the hills. But yeah, okay.
No, I'm not sure. Even some quieter move there, bishop g4. I would think black has played there, but
let's go back
didn't like
here. Queen c8. I could have played, as you said, bishop f1, but just to finish a perfectly reasonable jump. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm not sure what this is. Queen f5. Something that feels to me like.
You think that this could be some real, really something to be scared about? No.
Yeah.
I'm
not scared.
Still not feeling it. You know, I hate these silicon cold. They, you know, like I tell them, be careful, I have a dangerous attack. They go, no, you don't.
Yeah, could very well be.
I mean, it's so disconcerting. You know, they're cold, unblinking, you know, red eye, and I'm like, okay, I don't know. Didn't happen.
No, he went knight to e7.
Yeah, knight to e7, knight to b3, queen to b6, kind of forcing the action here.
My theory is, I'm not sure if this holds any water, that Anish also likes pawns. And he saw with if he goes a5, he's stopping this plan, and he's more or less forcing white to return the pawn. I think that was his move. I have to admit, I cheated with the computer. After bishop takes c5, I think white had knight to a4 here.
And that was my main move,
yeah.
actually, yeah. And I was thinking that you basically have to play bishop b4 check now.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I think so too. Because takes didn't look very nice.
And then I was thinking that somehow white would actually be for choice because he's ended up going to castle, and I mean it's not that easy for black.
No, I agree. Position. I was a bit concerned about this. I'm not sure. Maybe you can take on a4 and
yes.
Just say okay. Aren't that many pawns left? We take b2.
Yes. And let's say we both castle and get out of dodge.
Something like that.
Okay, come on. Yes. Somehow we get something like this. I don't know.
No, I guess you take white, but you could argue that black is solid enough. No, h4, knight g6.
Yeah. I feel the same way too. I really do. Okay, none of that really happened because what we got instead was a different approach by Duda. Not bad. I mean, if you give white knight b5, bishop to d2, if that bishop ever gets to c3, I mean, life is
strategically, we can make all your moves. You're just winning. Knight b5, bishop to c3. So
exactly.
Just to make something happen.
Knight b5, bishop takes b5, and we're up to date. I'm assuming ab. Somehow, I like the idea of just being, ambidextrous, reaching for the pawn on h5 while protecting the pawn on b5. Maybe on a good day I can slurp this pawn on b5 off the board. Knee-jerk reaction after the opening? White's for choice, black for choice, or it's
he needs to do
specific.
something. No, I mean, if you wait, it looks very specific. If you wait for bishop d2, short castles, you're in trouble. So we need some something direct, and I'm trying to figure out what it is.
Knight f5, d4, rook d8, d4.
Knight f5, d4, queen b4 check. You go.
Queen b4 check.
I don't know if that's a
move. I hadn't considered that one.
Not sure it does anything. Even queen d2.
Exactly. Maybe queen d2 is a good turn.
Black needs to do something quickly. Looks a bit concerning.
Okay.
Rook f8, queen c2 maybe. But no, knight f5 and d4. Your moves look normal.
Kinda. Anish, we have these beautiful pictures of the playing hall. A little bit of concern though. Showing some concern.
How's this position? d4 now?
Yep. And if we do try to grab a pawn.
Yeah, I think he played knight f5.
Yeah, it looks like beautiful bird's eye view there. There's definitely something sitting on f5.
Do you spot queen c1? I'm just asking.
I did not see it. No.
Probably you have queen d4.
Yeah, lucky thing.
But this looks like black is active enough somehow. No, rook f8, bishop e3, queen b4 or something. It looks like it's active enough.
Yeah, now it does look. Looks actually just quite reasonable.
Might fizzle out somehow. Yeah, I don't know. Rook a2. I know we have knight f3 check.
Knight f3 check is just to remind. If I have to play bishop d4 and queen a1, I'm not a happy camper. Not that I'm.
No, so bishop d4. I'll take your rook. Yeah,
oh, excuse me. No. In that case, I'll have to go backwards.
Duda doesn't look thrilled.
He doesn't look thrilled. Knight f5.
Being not fully impartial, I like.
Now, let's talk about your career. So you've actually been doing some work with Anish as a trainer, and you've certainly done work with many other top grandmasters as well. How do you like it?
It's it's a mixed bag. What I like is, I'm not sure how active you are as a player, but I'm an old man, so I don't play much chess anymore.
I'm not active at all.
And I do enjoy doing the commentary and whatever we do in this crazy chess world. But
because you're so good at it, too.
Thank you. But you feel closer to top chess if you're actually involved in the opening prep, and you have to think about what people can do and so on. So I like that. Not being a player myself, it sort of keeps me more in touch.
Yes.
With the game. Like, as for the experience, of course, you suffer if the boss doesn't do well, and you're having a great time if he does well. So that's the thing. And there's a lot of alone time in hotel rooms, but we're used to that as chess players. So overall, I like it. I'm not sure I want to do it like every day of my life, but having as one of the things I do, I find it very nice.
Do you get in those situations where your principal, if you will, says, "Oh my gosh, I'm really having this problem in Slav. Please,
can you read 000? That's what we do.
Yeah. And do you ever have those late night things where you're getting really deeper and deeper, and you look at your clock and it's 4 o'clock in the morning? You go, "Oh, I'm just going to send him the file at this point." It is go to bed.
Honestly, rarely. It used to be like that in the old days when computers were weaker. Then you have this problem with black, and you're just sitting there at night trying to fix it.
Yes.
But now that computers are so strong, and that I'm too old for all-nighters, it's become easier to fix problems. So it's become a lot more about what playing field do we want, and where can we maybe surprise them, where can we be surprised, what thing is there to be fixed. But the work itself, because you can trust computers, and we have these remote engines that are very fast, it's become a lot faster. So often, to solve a particular problem, you don't need a couple hours, but often, frankly,
So give our viewers an insight to what it's like coming to a super tournament like this, working, more or less day and night, 24 hours with the principal. Walking.
You haven't been to the VIP room much.
You haven't been to the VIP room. Well, we'll see it tonight then, in that case.
For sure.
A lot of chess, at the board, the players have been working pretty hard. Off the board, is Anish working hard, or does he have the perspective that I had, which was work before the tournament, not during the tournament?
I think it's both, but he's a hard worker, and he also enjoys opening theory, and it's one of his big strengths.
Yeah,
but I can tell you, I don't think it's a big secret. We have a fairly fixed daily routine. We go for breakfast at 9:40, 9:50.
Right.
We're done at 10:20, whatever.
Then we walk on the Rhine.
No, first we go back to the room. We repeat some lines if I did something at night or in the morning. But not that long, like an hour and a half.
Okay.
Then we go for a little walk. Then we go for lunch. Then it's around 12:30. Then Anish goes to chill a bit, and I'm free basically. Then when he finishes his game, which can be whenever, but let's say it's 6 on average.
Right.
We do some more walking. We go for dinner.
Discuss the game?
Yeah, discuss the game, discuss the next opponent. Sometimes I did something during the round and I have some ideas. Normally not, but it's a theoretical possibility.
It's been known to happen.
Yeah, it could theoretically happen.
Yes.
So you're done with this whenever at 9 or something, and then we go back to work. We work till, depends, but let's say 11 p.m., midnight, and then sometimes there are some tasks open, and depending how sleepy I am and how badly I want to play Backhouse in the VIP room, I either get to these tasks and Anish can relax a bit or goes to sleep, or I just set my alarm for whatever time you need, like 7, 8 in the morning, and I do some stuff. So
a full day, though. I mean, your mind is in chess. You're watching the game. You're thinking about the openings to be, the openings to come, if you will, and you also keep an eye on what the other players have been playing. What suddenly becomes very topical in the tournament, and the next thing you know, like for example, in this tournament, I'm seeing quite a number of Russian defenses, and it's just sort of like the Petrov, springs in and out of fashion as its wont. But you have to monitor all of the
to some extent you compare it with what we have, what we know, and also you think about, of course, does this look a little shady, or is this a spot where you can go later?
Right.
But overall, yeah, no, it's fairly civilized. I sleep at night, and you're free-ish during the game, so yeah, really can't complain. But as you mentioned, there's also a lot of work, mainly by Anish himself, happening between tournaments, so it's not like, okay, tomorrow we play the Slav, we need to prepare 50 lines. It's more like, what's there, what could he do, and where do we need to go deeper and so on.
Exactly. And then, what is going on here? One of the problems, well, not just for me, but I think for everybody, is when I see positions like this, I think to myself, when has the theory stopped? It's sort of like, and then I'm never, ever surprised when I'm told, 3 moves from now, novelty. Right. Because I don't know this position, and I don't know if you are
I've never seen it either, but I get confused with the move orders here. The bishop d6, of course, is one of the main lines of the Petrov, also what
Nepo has been playing.
Nepomniachtchi has been playing, and Caruana has also been playing in
as well.
So I've had 2 World Championship matches I was working for Magnus, where this position was a topic, so I should know something, but as a second, you delete that quote-unquote knowledge.
Jan knows everything, tells and shares little.
What I do recall, and that's why I'm a bit confused, one of the main lines here is Queen c2, and they go knight a6, a3, bishop g4, knight e5.
Yes.
And now you can take this, what they used to do, de. I think knight c5, and it gets very, very sharp.
Exactly.
But in the game they included rook e1, rook e8, which changes things a little bit.
Sorry. If you press that little button there in the middle, that clears your arrows whenever you want to clear those.
But I like the arrows.
Oh, you like the arrows, yeah. Well, for one variation and to the next. So the conclusion of rook e1 and rook e8, this little nuance could change.
There's still theory here, but
I'm sure.
I'm not sure how this goes. Here was bishop f5 a move as well. No, I'm just guessing. Honestly, I don't know this position. Knight c5.
Okay.
Let's see what happened.
Takes.
Looks fine for black if he's not dropping any pieces, no?
That's the good news.
So rook e4, you go rook d5, or what's the point?
Rook e4, bishop f5, and then rook d5? I don't know.
Also possible.
Might want to just include that, make that inclusion. But rook e4, rook d5, let's say, is... Well, I could go queen f1 in that case. That's the problem I'm having, right? Rook d4, rook d5, queen f1, and...
It's a piece.
I think you have to include bishop f5 after all. Yes. And now something like knight c3, bishop c3, knight c3, rook d5, and queen f1 will be met by rook d1, yeah?
Yeah, knight c3, also cd5 directly. No, you're still pinned.
Also.
Yeah, probably fine. I guess Andrey knows what he's doing here, yeah? So what was the game? He went queen d4, queen f6. This happened? Yep.
Queen f6. So now I'm a little confused. So if I go rook takes e5, help me out. I guess
rook e4, rook d5. Yeah,
rook
you're
d5
going for
is the same.
Back rank.
What
Trickery?
Sorry. It's like one of those things where all I have to do is be able to cover this square.
Yeah.
But you do have ridiculous
a5 point, queen e1. Rook d1 then?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Like accidental bishop on g4.
That's pretty if it works.
That's weird. And again, we are collectively struggling because these very, very sharp, incredibly well-prepared players are looking at tactics that the computer has shown them, and we're discovering it for ourselves. 18 moves, time control, hour.
Well, Prag's thinking is clearly out of book. Maybe Andrey is as well by now, but it looks like the opening was a success for black now, if there's no direct trickery.
Well, exactly. And the move knight
92
d2 is
that's
kind
a
of an
bailout, no? Or maybe not.
kind of an indication that there's no, as you say, immediate treachery going on.
Still
here.
sharp though. What do we do? Like
Still
CD5,
sharp.
there's F3. It's such a mess.
No, funnily enough, I
F3,
didn't
queen
want to play
H4.
CD5. What did I want to do, though? C5 ridiculous, or is that
Rook A E8. Is that
rook a e8?
stupid?
Knight takes, rook takes. queen takes?
No, just rook takes. Sorry.
Sorry,
I'm hanging all the
rook takes.
pieces. I thought queen d4, but rook e8 is a bit of a
Disappointment. Yeah, the cooler. Knight d2 on the board. Yes. Okay.
So c5, you're saying?
So as we let this position seep into our consciousness, more talk, more questions for you about your commentary. First of all, I mean, once again, your commentary is enjoyed by, I want to say, millions of people all over
Tens
the world.
of viewers. Yeah.
Tens of viewers. I mean, including many family members.
Yeah.
But,
no choice.
You do enjoy commentary, and you like. What are your favorite events?
Very hard to say. As for the commentary, you
Side
know how
of
it is.
things.
Often it depends on the flow, on the games of the
And
day.
the
So
p-
sometimes
and
I can
the
think
players,
this
yeah.
this day was so much fun, and then
Oh,
same
it's
tournament next
crazy.
day. Okay, well that was boring. Or,
Yeah.
I didn't say anything sensible. So it's very hard to say. For me, I'm old school. I think World Championship matches are still
Oh, please, for me,
still the
same.
peak of chess. Like I mean,
Exactly. I live for those moments, and I do apologize to all of those people who just love the World Championship in Blitz and Rapid,
which is a fun event to
which is a
commentate
fun
on.
event to watch and commentate on and stuff like that. But, you know, there's something very cerebral, very special about I mean, I found the tournament in Madrid to be absolutely fascinating.
so thrilling.
You know, like all the games. I mean, just, and the results, and Dinglerin coming from the basement, you know, to return.
And the storylines, like Fabi looking invincible the first half and then
Right.
collapsing, Ding being there without a second all by himself. Like I mean,
Right.
it's
And Ali Reza kind of
Reza
going
playing bullet overnight.
I love it.
No, it's good stuff.
The
for sure.
stories galore. You know my favorite, of course, is like, yeah, I assume you have it as well. This unwritten code of conduct amongst commentators. So I was furious with Danya Nodirbek and with
What did he do?
Judith
What did he
Polgar.
do? All right.
Yeah, because in my view, they violated the code of conduct as written, you know, first article of chess commentary. And that is, of course, thou shalt not beat the shit out of the players during the tournament. In other words,
interesting.
In other words, if you as a commentator were seen just destroying Levon and Blitz, it sows confusion in the mind of the viewers. The viewer says, well,
So you mean
really?
literally over the chessboard, not like you can't
Yeah.
talk trash during the commentary, but you
No,
shouldn't beat them in
beat
chess
them in
games
chess
during the
games
event.
during the event.
Got it.
Because then the viewers are confused. They say, well, gee, Gusti, if you can beat these guys,
That's
why
what
aren't
makes
you
us
playing?
great commentators. We're really, really good at sticking to that first rule.
Except Danya played with Ali Reza, 130 game
Yeah, and he
Blitz
won,
match
right?
and won. And then Judith Polgar, the official commentator, what does she do during her off day? She takes a walk in the park and beats Magnus.
Just happened to be that. Like, you
Was she
walk in the
thinking
park,
about the
boom,
audience?
a casual game with the world champion.
Was she thinking about her audience?
I
and
think she
saving
was.
those?
I think she was.
So I talked to them both, and
Nice.
they promised to behave themselves in future events. And I felt, why? Why do I say this? Because of myself, of course. There was a senior U.S. championship coming up, and all the audiences are saying, well, why aren't you playing, Yasser? Why aren't you playing? You can see
You're
what
way too young,
Danya and
no?
Judith what Danya and Judith are doing. I felt vulnerable. I felt I was almost forced to go to the chessboard and play. So anyway, these things I think are kind of sacred. Don't beat the players during the tournament. After the tournament, it's
actually,
hunting season is permitted.
For sure. I thought you were being serious because it's something I struggle with. Like here, I can see you doing the commentary unplugged, but sometimes you have some computer assistants or the chat tells you what's going on. You got a bar, or people tell you the moves, and then you can pretend to be very smart as a commentator. And sometimes you feel like such an imposter because all these players are so fantastically strong and so much stronger than me. You're sitting there, okay, mistake, he could have moved the piece there, which of course is a problem for anyone watching chess nowadays, that we feel so smart looking at the computer lines, and if you hear the players what they're actually talking about or thinking about, you start to register like how complicated this game is if you don't have the computer running. And I fall victim to that sometimes, that you're sitting there and saying, okay, these guys are blundering, or they can't remember what's in the database, which I just checked, and so on. So you have to remind yourself how tough this game actually is once in a while. But
exactly.
I think, it's tricky because, of course, you're trying to explain what's happening in the game and where the mistakes are. But I think it's important to keep remembering how good these guys are and how difficult it is. And it's a tricky battle.
I want to ask you about, near misses is not the bad misses. One of the worst moments ever happened to me as a trainer second was with Viktor knowing the World Championship in 1981 in Murano.
Oh, I heard that was a fun match.
Yeah, Anatoly fell right into one of our absolutely prized novelty ideas, and he's toast. He's just toast. And Viktor just has to spring our surprise, go talk, and it's a point in the bank.
Right.
Viktor goes into a 60-minute thing, so plays another move. So Michael Steen and I looked at each other in the hall, shook our heads, scratched our hair, went back to our room, and double-checked that our knowledge, like at the board, did Viktor refute what we had prepared? And then Viktor made a draw, spoiling our prep. And we said, well, Viktor, why didn't you play this? He said, I forgot. Have you had that experience as a trainer?
Also, it goes both ways. Sometimes you think, but it's in the file. The idiot can't remember every single thing we put in the file.
Right.
Or it goes the other way. You have some move over the board and you're panicking. You switch on your computer. Is this actually in the file, or did I forget to put this in? This looks like the most normal move in the world. So there's this constant panic. Like with Anish, I have to say, he has an excellent memory. The game doesn't always end the way I want it to end, of course. So you think, but come on, you had a good position. Why didn't you win it? But overall, in that area, he's so good that normally it's me asking myself, why did I look at this move?
Okay, very, very, very nice. I like it. Let's just see Anish once more. And yes, well, he went directly, and instead of taking on a5, I assume Duda played a much better move.
C1 looks much more sensible,
than anything else.
It looks equal to me.
It does.
I'm not sure where the queen goes, but
where does the queen belong? Because it just depends on where this dark squared bishop is going to show up on, right? Like what diagonal. Like going backwards to, for example, to b6 or a7, you're kind of encouraging bishop e3. Is how good or bad is that?
No, queen f5 is sort of
that's on your radar.
Laughing at me. Just so to get off these dark squares.
Yes, that's what I was thinking too. How do you want to get off these? And by the way, knight takes e2 followed by queen takes b5 is going to solve just about every problem in the world, right?
Yeah. No, it looks like black is fairly safe and white should be a little careful not to end up a pawn down. No, I'm not sure if white has time to take on a5 here. Or
I just wanted to test you. If you take on b5, I take on f6. I'm pretty draw.
Is it that easy? Queen b5? How do you do it?
Let's take a look. Well, easy or not, I'm not...
GF, let's say.
Yeah, I'm not a big advocate either. I mean, rook c2...
No, I'm not saying it's lost, but here we play, no? We have an extra pawn.
Why not? Why not? No, this is not... Well, okay. Queen f5. very...
I was thinking about the most primitive move, bishop takes a5, and I was wondering if there are any tricks, but I don't really see them. Rook d8.
Oh, rook d8. You could just take it.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was trying to avoid getting in a situation where knight f3 was a threat, but bishop takes a5 does address that. And then if you are forced to go into something like this...
Yeah, that should be a draw. No, queen b5 for rook b5, but no white is safe. Yeah.
Everybody's safe. Everybody's happy.
B5 safe.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess that's
Fair.
a likely scenario.
Fair. Back to Jan. Jan, talk to me about his event. He's obviously... in a few weeks, a month or so, going to be playing for the World Championship.
I heard.
He started with 6 draws. Not a Nepo event. I can't even remember him having 6 draws. I remember him having 6 wins in a row. I remember at an Olympiad where he started with 6 wins in a row, played Wesley so with the white pieces, and Wesley stopped his winning streak. But 6 draws in a row? Yeah.
Against Magnus, how many draws did they have at the start? Maybe it was 5, yeah? Magnus won round 6, yeah. No, but it's always
the marathon game he lost. We remember we started that marathon game from a very good position, and he could have been a pawn up and just kind of like nursing.
That was a roller coaster. We were sitting in Thailand. It was late at night, but in that game we stayed up for like way too late because you're supposed to sleep as a second and then get your stuff done. But it was hard not to watch that game.
Right.
But yeah, as for his event, I think it's hard to read too much into these events players have right before World Championship matches, because there's the usual consideration. What do you want? What openings do you want to show? What don't you want to show? Do you want to try to get practice with the time control, or do you want to maximize your result?
Yeah.
We've seen Ding do terribly in Vike, also struggling with his playing. I guess some openings he doesn't play that often to become more flexible or keep Jan guessing, whatever. So it's always a bit weird for the players, but I think history has shown us there's not that much to read into. I recall Vichy. He had this horrible tournament in Bilbao, and then he went on to destroy Kramnik right after in 2008. And Fabi had some rough Vike ones, and then played excellently in the World Championship match. So I think it's a strange spot for the players, and considering that Jan has been doing sort of all right, no, he got some games, got some practice with the time control, and won this game against Levon. He's on +1, which is not a bad score, as Anish is second. I very much know
that game will go down in infamy as the perpetual game.
That was some beautiful messing with Levon's mind. Yeah, all these twofold repetitions. That was a masterpiece.
I think that's what happened. Levon somehow his mind got lost.
It was really nasty.
Perpetual time control. Time control is a very obviously it's the time control used in the World Championship match and the candidates tournament itself, but a rare guest in top level chess. Nowadays it's sort of like everybody is playing game in 90 with 30 seconds. 30 seconds dominates as an increment in classical chess. Anish's take on the time control as well as your own. Do you like the time control? Would you like it to be a universal standard across the spectrum, or do you think it's too slow?
First of all, I like not having the 30 seconds per move from move 1. I never understood it because it's 90 minutes plus 30 seconds per move. It's the exact same time. It's 2 hours for 40 moves.
Right.
But you don't allow players to get into ridiculous time trouble. They can't have 10 seconds for
12 moves.
12 moves, whatever, on move 30, which is one of the great pleasures of chess, to watch someone to see if they can make it. And why have this parental control installed? If someone wants to be really irresponsible with their time, they have the same time. Let them do it. So I always thought it makes sense also to have the increment later, because you don't want some rook endgame, someone losing on time because there's no time left. So I'm a fan of having it after move 40 or after move 60.
Okay.
And then, it depends how long you want games to go. Like, I'm good either way with, 2 hours for 40 moves and then, let's say, half an hour plus 30 seconds for the rest of the game. I think that's fine. Yeah. Or here you have this 2 extra hours with the... what is it, 1 hour to move 60, and then you have the thing.
15 minutes.
Yeah. I think it's fine either way, but I like the format that you have, a real time control without the 30 seconds per move on move 40. And after that, depends how long you want the game to go. think for the players, they're good with anything, but of course it's tricky for them if it changes every tournament.
Every tournament, yeah.
I think that's usually the main complaint, but...
Yeah, because then you will have a tournament that qualifies you for the cycle, like a World Cup, which is a completely different time control, or a FIDE Swiss, which again will feature a different time control. So I think for the players, that's the big annoyance, is like, they go from tournament to tournament, and the first thing they do in round one is ask the arbiter, what's the time control? It's not exactly...
No, so let's settle this once and for all. From now on, the time control should always be 2 hours for 40 moves, and then half an hour plus 30 seconds for the rest of the game.
Agreed.
As a lazy commentator, that makes it 5-hour days.
That's it. We're in agreement, lockstep agreement. And across the spectrum of FIDE Opens, World Cups, World Championship matches, and candidates, we've settled.
Even World Blitz we play with.
It's all been settled.
What's the position?
This is the position. Vincent versus Nepo. We understand it's do or die. You got to win or bust. You're going to be third place.
Jan needs to win to share first. Yeah?
And how do you like his chances?
Some chances, maybe not. It should be equal, but 2 weakish pawns and like a stabilized.
Right. I mean, it's not the worst position that you need to a victory from. I mean, you can see the contours on how it could become doable. As you just were about to mention 2 pawns. Go ahead, break it down further.
No, I would think white is still active enough. His pieces are good enough that white should hold the balance here. Maybe you swap down. I'm not sure if you can go 93.
Well, that's like the key question, right? 93.
Yeah.
And you're saying active pieces. The rook on e4 looks kind of fine. It's ready to go to e7, defends d4. Is black interested in trading queens? Not in this case, because e7
you
is
can't do
weak.
it because queen before you take and rook e7, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. Not in this case. But in principle, would it be behoove? Would you be seeking to trade queens as black?
So if we cover e7, we're happy with an exchange of queens here. We just can't do it directly.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks to me like white should be active enough. The black king is also a little shaky. I mean, if we're threatening bishop d5, let's say, if we want to equalize now.
Mm-hmm.
Or knight d5 first, maybe, not to trap our rook. And bishop d5, bishop d5, queen d5, there's rook e7.
Yeah.
So now I guess he's still solid enough.
So if we play a move like just to defend the square e7.
But even this position can be better if I just go knight d5.
Bishop d5.
Let's say bishop takes, extra
Queen
primitive.
takes and queen
e2 or queen. I'm not sure if I can.
So some business squares to cover here, probably with the king, no?
Yeah. Just feels like the king is a little too open to play for a win. No, king f7, rook e8, or just a4 or some move like that. I find it hard to believe.
Some vulnerability, I must say. These major piece endings.
Let's have a look at Jan. Cool, calm, and collected. Yeah, he doesn't look excited, but not worried.
And of course, everybody in the audience has, queen e1, no knight e3, queen
very
e1.
subtle.
That's it strikes me as a peculiar move. Gusti, we have an audience. Some of them actually wager money.
Wow.
Who's going to win the World Championship match? I mean, you want to give them good advices, you know.
We should maybe add the disclaimer. This is not financial advice.
The way you said that had me chuckling. You know, my legal counsel has advised me to tell you that you can't hold me liable, but
I'm not a medical doctor.
Right.
No, I'm not sure. I used to think it's very even. I think Ding's ceiling as a player, I'm a big Ding fan, could be slightly higher than Nepomniachtchi's. But Nepomniachtchi, I think his infrastructure is better. He has the team in place. He's played the World Championship match. He's had
Been
two
there, done
candidates that he's won with the team. They're
Right.
used to each other. They have the experience from the Magnus match. And he's done a ton of opening work, which you could argue, or I'm not sure if that's fair,
Will
that it
carry
was a
him
bit
well.
of a weakness before this all started. Now it's clearly a strength. Like try to
Yes.
touch him in the Petrov or whatever he chooses to do.
Yeah.
So I have a feeling also maybe because Ding did so poorly in Vike that currently I'm leaning a little towards Nepomniachtchi.
Okay.
But I love Ding's just chess strength
Yeah.
so much that I would never write him off. And one thing I was curious about, which Jan has a tendency, of course it doesn't always happen, but if he loses a game, we've seen in the match
Yes,
that it
he's
can
fragile.
it can affect him. It also has
Yes.
happened in tournaments. While with Ding, if he loses a game, I think he just keeps going. And of course,
The candidates being the case in point
Yeah.
that he can recover from a victory, recover from a defeat in a way that, watching him come back in the second half was just,
Right.
in Madrid was just
yeah,
remarkable.
even the one before that, where he started with -2 or something and
Yeah.
ended on 50%.
Right.
Which is not a big factor because it's so hard to win a game in the first place. But I feel that could slightly improve Ding's chances. That I think if he gets the lead, it helps him more than if Nepomniachtchi gets the lead.
Right.
But yeah,
So
I don't know
at
who
the
you got.
moment, you're just saying just the momentum as is makes you tend to favor Jan, but it's just
Little bit,
so
yeah.
close.
Also, I'm very curious. I have no info on this, and I guess no one has. How Ding's team will look, because I see him going alone everywhere. He was alone in
Correct.
Vike. He didn't even have anybody to keep him company or go for dinners. He
Which
went
is
alone to the candidates in
crazy.
Madrid, and then for World Championship match. Normally, people have like teams of
Oh,
5 helpers,
yeah.
and Magnus he has his cook and masseur and hype man, and I'm not sure.
Maybe
so
even a driver or
Yeah.
bodyguard or gosh knows what else. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm not sure if Ding will be able to put that together. I also have no clue how things are currently looking in the Chinese Chess Federation, how much support there
either,
is, and
yeah.
with the travel restrictions and so on. So, no,
It
Ding
is
is tremendously
confusing.
strong, but I'm a little worried if he will have
The
enough support for him to-
infrastructure. You
Yeah.
described it very well, because I do believe very, very strongly in the idea that you play in the World Championship match, forget the Hollywood version of the lone wolf, and you're
Yeah,
taking
yes.
on the whole Soviet system by yourself. No. You're
Even
coming.
the Queen's Gambit, they called the cavalry, no? And
Yeah,
these boys were
exactly.
sitting there like looking at some moves. And,
Yeah, even Beth Harmon need a
Yeah.
little help at the end there, you know. But you're right. It is a little confusing for us in the West, because we have our preconcepts of China, this monolithic entity, the Communist Party. They will back their man, with the People's Liberation Army if they have to. You've got 1 million soldiers ready to march to support Ding, and then you're hit with the reality is, I see Ding alone.
yeah, it's just by himself.
it's really
I don't know
remarkable.
how much of it is
Finally, I think we do
politics
have
or
an-
support for chess in China, how much is travel restrictions, or how much is also Ding saying, yeah, leave me alone, I'm
guys,
good. But
I'm okay. I can do this. I can handle my affairs. Yeah. So, wow.
at least give him Wei Yi. Have Wei Yi
Right.
with a PlayStation somewhere in the corner making some jokes. Like,
Exactly.
come on. That's doable.
And then the elephant in the room, Magnus' absence. What does that mean for the World Championship match in your view?
I don't know. Like, I'm such a fan of World Championship matches right now. I'm just looking forward to watching it as a fan.
Exactly.
Big picture, I don't know how it's going to affect chess and how it's
Right.
going to affect Magnus, and maybe will motivate him, who knows, to play the next candidates and
Right.
try to come back, because he doesn't like not being world champion anymore. I
Exactly.
guess it's unlikely, but I have no idea. Of course, it's a little strange not having the best player when he's still the best player, competing or being the world champion.
Right.
But no, he made his choice, and yeah.
And he's living
Here we
with
are.
it. Emil Satovsky of the FIDE Secretary.
I've heard of him, yeah. I've
Yeah,
heard.
was here visiting. It was great to see Emil. And I said, well, Emil, our audience, sees this, generational talent, Hu Yifan, on the ladies' side of the game, abandoning the World Championship
What's she up to? She's a professor in some Chinese
yes,
university?
a professor and in China, one of the wonderful universities there. But disappointed that she's not playing. Then you have this once-in-a-generational talent, Magnus Carlsen from Norway. He's not playing. Something's going on with the World Championship rules. You can see that these players are saying to you officials, "I'm not happy." Is that unfair? Fair? I mean,
I don't know. I don't know. Like, of course, Magnus has mentioned many ideas
many
about
times that he didn't like the cycle.
The rep and somebody also. Well, he put in his dues. No, he played 5 World Championship matches, and he's been around for a while. And, I'm not sure if it's about the rules or... Well, he's also mentioned he doesn't like this constant stress of his life being half dominated by having to think about the next opponent. And I'm not sure if it's a rule thing, but as I said, I'm a fan of the classical time control and the matches and the 1 versus 1. So personally, I don't want to see a rapid match with 48 games. Like, I'm fine the way it is. Although, of course, I understand Magnus saying, "Okay, guys, I've done this 5 times. Like, leave me alone. I don't want to have to think about how to play against the Petrov for the next half year."
By the way, I have to turn our attention
to this is how you play against the Petrov.
That's one of the most equal-looking positions I've seen in a long time.
Symmetrical. It's literally symmetrical.
Exactly. Between Pragg and Andrey, the draw has been agreed. So I can only imagine that they both shared their homework with one another. They were mutually satisfied and respectful.
No, but normally this means that Black shared his homework with White, and White couldn't find a way to challenge it. No, I'm not sure that's what Pragg wanted, but good job by Andrey.
Very, very, very good job indeed. One of the things I have to congratulate the organizers, Wadim. I love the 5 extraordinarily talented juniors versus 5 of the world's best grandmasters, and throwing them together and say young lions and old lions eat each other. Who's going to win?
No, it's
great stuff.
It's a beautiful moment for the chess world, no? Like that we have these kids who aren't quite in the top 10 yet, but very much knocking on the door. And as we can see here, and also in Vike in particular, Abdusattorov, are very able to even win these tournaments and playing on equal footing with the world's best, who, of course, the old guys are still saying, okay kids, we got a little something in the tank. I'm 28 years old. I'm not retiring. So, no, I find it fascinating. And it's also, of course, the competition between the kids, like are you team Gukesh or are you team Abdusattorov and so on. Like it's so fun to watch that we have all these prodigies at the same time, like making it to the super tournament stage. And this is a great field, of course.
Yeah,
having
and
Magnus
they're delivering with great games. I mean, really fun to commentate. Sorry, you were about to say in Magnus.
No, I'm saying the only way to make it even more exciting is, of course, to also have Magnus in the mix, but I guess he wants a break from classical chess after Vike you mentioned.
Yes.
But no, this is fantastic. And in general, the fighting spirit, but also we keep worrying about chess being dead since, I don't know, I guess 1927 when they said, okay, the Queen's Gambit, we've exhausted all the options. But somehow every game there's new stuff like this Anish position pawn on, I've never seen it before. And it's not that, no, it's so big, so that, I think we're in for a good time with even classical chess.
The future's bright. The future's very bright. And also, as a German grandmaster, you must be thrilled that Dusseldorf is hosting a top event. I mean, you had Dortmund for so many years. How many? 20 years? It was even longer. Dortmund.
I don't know honestly, but it's been going on for a while.
Right, and now. This top event, welcome.
Yeah, no, it's beautiful to see.
Yeah,
having such a tournament in these conditions. I've also all the players seem very happy, which is not always the case. But I haven't heard a single complaint about the location, the event itself. So no, it's thrilling to see that stuff's happening in Germany.
I feel that there was a big gap where the commentators, mini bar food was concerned. Like if you go over to the other side, they've got this nice spread for the players so that they can have fruits and sandwiches and anything.
Is
like
this your complaint? Your minibar is not fully stocked?
I don't have the sandwiches, not the pizza, not the.
That's just shocking. Yes.
I know. The service around here really is going to improve.
The open bar and the food in the VIP room, it's like an 80 meters walk from here, so it's
that's
rough
the
being
problem.
you.
It's an 80-meter walk.
I understand.
It was about an 8-meter walk.
No, this has been a top-class event.
I know, I feel the
I'm
same.
not sure it was great for, working alone in the hotel room because everything is so nice and the food is here and everything.
Yes.
But I think everybody
It was really
had a good time. And congrats. Let's hope there's more of it.
Totally. I must confess that during the pandemic, one of the things I did to keep myself busy, and I enjoyed it tremendously. I'm really happy I took all the time out that I did to make the chessable courses. Are you doing chessable courses?
I did one. I should do more.
What was the one on?
I have an E4, E5 black repertoire.
E4, E5.
The Marshal. E5 is a good move, kids. I understand Sicilians, but look at Anish. He's selling his dragon and knight, of course, but look what move he's actually making. E4, E5. That's what he's doing.
Right.
Let's keep it real.
Yeah, and I think for a lot of players who are E4 players, when they do see the move E5, it's there's a slight
center. It's important. Don't
exactly.
give them that space.
Don't give up the center. So you did the chessable course. You're planning on doing more. Did you write Gusti's best games or something? Is that something?
It's a very, very short book. Bunch of quick draws. Speaking of quick draws, Anish is simplifying it.
Captured on D3.
Yeah, okay.
I think we're going to see a draw agreed rather shortly. Castles, knight takes C3, B takes C3. And
any move here, rook C8, rook E1, rook C5. This won't last very much longer.
Yeah, they'll figure out a way of hosing off, in a very professional way, of course, all the pawns and making a draw. I always teased Ulf Andersson. I can do that because I'm really close with Ulf and I admire him greatly, and he knows I'm pulling his leg. I said, Ulf, I'm working on a book, Ulf Andersson's Decisive Games. It's a very slim volume. His answer to me, but you're featured in the first 5 chapters.
That's nice. That's a good comment.
Because he did beat me. It's a really beautiful technical.
Shout out to Ulf. Big fan. And I read a book about his technical wins. It was very, very instructive, actually. There was a lot to be learned. Also, I once offered him a quick draw after the opening, and I've never seen a man so thrilled to accept a quick draw and get it out of the way. So if I meet somebody who is as excited about draws as I am, we bond.
Well, one of the things that Ulf, by the way, does and pursues very, very diligently, he loves his correspondence chess.
Because it's very safe. It's very hard to lose in correspondence.
And not only that, he can analyze literally to a depth that's simply astonishing. And
depth 70 takes an hour and a half. I do that when I'm too lazy to work. Let the computer run. Depth 70, 0, boom.
Yeah, and I accidentally asked Ulf if he was having an interesting correspondence game. Was it ever? So it was a position that he analyzed literally 35, as you said, 70 ply, and it was like, oh my God. And he was just thrilled about correspondence. I never got into correspondence chess. Never had an interest myself.
I'm probably too ignorant about it, but with engines being so strong, how do you win or lose a game?
Right. Although,
sorry, correspondence players.
I'm wrong. Although the world champions in correspondence tend to be repeat winners, and they tend to repeat.
They're done. Speaking of repeat winners,
yes, draw. So this is our 3rd consecutive draw in this, our championship 9th round game, and the 2.
What are the rules? You worked as a second. Am I off duty now, or do I still have to go for the walk with Anish? I guess the walk is still part of the deal, no? Even when the tournament is over.
Oh boy, we have to really think about that.
It's
I
have
not
to check the contract as well.
Right. Contractual terms and all the rest of it, but I really think that after this result that you're on your own.
No, that's
Dude,
there's no
blew
next
it.
tournament I'm aware, but like if this one is over, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, I think you get to do. We want you in studio, so therefore, yes, of course, your duties have been more than adequately addressed and fulfilled, and yes, we want you here. We do have a move, Queen C3 by Vincent. Still feeling that Vincent is active enough to compensate for 2 slight pawn weaknesses.
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Black also has some weaknesses around his king. No, there's some squares that are a bit weak, so...
Well,
and I don't see a way to get rid of the queens.
Okay, let me play devil's... Are you taking with the pawn?
Queen takes.
Queen takes, okay.
I mean, if I want to draw, which I always want, I just take.
Rookie 7, of course. Yeah. I was dreaming... Of course, you know what I'm dreaming about is to play knight takes d5, queen takes d5, and somehow have a better rook ending. But rook e7 just chills me solid. Queen c3.
I think white is completely fine. I'm not even sure if Vincent is very concerned about making a draw here. I think he's just, going with the flow and thinks it's fine. It's so hard to picture a scenario with these white pieces where black gets a blockade and can start grinding.
Now that I'm really thinking about it, the one thing you have is this pawn weakness on d4. Shouldn't I be, like, attacking it? What do you think? It looks
like a little, somewhat more typical maneuver. Yeah, something must have bothered him. Not sure what.
Precisely, I'm not sure either.
Some knight to c4. Where do you go?
Maybe that is what.
Well, you can take it, of course. But
maybe that's what bothered him. Simply knight c4. Mm-hmm. Okay, but I'm looking for more imbalances that could potentially be favorable, and this knight on b6 for the moment is not making great impression. It looks increasingly likely that we're going to see a duel, a playoff, which will be coming up later. Don't miss it. It will be between Levon, Aronian, and Gukesh. They will be playing for first if this game does not end in the favor of Jan. And then finally there's one other game before I let you go. This looks like
not much of a game.
Another draw in the immediate offing rook and 3 versus rook and 2.
Although Abdusattorov is normally very dedicated pushing these very small advantages, I'm not sure if he's gonna be calling it a day anytime soon, but of course it should be fairly dead draw. Should be
a dead draw. Gusti, it's been wonderful. Thank you so much for taking time out of your busy day to join us. You've mentioned the tournament, everything. Future plans. Last question for you. What are your immediate future plans? Do you plan to jet around the world with Anish, or do you plan to...
the jet set life?
Yeah, you jet setter, you.
No, honestly, I don't know.
Be dishonest. I'm ready for some dishonesty.
I would lie if I had any secrets, but I don't recall. I only thought about Vike and Dusseldorf. Now I'm going back home and I'll check the schedule. I'll check if Anish finally figured out I'm not a big help. We should be quiet. And
try to keep that a secret.
We'll take it from there. Yeah.
Okay. So no immediate plans. You're not going to go to Astana. You're not going to... what else is coming up that really... Anish is part of the World Cup, right? Bucharest,
Grand Chess Tour.
Grand Chess Tour.
I would think he's in that. Yeah, there's Norway chess is at some point. There's chess never stops. But honestly, I can't tell you. We'll go figure it out.
Okay.
But yeah.
Jan Gustafsson, thank you so
Leaving
much
the
for
road.
joining.
It's been a great pleasure.
My pleasure, and you look great. I'm glad you dressed up. I mean,
Thank you,
goodness.
Dressing up for the show.
I feel underdressed. Hello. We're going to take a short break on our side. We've got 2 games remaining out of the 5 of this, the 9th and final round. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
Levon, today was a very interesting opening that happened, and at some point, the engine showed that you had made a blunder. Did you feel it during the game? Can you take us through your mindset of what happened in the opening?
Well, I knew this line more or less. I knew how black is supposed to play, and but then I had some weird memory kind of thing that somehow I remember that rook e1 97, rook c3 94. But quite often I have déjà vu, so this was definitely not a good game for me.
So when you played knight d4, it was just out of recollection. You did not actually calculate much over the board.
Yeah, if you remember something, you normally play it, and then you kind of details become evident. But after he played rook d3, it became evident that my memory failed me this time.
How did you snap out of it? Because did you feel like it's completely lost, or you felt you had some chances?
I felt I have practically no chances. It looked rather lost. So then I thought to myself, it's just a game. Let's see how it goes.
Right, and then towards the end, when you played the move rook e3 and offered a draw, were you surprised that he accepted it?
No, because I get the activity, and he's on 3 minutes for 5 moves. So I thought it was a practical decision to offer a draw because, I get a lot of activity, and he needs not just to find the right move, but also to think about my offer, to understand, to assess the position. So this is not that easy.
Are you happy with the result at the end of the day?
Absolutely. I am over the moon with joy.
Fantastic. And just coming to yesterday's game, it was a very critical one. There was this threefold repetition thing which happened, and it wasn't threefold repetition. Did that somehow affect your play in the next moves against Nepo?
No. It had nothing to do with my play. I think I had the wrong attitude for the game. I wasn't sure what I want to do, if I want to play for a win or if I should settle for a draw. And this is not the right attitude. If you're playing for a win, you should play for a win. If you're going to draw, just choose the safest lines and go for a draw. So this was mainly the reason why I wasn't playing my best. And, well, I guess, the closer it gets to the end, the more nervous people become. So I'm not an exception when it comes to nerves.
And lastly, Levon, we want to ask you, you are here with a friend of yours. Could you tell us a bit about him?
Oh, yeah. Thomas is a close friend of mine. We've traveled to many tournaments together, and I won many tournaments with him present there. He's from Germany. I think he's about 75. I'm not exactly sure. And he's a former High Court judge of Hessen. So he's a very, very knowledgeable man in art and in everything that interests me.
And so after the games, you enjoy having conversations on different subjects apart from chess?
Absolutely. We normally discuss cultural things like cinema or actors or music, this type of things. His knowledge is far more superior than mine, so he's a good person to be around.
Fantastic. Well, Levon, thank you so much and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back to WR Chess Masters Tournament. I'm back to the studio together with Yasser Seiravan. Jan Gustafsson stayed here before, and I think everybody had lots of fun with you guys.
I certainly did. No, Jan is a great commentator, no question, and he's got that beautiful wry kind of humor that I like so very much. Lizzie, bless her heart, she made an attempt. She came into the studio and she has this beautiful metallic voice, completely unrecognizable. I said, Lizzie, you're out of here. You're good for the day. You're done. You're done.
It happens, Yasser. You know, I also had the same problem. Like on December, I lost my voice for 3 days, and I literally can understand how poor Lizzie feels right now. So great that we can help each other, replace each other, and can do basically everything. Yes.
And cover for one another. I remember I was just in Toronto. I lost my voice, and I sounded like an extra in The Godfather. Anastasia, I got to tell you.
I like the way you do it now, Yasser. Maybe you should come back to this again.
We do have 2 games going on. One, Wesley, so it just feels like a very, very dry rook and pawn and game of rook and 3 versus rook and 2. Of course, Nodirbek with the extra pawn. Yes. Why not?
He will still kind of pretend that he's trying. Yes.
Why not? So he's still fighting, but I think a draw is an inevitability there. Inevitable. And then in the very, very crucial game, Jan, well, I mean, he enjoys the fact that these pawns are split.
Since I left the studio, it seems like he has achieved everything he wanted, right? By now, like he changed minor pieces, as you told him.
Right.
Yes, and let's say he still kept this isolated pawn. He blocked it. It cannot move. It cannot be exchanged. And white has this e file, but black is on the d file. The question is if he will manage to convert it.
For me, it's very, very clear what black has to do to achieve victory. It's very simple.
Great. Yes, so explain it to me, please.
I don't know. Bring your knight to f5.
Yes.
Okay. So the knight needs an anchored square, and it needs to be effective, but it also needs to attack this pawn on d4.
Yes.
Yeah, you can't just
How can you win
it?
Yes, you need to threaten it as well sometimes.
So forget about blockading. Now it's restraint and destroy. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So in this particular case, it's great that we know where the knight has to go. b5 is a square that a4 can undermine us.
Yes. So it's not so stable. Like f5 is much better.
So if we go back one move right here, king f, I say it's very simple. I have to bring my knight to f4. I have to play the move king f7. Mm-hmm. I have to play the move knight e6.
Then knight g7.
I have to knight g7, and then I have to go to f5.
Exactly.
Now, once I get to f5, thanks to the pawn on h5, it means you're not going to play g4 and kick me away.
Yes.
So the knight actually has a permanent home. The other beautiful part about the knight on f5 is very simple. It helps protect the king. It's close there.
Yes.
It hits the pawn on d4.
But also looks at the pawn on h4. Yes.
So from every perspective, that's the key square.
Yes, and actually that's a great example that when you know what is the best place for the knight, you should ask yourself this question: where my knight will feel
most happy.
Yeah, the most happy. So when you find this place, normally then it's so easy to do a few moves after that.
But then the question is, can Jan achieve happiness? And in this case, queen e3. So the idea, I believe, let's see if more moves. So I think Vincent's idea will be that if knight e6, queen, well, then in this case I still simply can play queen d5.
Yes.
And that will be what black wants.
But so maybe queen h6.
Knight e6. Yes, that was the other nice idea, was that with my knight over on the king side, it's like knights are great defenders of the king.
Yes.
Like sometimes you put a knight on f8, and as Bent Larsen would say, I can't get checkmated with a knight on f8. So even though the queen looks menacing on the square h6, for the moment the knight blocks the checks, and hopefully I can kick the queen out in the meanwhile. I'm not exactly sure how I'm supposed to do that, but
I know.
Black will.
If we just like let's try to check some options. Like
Please.
now after knight g7, what if I go play something like queen h7?
Perfect.
Just let's give it a try. Let's pin the knight.
Yeah, let's pin the knight. Indeed. Okay. Now that your queen is way over there, I would love to play a move like queen a3 or queen b4. It's funny that your knight
is protecting yes at the moment, but still you have this move, yes, like queen d5, which can be unpleasant because once again you have double attack, right?
Yep.
I see. So okay, queen h7 is not good. I mean, because you cannot get rid of this queen so easily. On the other hand, what this queen is doing there?
Right.
Such moves like g4. I mean, I would check in. I mean, I just try to maybe propose something not so good, but to see what I were trying to do. Is it can it backfire?
Oh, definitely. It's one of those moves that again, play responsibly, right?
Yes.
You open up your
king
to get to my king. You open up your own king, and then you always have to look at like who is benefiting the most from these open files. So
like f3, for example, yes. But then
I take
and if rook g4.
And then I want to chase your queen.
Exactly, queen h5, and you protected g6, and look at my fantastic pawn structure, right?
What
I mean,
did you
four islands. Yes.
What did you do?
I just wanted to show that, for example, if you try to be aggressive, you can lose the game quicker.
Very quickly.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. Oftentimes, when you're opening up the position, you always have to ask yourself, okay, I'm consciously making the move g4, and I know that it takes some risks, but who will benefit, right? And when you see the move queen h5 as a defensive reaction, you go, can't do it. So
queen h6 maybe is not the best idea, but just checked with you yesterday that after this move, which was played, what?
No. I'm just looking at Vincent, and he doesn't seem like he's interested. I mean, in principle, you always look at moves, like that saddle up to the opponent's king and, just ask the question, like, what are you doing? But I think I played queen g7, yeah? You played queen h6, I played queen g7, and maybe that was my mistake, that I should wait for you to give me the check before playing knight to g7. I'll block the check with knight g7, but in the meanwhile, I will also remind that I do have the double attack in the pocket. So maybe just in this exact moment, Vincent...
Actually, what move to do? I started to ask myself this question, like, okay, queen b3, then queen d5.
I thought about this, and then queen d5 just stopped me, and I go, well, no, I don't want to trade queens. And he has played a2, a3, because you just asked a very salient question. You said, well...
What is the move?
What move to play? And Vincent said, well, I'll play a3.
Maybe the idea is, first of all, to get rid of this opportunity with double attack, queen d5, something what we discussed with you before. And but what else? Knight b4 sometimes, or what? He prepares this square for the knight, maybe?
Yeah, it could be a square that helps anchor the knight.
The problem
very
is,
much so.
Yes, that knight f5 is a threat, right? So you cannot really move your knight anywhere.
Yeah, and again, for the moment, queen b3 check usually gets met by queen d5, and if only the queens are traded, then
can black hold this position? Oh, sorry, white can hold this position. Let's say after queen trade, maybe there is nothing else. Let's say if queen b3, queen d5, and I trade the queens. What?
I really have the feeling that I'm on the back foot suddenly, and
absolutely. But the question is now that can we still hold the position? Yes.
Well, I mean, for
king f1, king f2.
For Jan, that would be a huge victory. That it's a 2-result game, right?
Yes, exactly.
Because, I mean, he could only be dreaming that he would get a chance like this. Still, I mean, you still have a lot of work ahead of you. It's not like the game is over or something, but you really get the feeling that the advantage is grown, and it's with black. Yeah?
Yes, and maybe Yasser, it's good to explain why it happened after Queen's trade.
Well, one of the things that happened is the structure. 1, 2, and then these guys represent the third pawn islands versus 1 pawn island on the king's side and 1 pawn island on the queen's side. These 2 pawns are together. Yeah? Pawns together stronger. Pawns separated weaker. So these guys became weaker 10, 20 moves before. There were lots of pieces around on the board, so the weaknesses were masked. They were obscured. It wasn't obvious that they were weaknesses. If you start to take off even more pieces, rooks and knights, and just play king and pawn endgame, okay, they might be drawn, but it's sort of like black is the one pressing as well. So in this particular position, White's knight has become a defender.
Yes, he has to take care of both pawns.
You can see that the knight's role as a defender, it's okay, but it's kind of unpleasant. Black's knight, conversely, is really doing a great job. Hitting 2 pawns on d4 and
h4. Yes.
The rook defends, and this rook is ready to
very
attack.
Active and nice rook. Yes.
Yeah, it's ready to attack, and it's very likely, as I mentioned before about David Bronstein, it's very likely that White will play a move like g3. Now, in these kinds of positions, White is the one who is having to worry, I'm going to make a poor move for White, okay?
Okay, g5 now.
Yeah.
And then you can ask other questions.
Who is going to create a pass pawn? Now, I'm doing it in a very bad way, yeah? I'm doing it in a base way, like I might rather have my rook pinning, and I might rather have my king, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
I make some niceties to make this break.
And look at this knight on f5. He's helping on all these lines, right? All the time this knight is like, well, you see, you found the best place for your piece, and it can be decisive for the whole game, yes.
And let's see what has happened in the meanwhile, because it's all... And by the way, queen b3 check
is on the board. But I was fighting to find the good move for White in this position. So maybe it's like
queen d5 very quickly, and there you see. Again, I think there's something about Jan that makes him such a great player. Is something like he's very practical. Queen d5 came without hesitation.
Really?
It's a very good move. He just plays it quickly.
Yes. He's ready for this. He already understood that this ending is much better for him, so he just played this immediately. Oh yeah, of course Vincent doesn't trade the queens. He avoids
happiness with the queen trade. He played queen to d3.
So
but okay, now we understand that. Just a second. Okay, I think knight f5 is going to be met by knight e3. I think it's now. I believe
idea, yes.
It's in White's favor to trade knights. Okay.
Yes. Let's check it. Knight f5. Yes, White created the idea. Yes, knight e3.
I think Gusti and I both agreed that now the rook is active. You know, I have ideas. You mentioned already queen h6. Without the knights, the king is much more vulnerable. The black king is much more vulnerable.
So Vincent created this 93.
So
threat,
he's... I think that's... Oops, excuse me. That was from a previous spot of analysis. Queen d3. If knight f5, knight e3. So he lured the queen to here, to the d5 square, so he could force the trade of queens. I'm trying to imagine a kind of a pathetic position for just a second.
Yes, I'm trying to think about
an incredibly stupid move. I take. Now I really am angry with myself, but okay.
Knight f5, Dave. Rook has to move.
And then I'm thinking about how funny this rook looks. Like, imagine I played this terrible move
and then you don't have even
and then the rook is like completely paralyzed. Okay, you could play g4. Sorry. But I was just kind of having some fun imagining, what it would be like. Now, if I'm in black shoes, I really want to play the move knight f5, of course, but I'm much more interested in trying to conserve the knights. Can I play a move like queen here? I want to play knight f5, and I want to meet knight e3 with something other than a knight trade. Yeah.
I was even thinking for a second about move queen c5. Believe it or not, Yasser.
Queen c5.
It's just, for fun, and then you still kind of want to play knight f5.
Right.
Again, trying to understand what about the pawn structure, but yes, no, it's not good. I mean, after dc5, rook d3, white has rook b4. Yes, no, it's not good. But just for a second,
right. Just to go back.
Everybody has his own fun,
Queen
knight e6.
Okay.
Not knight f5. Nepo decided to put his knight on e6, threatening to take on d4 also.
But here,
sometimes
here it's sort of like the queen and the rook are a little bit awkward in the sense that, let's say, it was white. Pardon me, if it was black to move, bad move.
Yes, for example, a4.
A4, f5. Now the rook cannot maintain the protection of the d4 pawn. And watch out, because I lied. I don't want to win your d4 pawn.
Yes.
I want to win your g2 pawn.
Nice. Again, double attack. Yes, fork.
Exactly.
Wow.
It's a very nice fork, and suddenly it's very, very close to winning.
Great.
If not winning on the spot. So there is a threat of
Wow.
f5.
Yeah, sir.
And then
even
possibly
c5. Yes. Nice. So
you start to think about these things at least, right?
So what to do? I mean, f3. You have to knight c5 then.
Oh.
What about knight c5?
Sorry. Also nasty. Good point. Knight c5.
No, I just thought about f3 and I completely forgot about this one. Yes.
I forgot too. Oops.
Wow.
The pawn is pinned. That's a rook.
Wow.
So Vincent had better sidestep that. Okay, let's imagine queen e3.
For example.
Okay. Now in case of f5, I can play rook e5. A moment ago I couldn't play rook e5 because queen takes e5, yes? And then let's continue the line just to see where it might lead us. Queen to c4, tickling the knight.
Exactly. I think it's Vadim who decided, the main sponsor of the event, decided to check the last 2 games. He's at the playing hall right now. But we cannot see the whole...
Right, but suddenly the knight on c2, this knight on c2 that's been defending is suddenly in trouble, because if you play knight e1, I don't get the opportunity to play knight f3 and knight g5, sacrificing a pawn for an attack. There's simply no attack.
Wow. So many ideas with a double check, yes, in this position. Like all the time you have to watch out and not to miss fork.
Right.
A fork here, there. Yes, it's not that easy.
Another move, queen e2, f5, rook e5.
And
there
if rook
goes
d5,
a
knight
pawn.
e2.
Knight e2, Swijanzuk with the check. And in this case, this is a very, very comfortable pawn up for black. Should be winning in my view. Check. Yeah?
Wow.
So it's getting for Vincent. It's like he's been hanging, slipping backwards. So it was an absolutely fantastic game. I believe it was between Andrey and Gukesh, where Andrey had this really building up, this really nice attack. It was fantastic. He's building it up, and Gukesh keeps swapping things off. So by the time it was over, there was no attack. He never got a chance to play, anything. And Gukesh won just wow.
So there is a move. We have a move.
Knight
I just wonder.
b4?
Knight b4. Yes. So he protected his queen on d3 at least. Knight c5. Is it possible? I mean, I started to understand. It's possible, but it's not good. Yes. So
just a second. Hold on. This one. So I'm threatening to take the rook.
Yes. So you have to take the knight.
have to take the knight, or I have to take the queen. I have to take something.
Also queen. Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Everything is.
So first, if I take the knight, then I'm in a rook and pawn endgame that probably I should draw.
I think it's fine. I have to go rook d7. Yes.
Oh, sorry. Probably I can draw this for the simple reason that I'm keeping active rook, and maybe I can trade. So so that's that's already good news for Vincent fans, that he can just take. The other I thought if takes, this could be the rook and knight ending that. Pardon me. This could be a rook and pawn endgame that maybe you don't want.
Because you always have this weakness on before, and then the king will just come to the center. It looks really bad.
Exactly, Anastasia. Exactly. You said it perfectly well. Really nice. No.
Centralization.
I mean, that's it. And weaknesses. And knight c5. So fortunately for Vincent, he does have this capture, and
let's check this ending.
One more time.
And like rook d7, and now I want to bring the king on d5.
Exactly.
My king is more active. No doubt about this.
No doubts at all. The king is on g1.
Is it enough?
Okay, but that's. I think. Well, first of all, no question. I want to be black.
Yes.
Like I think that black is the one who is really dictating.
Yes. Can I offer your plan?
Please.
Yasser, now I would bring my king to b8 to c7 to protect the pawns, and then I will make my rook free
the other
again.
way. Yeah.
Okay, it's just as a possibility.
No,
Maybe
but
there is
I liked
something
your
else.
idea.
Yes, maybe you have better one.
No, but I liked your idea very much of just kind of bringing.
If necessary,
your king towards the d5 here. It's just a temporary thing.
Exactly. There is this issue with the rook for some time.
Skewer.
So that's why maybe you first need to move the rook, right? Somewhere.
Just
whatever.
I don't care. Get it out of the way.
And then you bring the king on d5, and I know,
but
not
still. But no question that this is still advantage.
So that's why we can come back to this idea that king goes from the other side, goes to c7, and then rook d5, and then king go back, or I don't know, something like that. Yes.
What
I learned from you. Yeah,
there you go.
Remember this game with Jennifer Yu when she won this rook ending, and she had to bring her king to a8 in order to win. First to protect the pawn from the other side. So that's why I thought about it.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic. You should remember that game.
And now king e8 maybe,
make
and
the
then
comparison there for a moment.
Like rook d7.
And then the idea is, as you were just about to express, is this king can support the b7 pawn. Maybe. First, you will play a move like rook to d5 to
make sure that the rook is
passive.
Yes, is passive. Yes.
Okay, so I'll make a move. It doesn't matter. Let's say I play g3. You pacify the rook.
Sounds funny. Yes.
I know.
And now we have this option: if rook before, king c7, right?
Yes.
So.
And the same, and maybe. Okay.
Why not? Just to demonstrate it, and then you go from the other side. Yes.
Yeah, and you come around on the other side. Yeah. No question that Vincent will be suffering, and it's one of those 2-result games. So knight c5, but besides the move knight c5, can I just how do you say maintain the tension? Can I play a move, for example, like queen f5? Yeah. I protect the knight. Oh. I keep the pin on the rook, so like.
Actually, you threaten again knight c5. By the way,
I threaten knight c5. Well, knight c5, then I'll have a check.
Yes, queen c4 now. Yes, because queen. Is
so I mean, I can just say take a timeout.
Yes, okay.
Knight c5, I do have.
Maybe check, and then I move my king. Knight c5, check, move the king. The rook is hanging. But you take with the pawn. Yes.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Rook d1 doesn't work. Yes, king g2. I still continue,
Queen f3.
Yeah, but okay, it's too much. No. Okay. Just wanted to check.
Exactly.
Yes. So let's.
All right. So there is
be
queen
serious.
f5. Let's say g3,
for example.
And now maybe you move your king because you are threatening. Well, then I'll move my king.
This is prophylactics. Yes. Here we go.
Oh, wait a minute. Can't I take a pawn?
With the king on f7?
Yes, that's what I meant. Let me go back a move.
Maybe was the idea queen d3.
Queen f5. If I
knight
play
d4.
g3.
And rook d4, queen d3, yes?
No, then
then the
queen
rook
is
takes.
defended.
Yes. Queen will be, he can take with the rook, yes.
Exactly,
so
sorry, apologies.
yeah, but still, it's nice to check all these lines, yes. So
Definitely.
Vincent.
And you can be
checked it
absolutely sure the players are doing precisely that. They're going
through all these lines, yes.
whole series of tactics.
Yes.
So one more look. Queen f5.
G3.
G3. Could I play this awkward move for just a moment?
G5.
And I'm threatening in this case
you are
knight takes
threatening.
d4. And if you go here, okay, I will find a good square.
Knight g7. Yes. And now, yes, I
This
have to
pawn is
protect.
hanging. I think I
You
just
managed
rather-
to trick me, yes.
Yes, I did.
Let's say the way it is, yes. You
but-
just tricked me,
but-
yes, sir.
But fair and square. I tricked you fair and square.
Let's go back. So, yeah, many different
now
options.
we
C5 is
understand-
unpleasant, yes.
Now we understand what Jan is thinking about. He's thinking about these rook endings with knight f5. Advantage? Sure. Is it enough to win? He has to make that judgment. Then he's thinking, okay, if I keep everything, I can play this, keeping all the tension, keeping my options of knight c5 and c5 all alive. Is that a better advantage than the endgame that looks so very promising?
There is this expression we have that, like, not to be cheap in this position. Like, you try to find the best option in order not to get maybe only better ending, a little bit, like not to go too cheap. I don't know if it's the same.
Yeah, we
in
have
English,
something
yes.
like that. We don't want to cash in our chips early.
Something like that, yes,
Yeah.
yes, exactly.
I
This.
mean, we're on a streak, and should we, keep the kettle boiling and all of those wonderful expressions. So in this position, I do very, very much like Jan's position. Is it enough to win? Is time a factor? Well,
Let's see.
39.
Yes. Look at this. 56 seconds for how many moves? For one move. For move 40 is a critical move. You can blunder anything with move 40. So it's important, yes. So maybe also because of that, Jan is thinking he's trying to choose maybe more difficult way, the most difficult way. Actually, normally if your opponent has time pressure, it's not a bad idea to keep this pressure, and queen f5 perhaps would be a great opportunity right now. So he needs to find a very exact move, because there are threats. c5, we just find out with Duda, there are so many threats in this position, and white should be very careful. And if he plays knight c5, he can simplify it very much and force something. At the same time, it's very known that 40 move, we have it from white and black, and both sides can do the mistake. So it's a very important moment for all for us, for the viewers, and perhaps even for the tournament.
Yeah. And again, from the perspective of Jan, I can really imagine that he's furiously calculating these lines and trying to figure out that his chances of winning, how high are they, because he's trying to bridge his king towards the king side, and either with king e8 or king e6. I'm not 100% sure myself. That's
I think we have one more result. Yes, so Nodirbek, yes, with Wesley.
There was nothing that white could do with that extra pawn, and solid result enough for Wesley, but he will really feel like that
this
tragedy of round 8 was really costing him a great event. Interesting, a queen d6. Now that's a surprise for me. I thought queen f5 was a better choice. Queen d6, queen c4. How will it go after queen c4? So just to stop, knight takes d4.
Very important moment. Yes, queen b3. Yes. So how many seconds he had? 20 seconds he had. He made the last move with only 20 seconds
on his clock. Okay.
Queen
so
b3.
I'm sure that from Jan's perspective, Jan wants to play knight takes d4. Illegal. So sorry. So he has to make room for his king. Let's imagine f5 for a second, Anastasia.
Yes.
The knight, the rook is going where?
Good question.
Let's just
for
go
example,
back,
rook.
Okay, now I'm out of the pin, and I have
94.
my sole desire to win a pawn.
So maybe now knight c2 with some
Exactly,
ideas
of e6. Yeah.
Yes.
E6,
So if you
check.
take now on d4, you can
No, I'm
even
exposing my king.
Yes.
I don't like exposing my king, especially when I start to see ideas of queen g8, queen g8
with
ideas.
idea rook is 6
Yeah,
and so on.
like what am I
Queen
doing?
h8
Yeah,
and stuff like that. Wow.
what am I doing? Queen g8 and rook e6. I would want no business in this. Let me see what Jan could be thinking about. Queen b3.
It will be nice actually to
So
see.
it would be much nicer if the king were on g7 and there was no rook takes e6 possibility.
That's why
So
queen f5 perhaps was better, because then you would keep an eye on the rook on e4.
that's what I'm talking about.
Wow.
Queen f5
Wow.
looked
Natural.
very much so. Queen.
You found something.
Something special? I don't know. c5.
Now c5.
Takes. Check.
Take.
Forces the trade of queens. Is there
Anything here?
Yeah, my first impression is, of course, black is for choice, but unfortunately there's just not enough material. Why do I look at positions like this? Because I say active piece, active piece, active piece.
But here the rook c4
Inactive
probably.
piece. But it's not enough. Rook c4, b6, let's
B6
just
and
say.
knight,
I'm still better
Mhm.
thanks to the inactive piece, but I'm looking for a reason why Jan would allow Vincent to pin him.
Maybe he missed something. It's going to be really interesting to see his expressions now, because if he realizes something, then you can understand it.
Why he didn't
Yes.
play queen f5.
Or maybe everything is under control and we just don't see something
Well, I'm looking at he's kind of like, how
concerned.
do you say it? Yeah, he's
A little
got that
bit, yes.
tank-like look like.
Yes.
Oh,
But
boy.
normally what can happen now with Jan, he will just sit in one position, and at one point he will do something like, like that. So
Frustrated.
it's very nice to keep an eye on his face right
Right.
now. Let's keep it, the camera on his face and understand, because we know Jan quite well, and his expressions.
Yeah,
Normally he doesn't hide it.
yeah.
Yes. You see, he
There
started
you
to
see
shake
a
his
little
head.
bit of a shake of the head.
He doesn't like.
The international arbiter Teresa.
Tsipisa Lopang just
Tsipisa.
was there, yes.
Yeah, she had her back to us. I believe she is the president
Of
the
African
Union of
yes.
African
Federations,
nations,
yes.
federations.
Exactly, yes.
So very, very nice to have her
Here,
with us.
the first
here.
ever, the first lady who got this position, sir. Like she is now the head of
female
this,
arbiter
and also
the head
yes.
of the position of the African
Federation.
Federation.
And actually it's going to be very nice interview soon, I think, released by Shah Sagar. I saw them doing this interview yesterday, and you will learn many interesting facts about her life. I don't want to be a spoiler,
right?
but actually, I mean, she has very interesting biography, and she is from Botswana. She used to play chess. She is a woman GM, and many interesting details are coming.
Okay,
But
I'll
it's great to have her here, definitely.
I'll look forward to Sagar's release of his interview.
Yes.
Again, we're a little bit confounded by Move 40. Everybody, Jan had reached this position, building up a nice advantage, and he's got several ways of playing for an edge. One was a rook and pawn endgame. Maybe it wasn't enough. It was like maybe a little bit short of the goal of victory. But the other move, which we found very compelling, was queen f5, keeping this rook and queen in a pin. Ideas of c5, ideas of knight c5, ideas of just king g7 and knight c5, and finally even ideas of knight takes d4. At the moment, yes, the knight protects the queen, but we were really surprised by the decision
to play queen d6, yes, and
to play
allow
queen d6 and to allow the pin.
Queen b3.
And now Vincent's drawing chances feel, and Jan's looking around.
Yes.
I know what you mean about his body language. That
he's trying actually not to show anything, but we could see a couple of gestures, and you see now,
right.
Here we go. He started to realize that maybe it's not so great as it used to be. Yeah, and at the same time, it's like now you can see. Yes,
now you see. And
he's not happy.
By the
anymore.
way, he rushed his 40th move.
And I told you it's a very, very dangerous moment, which can be decisive. You remember,
right?
Yasser?
Absolutely.
We decided with you that move 40.
How many times has my opponent spoiled the 40th move?
Exactly. And look at Vincent. He was checking reactions of Jan, and when he stood up and started to walk, Vincent was following him.
Yeah,
maybe he even made some noise. At this moment, he was checking his reactions.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's a battle between two personalities, players. It's not only about pieces.
Sure.
Everybody is of course, they know each other. They know some reactions. They played before. They were watching each other for some time. And believe me, also the trainers sometimes can explain. Leko, with such a great experience, he can always explain to Vincent what can happen and how can you understand that your opponent is not happy, especially those who show those emotions. Like if it was Fabi, you would not get anything, right?
No, he's
don't even try
poker.
to understand what he feels about the position. But with Jan, it's like
he's open.
Oh, look at Vincent now.
Okay, but Vincent is
he feels more relaxed.
Yeah, he's thinking that he has an opportunity with the move d4, d5. Yeah. So we talked about pawn islands and pawn weaknesses, and if I could get you, you will not do it. You will be very much helping me. If you took, I will be very happy because now we
finally
both have
we don't have isolated
even.
pawn. Yes.
Yeah, we are completely even. Nothing to discuss. So after the move d5, I don't think you have a choice. I think you have to play knight c5, which attacks my queen, attacks my rook, and forces me to capture.
So let's see what happens after.
So if you capture with your king, I'm going to suggest I will just move my queen with a check.
Yes.
And
then you just take the pawn, draw.
And then no worries at all. Maybe I have an A pawn too, right? And so I suspect you would have to capture with your queen.
d5, knight c5, take queen. And now what's going on here?
Right. So now I have to move my queen. I'm threatening ideas of check and check, right? Discover check. And in the meanwhile, your knight is also hanging.
I can only see some queen e1, queen e5 opportunities, but I'm not sure it's good enough because then the knight will be hanging also. Like what you will do next after you perform this.
These beautiful operations.
Yes.
I thought that you would take.
You take, yes.
I was going to take with the queen. The problem is if I take with the knight. What did you say about these operations? Check.
Go here. And now what? What? Queen f2? Wow. You're not afraid of anything. Yes, sir.
I should be afraid. I should be deadly afraid, but I'm a pawn grabber.
Yes, I see. You don't see the direct... what about knight e3?
Check.
Yes. Then you go knight... yes. Knight e6, yes. Crazy. Like, my idea was to block this diagonal, but you have checked everything. Yes, terrible.
Oh, sure.
I cannot do anything. I was hoping there are some forks, but there is nothing.
Oh. Yeah. Wow. Tactics.
It's getting wild.
Galore. And let's just check the current position. So this is no question that after the move rook e7, d4, d5 is on Vincent's mind.
Yes.
And by the way, it's not like it's forced. I mean, Vincent, for argument's sake, could play g3.
For example.
You're still in this pin. And then if you do get out of the pin, well, I can
again go back, yes, and there is no knight d4. No, like move rook e7 is kind of like you accepting the fact that you went wrong.
Yes.
And
you're trying to get back to
to something
advantage.
else.
But yeah, we really think that this move Queen D6
spoiled the
spoiled
position.
a lot.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I was having these very nice
Yes.
conversations with Gusti, and of course he is here as a trainer for Anish, Giri, and he's talking about how the players, they have this schedule, they get their breakfast, they go for a walk, they come back, they check their analysis, they have their lunch, then they nap, and
this kind of boring chess player's life.
But
yes.
day after day, and that here we are on the Rhine is very peaceful, and at the same time it brought out some great fights from the players themselves. I think it was this combination of playing in very, very quality conditions, and they're comfortable.
Absolutely great. And if I will tell you, Yasser, which schedule I had during this period of time,
I'm not sure I want to know. I mean, you were up till 2 o'clock in the morning last night, making sure that you were the last of the VIPs to leave. And I met yesterday Wadim's parents. They were here also enjoying the tournament, and that was very, very nice.
Yes, absolutely.
The
No,
sponsor
that was
brings
nice.
his parents.
Yes, it was really a very nice moment that
Right,
they
I liked it too.
Came here and they finally witnessed the tournament, not online, but they could have this chance to see a little bit.
Nice.
Yes.
Yeah, but you've had a very busy schedule.
Yes. No, we had also conversation, and his mom was telling a little bit about Vadim, how he started to play chess, and that he always had great memory. So it was really interesting conversation. That actually, once again, all it comes from parents.
Yes.
Most of the times, right? This
uncle or
grandfather
but
or someone in the family supports this idea that you keep studying chess and you kind of support your child. And it's a very interesting topic, which I'm also going through. That I have a kid, and she's 7, and she plays some chess, and I'm I also found a trainer, and even I don't want to make grandmaster or world champion at the moment. I just think that it's really, really great
nice
to have this ability to study chess, and it's great for anybody, and it develops your skills. So we have another example of the person who comes from chess world in a way, and then he became a businessman, and very successful one. I don't know if it always leads to success. We don't know the statistics, but it definitely develops many skills.
Right. For me, I don't believe that there's just a complete transference of chess skills to life skills. But for me, I developed a lot of, I want to say, good mental disciplines from chess. Thanks to chess, I learned that sometimes patience. You can't just force your way in and get your way. Sometimes you just need to be very, very patient. That was one thing. The second thing I understood too, to become a good chess player, you have to discipline yourself. You have to study. Stop. If you're not willing to study, well, go watch a movie.
So Anish Giri is a great example. Yes, and his schedule, the fact that he is very disciplined, and everything is like something what you just said before. Probably you were going through his daily routine because that's something which again shows how serious top players take all these small details. Which at the end,
it's not a vocation or a hobby; it's a profession, and it's all of those things, and even more can be passion. So you develop this discipline, this self-reinforcing discipline of self-study. You teach yourself to work, and then the other things that are so nicely wrapped up in chess is this feeling that really that you solve something. Somebody gave you a hard problem, and nobody else in the world
will help you now.
And you solved the problem. So you get this pleasure that you came up with a solution that was very creative and original, and sort of like you pat yourself on the back and say, okay, let's do it again. Let's do some more. So a lot of things that are important in life to be successful in life can be transferred, but not just wholesale everything, it's not just
no, of course. On the other hand, I was always thinking that we during the game you will always have these moments when you really don't know what to do. The position is really complicated, something what you spoke about, Yasser, and same as in life, sometimes you don't know how to solve the problem, but at least what we learned that you just really should calm down, use your brain, take your time, don't panic. So all this, I think it's really great for anybody to have the opportunity to test, to check the skills while you just play the game, which still is not, I mean, it will not change your life. We don't speak now about top players, because I've seen the games which you lose $500,000 with one game, so it will definitely change your life. But let's say we are just talking about maybe when we just start learning chess, and it's important to develop the skills and maybe find this confidence, what you were also talking about, like to feel that you are able to make decisions, that sometimes you fail, but then you play another game and you develop your skills. So that's great.
Again, I find myself invariably drawn to forcing lines like the move d4, d5, and I am absolutely certain that this is precisely the line that Vincent himself is looking at and calculating, and he doesn't have to take with the knight if he's trying to just say, okay, we have a very, very even position of queen and knight versus queen and knight, 4 versus 4. I can just do it like this, and that will be all she wrote. That will be, I think, sufficient to draw the game. And again, it all stems from the fact that the move queen d6
was made. Yes. No. Now I'm telling you, Yasser, if Jan will realize that this was this moment when he missed really great opportunity, he will be in very, very bad mood today, of course, and he will curse himself as usually, like players who really care what they do.
Exactly. And this was the moment where we felt that either queen f4, queen f5, maintaining all of those tensions and preparing moves like knight to c5 and or pawn to c5, that would have been good. That's one clearly good line of play. And then the more forcing, I could put it like that, knight c5.
Can we still check this position? Maybe if we don't take on c5, if we take on d5, just to check it. Yes. Knight d3.
Yes.
And now what, knight b6 or what?
Knight b6. Okay.
What about this line?
We're going to, again, for me, it's one of those situations, Anastasia. It's like the relative activity of the two kings persuades me to believe that black is really
doing better,
pushing it.
We cannot get rid of this pawn, right? We cannot take on d5. It's not possible, right? Or rook e3.
Oh, pardon me. Sorry.
No.
Take and d5.
Take d5, c5. You will play it just to show that it's not possible. Yes.
Yeah, I will want to keep this passer so that I can go king to d6. Anyway, pardon me, but I think that there's no question that in those cases we would be talking about a definitive advantage for black. After the move d5 right now, I can't believe that it should be serious.
Yes.
Excuse me, as we're going to just take a break, I'm going to prepare myself a little tea.
Yes, sure.
And we're going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll be back on the other side as our sole remaining game will determine whether or not it's a 3-way or a 2-way tie.
2-way tie break, yes, exactly, yes. So we'll find out very, very soon.
We'll see you on the other side of the break.
Welcome back to WR Chess Masters Tournament. We are at the last round and we have won the last game of the tournament happening.
And so much depends upon the result, of course, and we are referring to the game between Vincent and Jan. Jan is at this moment a point away, from tying for first place.
Yes.
Should he win, then there will be a 30-minute break.
Yes, and then we will have the tie break for all players.
All
yes,
three
two
players.
round-robin events. Yes, two round-robin events.
round-robin, right?
Exactly, yes. And in case if Jan, if the game finishes in a draw and he doesn't manage to win on demand, in this case we have only two winners of the tournament who will find out what's going on after 15 minutes.
15 minutes after. So 15. Should this game be a draw, there will be the tie breaks 15 minute 1-5
later. Yes, 1-5. So please stay with us. You will have this break. Finally, you can go and maybe eat something, and get ready to watch the tie break, which is promising to be very exciting because it's going to be the tie break between generations. Yasser, now that I was thinking about it, probably Levon is the most experienced player of the tournament, and Gukesh, is he the youngest one? By the way,
I'm sorry,
I think so.
Know.
Yes, because he's 16. Yes, and
he's younger than Pragg.
That's a point. The only thing which I don't remember, who is younger, Pragg or Gukesh?
Right.
Please, our followers, please help us. Yes,
let us know.
Really don't remember because what I remember, they were in the same school in the same class, and that's why I kind of in Chennai. They both of them are from Chennai, and I'm not sure who is younger.
I can see from the chat they're referring us to our website.
Exactly.
Check
yes.
your website.
Check the website. Yes, exactly. I will come back.
Right.
Yes.
By the way, a little bit confounding to me, or confusing to me, because I did not see why Vincent refused an opportunity to more or less liquidate his weak pawn on d4. He did not do that. Instead, he said, "Okay, what are you going to do? Knight c2. Well, I'll get out of the way." Jan said, "Well, no, you won't. I'll go queen e3 with ideas of queen h6." And we're up to date with the players. And I'm sitting there saying, well, now Jan's going to be very happy because he gets a situation that he's dreaming of. He's going to put his knight back on the very, very useful square f5, where it will be attacking pawn on d4, attacking a pawn on h4, and he'll put his king back on f7. His rook, will go, and you have confirmation.
Yes. By the way, I remember that Gukesh was born on 29th of May because it's the same day of my birthday. So this I remember. But 2006, okay, he was born on 29th of May 2006, and Pragg was born 10th of August 2005. So who's younger, who's older? Yasser, let's guess.
Gukesh. Okay, we do have.
Actually, the real clash of generations here in this game, yes.
Exactly, the youngest
really
versus
nice.
the oldest.
Yes.
We do have a significant development. After playing very, very, very well and kind of getting Vincent seriously on the back foot, Jan
kind
took
of
his foot
misplayed a little bit, yes.
off the gas. He didn't find the right moves. And we do have a trade of rooks and queen to g6.
Yeah, I think it was a great idea not to trade the queens again, because otherwise white would end up in the knight's ending, which was definitely better for black.
Yep.
King would be active, and this is very important in knight's endings. If your king is active, normally the one who has the active king can win.
Absolutely.
And knight f5, and again, pawn structure is spoiled.
And this is where it really starts to the pressure by black. He's the one that is with the potential of
creating this pass pawn. Yes,
exactly. So the queen comes here. Obviously, if we could play knight f5, we would be golden, as we would say. But let's say the pawn on g6 needs protection. So two moves immediately come to my mind. One is queen e4, the other is king f7. Probably I should start with king f7 and if you go knight e3, which you want to do, dare I tell you what I want? I want to win a pawn. Yay!
You'll just take the pawn.
Who could guess?
So what about queen c7? Then you go back, yes?
Yes.
That's nice that you can do it.
And, you know, my favorite living condition has been achieved. I'm a pawn to the good. And again, so let's try it again. King f7. My dream is to play knight f5. And equally a dream is to capture this pawn on a3.
I was thinking also like for a second of queen e4, but then we have queen b8, yes.
So
instead of king f7, maybe there was also some move like queen e4.
Yes.
Yeah, but I'm afraid that we are losing the pawn in this case. But let's check it. Maybe not.
Maybe not. Queen e4, I think,
protecting g6 and threatening the knight on c2.
I hate having my pieces on pre or leaving my pieces on pre. I would find myself drawn to the move knight e3. So inviting you, if you like,
to take this pawn,
to trade one pawn for another, or
can I
as
play
you
queen b1 now? Check, protecting my b7 and g6. You know.
Okay, I like the way you're thinking.
Yes, and now I move my king maybe to, if I have time. Maybe no, I don't have time because then you'll play d5. Most probably, yes. So my plan was to hide my king maybe on h7 or play something like that.
Yeah, but there's a tickle or two here. Now the pawns are beginning to feel a little bit exposed. So this queen and knight ending doesn't feel like Jan will have much, but this one, not queen e4, but this one feels more promising because again, this knight desperately needs to get to this active outpost, and it just happens temporarily that the knight has to protect the pawn. Here's the question. I think white should go queen check. So again, on
what did he play?
He played queen e4.
Queen e4. Ah.
Wow. Okay, a little bit of a surprise for me. Let's take a look.
Yes.
So queen e4. Okay, I don't like that, but you mentioned queen b8 check.
At least like knight e8, yes, okay, knight e8. So white doesn't have time to take on b7 because knight is hanging now.
Precisely.
But what if white still plays knight e3? Yes.
I think that that's a necessary move, knight e3.
Knight e3.
Good news for me is that two pawns are hanging.
Yes.
Yay.
Yes, yes.
Bad news is that
b7 is also
hanging. If I
hanging.
lose b7, I'm afraid this a pawn is most dangerous. So
b5, yes.
I would defend it.
I like the move b5 because you protect your own pawn and you still threaten, and you have this double threat to take pawn on d4 or pawn on h4 in a good day maybe.
Yes.
d5.
Ooh.
Here we go.
I still want
this pawn.
A pawn.
If I take it and play d4.
Correct.
I'm sure you're bringing me to some trap. Not really. Not yet. Maybe.
Not trivial. I
see. I know what you want. I know. Knight d5. You know, I thought about the idea queen takes e8, but you can take with the queen.
Okay. I actually think that this is one of those positions where we both have passers, and it's a race. But the crazy part is, my knight can defend against this pawn a lot easier than you would expect. So, like, for example, check. I don't know where you would like to go.
For example, g7, f7 doesn't matter.
Yes, and I go a4.
And you pinned my queen.
I did indeed. I did it.
Yes.
And should you make a move that forces my knight to go back, I still have d2 under control. And push him, baby. You know, like go.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy.
And I feel that this is once again one of those games, likely draw, but in this case a 3-result game. It's not, like before Jan had always
clear
a 2-result game.
Yes.
Not this time. So in my opinion, queen b8 check is a very good move, and I don't see anything wrong either with knight e3. You mentioned queen b1.
Yeah, I mentioned queen b1 simply because I wanted to defend everything, but
Right,
but still I'm losing
defending b7,
time. It's
Defending
g6.
makes sense.
But on the other hand, it feels also wrong because white has this d5 maybe.
But then I have a problem in this moment right here, when you played queen b. Oh, pardon me. I think it was queen b8 check, knight e8, knight e3. We don't have to play b5. We can also go check.
Check, king h2. But then you don't threaten our favorite pawns.
No, we don't. Well, I'm going to try to get out of the pin for just a moment.
What about d5 here?
d5
Maybe
here.
it's too aggressive, but I just want to check. Yes.
I mean, no. Not only that, but it's such a
tempting.
Yes.
Move. Yes, you want to still give it a try.
Exactly. Here, I'm feeling that the game again is drifting very, very, very quickly towards a draw. I would play this move. If you played d6, you fell into my check.
Nice.
Queen e5, and if you take, I'm thinking that this is really.
Should be drawish.
Yeah. Very, very drawn indeed. So. That rook trade, I think, was a very good decision by Vincent. The rook on e4 was always vulnerable to f5, and now they're gone. So, wow. By the way, once again, for those of you who were wondering, where's Lizzie? Poor Elizabeth, she kind of got a hoarse voice, and she has this beautiful metallic sound to her voice.
Yes.
And she was game. It was like she wanted to come back for this, the final day.
Yes, she's a fighter. She tried to come back to the studio, but we decided to let her rest a little bit because she got some virus, maybe, or she was sick for a couple of days. So we let her rest.
Very
Finally,
good.
Yes, we're good guys.
We are good guys. Normally we just, we kill those commentators. We drive them to early deaths and, tiredness and all kinds of wicked things happen.
No, remember, I mean, anybody can get ill, of course, at any moment. And I remember myself during Cairns Cup when COVID pandemic just started, and I was coughing like crazy during our show.
Right.
And people were asking, like, what's happening with you? Maybe I got COVID. And it was still a joke at that time, you know. And in 1 month, everything was closed.
Everything was closed, yeah.
So at that time, it sounds funny. We were like, ha, ha, ha.
I had this funny experience that happened to me quite often. So the COVID lockdown, and you could only, let's say, go to the grocery store that was 5 kilometers close to you, and there were so many restrictions it was hard to keep track of them all. But somehow during the COVID, I was able to take the train.
Okay.
And I would go to this place called Herenveen. It's in the north and near Leeuwarden, and where I could go into the studios and do the Chessable courses. And it was really, really, really nice. So I'd get on the train, and literally I'd be all by myself. There would be nobody else in the train whatsoever.
You were alone, yes?
I was alone.
Wow.
And there I am, alone on this train, and no other person service. And the train conductor would go by with this plastic covering over his face, this kind of large mask, and ask me to show the ticket. I'm like, dude, I'm the only guy on the train.
Curious. Who cares about the ticket?
Come on, you've got COVID, you've got a pandemic, and now you care about that I play.
So the whole train, sir. What a great, opportunity for you. Like now you can tell to everyone that the whole train was reserved only for you. Yes. Can you imagine? No taxi, but train.
Just the whole train.
But I heard some stories where, they still kept also planes running. And one friend of mine, he was also alone in the whole plane. So you feel that you have your own private jet. Like finally, my dreams came true.
Yeah, like what the heck is going on? It was pretty funny, actually, that I had a whole train to myself. Queen e7 check, a move that we really didn't pay that much attention to because, aren't you helping white? Pardon me, isn't white helping black?
To play king f7, yes.
To play king but then you do play knight e3. No, wait a minute. I'll just pursue the line for just a moment. I didn't immediately play this move queen here because I was...
Yes, it says 3, yes. Yeah.
I think it's getting closer and closer to a draw now suddenly. Okay, so in that case,
King f7 was played.
He did
Yes,
play
he
King
played
f7.
King f7. Yes.
Okay. And now we can expect Vincent to play knight e3. And this move is so well timed. I mean, seriously, if you made a move, well, a bad move, let's say queen here just to defend, and you got knight here, now suddenly everything is in great jeopardy, I would say. You know, like one move, you know, I just need to get my knight to the h5 square, to the f5 square, and getting the knight to e3 was like just in time.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
But Yasser, what do you think about Jan's chances during the World Championship match? What do you think about his shape? Definitely, this tournament is part of his preparation.
Sure.
And like, what kind of conclusions he can make, for example. And yeah, they will play also with the same time control with Ding Liren in Astana.
No, it's a great training for Jan. I think he's the most self-critical player in the top 5 people that I can think of. So, you know, if he played a perfect tournament, I'm not sure he'd be satisfied.
Exactly.
It's just the way his approach is that he's always looking for improvement. Now, I think he goes into the World Championship match as a slight favorite. I say it not because of any recent form or something like that. I just think that he has the type of style that is not enjoyable for Ding Liren, not enjoyable for many people.
Yes.
I think Ding really enjoys a lot of the positions that are strategic and positional. And yes, Ding is a great fighter, great tactician, and all that good stuff. But this guy loves chaos.
Yes, and dynamic, and
it's so hard to control him. And we saw in Madrid that in the first round, Jan destroyed Ding Liren when Ding was white.
Yes.
And Ding, in the first half of the tournament, was like suffering. He was at the bottom at the cross table, and fantastic recovery by Ding Liren.
Yes.
But Jan has the type of style that can really off-put somebody. The other thing is that he is both fragile.
Yes, at the same time.
And at the same time, really a powerful force of nature. If he gets on a streak, he can destroy somebody 5-0, right?
Or it can be the other way around.
Exactly.
Something what we have seen in the other World Championship matches. That if he's on the
other side,
he can also sometimes
self-destruct.
Yes, exactly.
So I think it's a very compelling match. I personally am going to be watching it with a lot of glee in my eyes, and I'm looking for a close match. Gusti thought the match would also be very, very close, and he also thought that Jan was a slight favorite, but he based that on the poor performance of
Ding now in
Vacanze.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, at least I remember Jan playing in Norway chess also right before the match. I think it was also his last event before the match was Magnus, or one of the last ones, and he didn't really play well. I think here at least it seems like he will not lose the game, right?
No,
in this event, I don't see him losing this game, and it's still important feeling that you went through the whole distance without losing. Okay, you made too many draws maybe for your taste, but still,
not to lose is an accomplishment.
I
mean, seriously, in this field, we talk about anybody can lose a game.
Exactly. Yes.
And in this field, my gosh,
he's the only one.
Everybody's dangerous, right?
Yes,
and we'd have more moves. Queen b8. Okay.
Queen b8.
So for me, Vincent absolutely should not have traded queens. That knight ending, I would have been fearful that it would just be losing. Queen b8, absolutely logical move.
Yes, now that if you play knight d6, immediately you will get d5.
Right.
I think.
So here we go. So let's say I go queen d7. Now, the truth of the matter is I'm not really threatening to take. If it was my turn, I would not capture this pawn and trade it for this one. But I do think that the move Queen D7 does prepare the move Knight
Yeah,
E6.
that's what he played. Queen D7, I think, is on the board, and he wants to play Knight E6 and finally put his knight to a more active position.
Right. And once again, the players are now in the second time control where they do have that new out 1 hour on their clocks, and that's why we can see that Nepo's time is 1:12 to 32 minutes for Vincent. No time trouble or anything like that, but just to remind people
what kind of time control we have. We don't have increments still
exactly
until move 61. So, and then the game can last forever.
No, yeah. Yes. Well put. I have
Are you
fear.
ready? Are you ready, Yasser?
I have a fear. Okay, what's my fear? The worst endings any commentator can ever commentate is queen and pawn endings.
Oh my gosh, yes. Please, guys, don't trade the knights.
Don't do that for us. So there was this terrible game from Vaikon Zay that went forever and forever.
Yes.
And it was Anish Giri, the local hero for the Dutch, playing a queen and pawn endgame, a pawn up against Wesley. So we can't stop the broadcast because there's 1,000 people watching the game. And I go, okay, guys, these positions are impossible to analyze. I'll tell you honestly, I'm going to turn on the computer.
Terrible.
Turn on the computer, and the computer says 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Wesley makes a move, and it's minus 47. Minus 47.
Great job.
Anish makes a move, and it's 0, 0, 0, 0. And to explain why it was, on all the moves the players are making, are logical moves to me, and they're losing, drawing. This went back and forth like this for,
forever.
40 minutes.
Let's put it this way. But now, Yasser, that we have this chance, maybe let's speak a little bit about Backhouse event, which will happen tomorrow. So our viewers are aware that tournament will be over today. We'll have closing ceremony, but on the other hand, it's still not over. We have the great event coming soon. Tomorrow at 1 o'clock, all players will come back. No. I will follow.
Okay.
It's more fun to follow this event.
Okay.
And I invite everyone to join us at 1 o'clock. We will have 8 teams.
8
teams, yes. And even I have them in front of me. I can even maybe reveal some secrets who will play with whom. And the interesting part is that we will show only one match at the time, each round, because the idea is to make it interesting for our public. It's of course it's also about result and matter of pride for many players to win this tournament, the first ever top players Backhouse event in the history of chess. Yes, it's gonna be really cool. It will be full of fun. We will try our best to find a good way to show it during the broadcast, because nobody really tried to do it before, I guess, with top players. So we will have the boards. Leonard found the way how to show 2 boards at the same time. We will not see the pieces, but you can still guess that the pieces which left the board on one board can suddenly appear on the other board. Yes, Yasser will explain.
I will be challenged
to explain what's going on.
Yes.
Because I know, Yasser, you're a very, very good player yourself, and probably you really didn't know what you prefer more, to comment or to play.
Exactly.
Yes, but let me tell you the some of the teams, right?
Please.
So what we know for the moment, that Vadim Rosenstein, the main organizer of the tournament, the main sponsor of WR Chess Masters, will play in the team with Levon, and this is really a dream team. I've seen them playing, and they were beating badly everybody now, also in our VIP area. So this is really, I think, a good team. They have some spirit, definitely. Then we have Anish playing with Gukesh.
Wait a minute. Anish is not even taking Gusti.
No.
He takes Gukesh instead.
Yes.
What a traitor.
Yes.
I will file a protest with the FIDE office. Go on.
Yes. And then we have Vincent Keymer, who plays together with Jan Krzysztof Duda in one
That's a nice
team.
Yes,
also one team. And then actually we have the director of the Dusseldorf club. Wait a second. Some changes. Yes. So no, actually Jan will play. Nepomniachtchi will play with Maxim. Matlakov, he's second. He didn't
He's
trade
second.
him. He was a good boy. He
kept
keeps his
his
team together.
Right.
And Nodirbek will play with Andrey, Esipenko.
Oh,
youngsters.
okay.
And actually,
They're
they were
dangerous.
doing also good. Yes, I saw
They're
them play. And
dangerous.
Andrey was coming to VIP area also to train a little bit these days. I won a couple of games, by the way. I mean, okay, again, but he also
Right.
beat me badly
Oh,
the other
we
games.
don't
So
discuss it.
yes, no, but we don't reveal the secrets. So Wesley with Prague. We have
Nice.
another really good team. Wesley is really a good player.
And he's so quick.
He's quick and
he's so
and he enjoys
clock,
it. You know,
yeah.
we have this fantastic video of Wesley like laughing all the time. You can find it in our YouTube channel of We Are Chess Masters. So please check it out and you will enjoy it. And then we have one team with local players, and the last team will be Jan Werner, the president of Chess Club Dusseldorf, will play together with Gusti. So Gusti will reappear, but in a different role.
Okay.
Yes, and I think he also had some training during these
Right.
days, and it's going to be a very, very nice event. We will try to cover. I will just tell you also some rules which apply. You know, there are many different versions of Backhouse chess, right? And this time it's one of the wildest version I've ever heard in my life. First of all, the only thing what is great that you cannot put pieces with checkmate.
Right.
On the other hand, you can put them with check. Then the craziest thing that if you promote the pawn, you can take the piece from the other board.
Right.
And one more interesting rule that players can discuss moves.
Yes.
They don't care. You know, you
Right.
can still give the tip and
Watch
advice.
out for the bishop.
Yeah, not even like you can play checkmate is and say moves and
Right.
stuff like this. Which pieces you want from my board? So
Right.
it's like really kind of crazy games will happen tomorrow. And
Teamwork very important then.
yes, so we decided. I mean, then we decided to go for this really for the version where players actually can do everything they want. But illegal move loses the game.
Clear.
Yes, clear. But illegal move you will do only after you push the clock.
Right.
Before that, you can change your mind
Exactly.
and play. You know, touch rule
Something
doesn't
else.
work.
Right.
Yes, sir. So it's dream come true. You can play whatever you want.
Nice. Nice. And
to
it's all
enjoy it,
touch
yes.
clock. And if you make an illegal move after pressing the
Yes,
clock,
then it's
that's when you get the big fat
yes.
forfeit. If the other team realizes that
Mhm.
it was an illegal move that
Yes,
you played.
it's also like everything happens so fast. Everybody will have 5 minutes per game,
Right.
and sometimes it also matters what's happening with your clock. You know,
big
you will
time,
explain this, I'm sure, Yasser tomorrow. Like
Yeah.
some tricks with clocks as well, when players
Yeah.
can just simply sit and wait.
Well, I
Mhm.
like what happened yesterday. So I'm in the VIP, and they need a fourth. Somebody has left. Maybe Lizzie has left to take care of her throat. And it's like Vadim said, "Come on, Yasser, you have to be my partner. We play against Boris Gelfand
Mhm.
and Andrey."
Okay.
So I sat down, and they said, "But Andrey has to play today.
Yes.
So for sure, we only play one game,
Yes. Of course.
and then
Of
we
course.
won.
And then we're serious. Yes.
Vadim and I have won. So Andrey said, "Okay,
One more.
They won.
Yes.
So now it's sort of like, okay, let's play best out of
Of course.
three,
Yes. Exactly. Yes.
and we won. So now Andrey is like, okay.
So how many games did you
Then
play?
it was best out of 5. And we said to Andrey, okay, you have to go. You have a game tomorrow.
Unbelievable, yes.
Vadim and I have won. And Boris and Andrey were very unhappy.
Yes, of course.
And I hit them with my favorite cheapo. You know, this
Mhm.
kibitzing, joking, harassing kind of
course,
kibitz,
of course. Trash talking,
provocative,
yes.
yeah, trash talking.
Yes.
So I said to Andrey afterwards, after this, I said, "Andrey, can I ask you a question?" And he goes, "Sure. What would you like to know?" I said, "Was that as good for you as it was for me?" He was like, I'm going to go to sleep. Get out of here.
This was the last yes.
The
point. Yes.
last tickle.
You know.
And we had a really fun night training, and that's all happening tomorrow. But what's happening today,
Yes.
right
Still
now,
the game. Yes.
is we have a Queen and Knight versus Queen and Knight ending.
Yes. But you know,
with
Yasser,
please.
by the
what?
way, I was
don't know.
forbidden to play this Backhouse chess when I was a kid. Yes, it was
Really?
forbidden, yes, for us
Some
to do
of
it,
the
yes.
trainers must have felt
Yes.
that it was just bad.
Yes, it's very bad for any chess players. They were telling us that no, you have to play only chess version, the correct chess, yes, and don't spend your time for these crazy games, yes. No, and it will kind of ruin your ability to play normal chess and things like that. So yes, so I felt that now. Finally,
right? You're
as much
free.
as I could, yes.
The chains are off, and Anastasia is ready to show
whatever
her
we want. This finally,
that's interesting. Okay, I never had a coach that could make such a determination for me to begin with. I like that's for sure. But then the second thing is, in many ways, I thought the exact opposite, and I thought that Bughouse made me more tactically aware. That is to say, boy, if I had a knight in this position, I could make a fork. Oh my gosh, I can do it that way, and I can make the fork that way. By the way, let's catch up with the players. A3, A4. Every time I think Vincent is going to shut down the game and make it a draw by forcing play, I look at the position again, and I go, well, what is he going to do after knight e6? Obviously, I want to take this pawn on d4 for free.
Of course, yes. So it's a good question.
So one of the moves I'd like you to play, and you're falling into a nasty trap. Imagine you play the
move. Yes, of course, I'm checking this move, Yasser. How do you read my thoughts?
Yeah, and that's the perfect trap. That's like I open the door and say, please, Anastasia, could you come in and pay me a visit? And then then the queen is suddenly, what?
Yes.
I mean,
like queen h6 is possible, but after queen d4, where do you move? Yes.
You're not going to be happy, and your queen is ending up completely stuck. Like that would be the cold shower experience. That would be like, uh-oh.
So a4, let's try to understand what's happening here. 96. Like how to protect the pawn, or
could it be knight c4? I'm struggling otherwise. It must be knight c4.
Knight c4, yes, with the idea that if you take on d4, knight d6,
will come up. But I'm a little concerned.
No, me too.
Do you mind if I take?
Let's check. Knight d6, for example.
Yeah.
Whatever, king e6. I'm not sure where the king goes.
It's funny because I have this idea.
Yes, I understand. And queen d1, yes.
Yes.
Yes, let's show this idea. Yes, knight e2, king h2, and now
queen e1. But
yes, but maybe here it's not so easy.
No, I have to figure out a way to slalom away from the perpetual check. I don't.
Can we play instead of queen d1, king f5?
Right.
I mean, then jump with the king.
Run for the roses.
Or it's too much. Yes, knight d6.
No, I don't know. I mean, I'm a little bit of the opinion that this is getting a little crazy.
Yes.
That we took a pawn. Here, I was a little bit afraid if I go.
Then queen b7. Yes.
Yeah, and my king is not active, so that was why.
A pawn is running. Yes, so that's why I thought about king e6 to centralize the king.
And something like this, and one more look here. Wow.
King d5.
I know, right? It's like one of those crazy things. But maybe you just run with the pawn and
then I go to e1 and I go to e1 and checkmate you with king f2. Yes, like
oh my goodness,
Nigel Short style.
Right, but that is a runaway pawn, unfortunately for us.
Maybe I'm too crazy. Yes,
too enthusiastic.
Yes, but just.
But it must be knight c4 that is a little bit off-putting for Jan. By the way, the threat also includes queen takes b7 thanks to this fork, right?
So after knight d4, maybe just queen b7. Yes.
Well, that's a knight ending. I'm fearful for white.
Let's check.
Okay, I'm fearful
because the king is active again.
Very, very active. Like somehow. I fear that the knight could end up getting trapped. Like if you played here and I played here, and you played here and I played here.
Your next move is like
yes.
I do, so but easy. It's not that easy. Yes, I'm not sure I want all this action
as white. Yeah,
exactly,
because I've got the a pawn pretty much under control, and I'm going to try to round it up less so, if you will, there. So, and we have King E. Do we have this on the position? Yes, we do.
King E7, yes.
Yes. So Knight C4 came.
Yes.
And King E7.
Just defending.
Just sidestepping Knight D8. Kind of encouraging Queen G8, though, right?
Yes, taking into account that G6 is not protected right now.
Exactly.
No, but then Queen D4 maybe.
Queen D4.
Queen H7.
I like that. My stomach just made this wonderful gurgling sound. It's like, is it really getting late? And I saw that across the river, darkness is just kind of settling. I wonder if this is one of those positions which is very funny. Knight A5, Knight D8. Remember a moment ago I had ensnared your queen on H8. Now with the knight on D8 protecting B7, I'm thinking that I really do want to capture this pawn on D4. And
so maybe there are still some chances, definitely, for black, yes.
For black.
Yes, now for the viewers who just came after their works and just decided to have a look what's happening here, let's remind you that it's the last game of the 9th round of WR Chess Masters. I mean, the last classical game. And after this game is decisive for the tournament. So if Jan will manage to win this game, he will tie for the first place and he'll play the tiebreak.
Correct.
If the game finishes in a draw, we'll have two players tied for the first place, Levon Aronian and Gukesh. They are ready, they're checked probably already the games of each other, and they're getting ready to play the tiebreak and show really interesting chess, I hope. And soon, I mean, not later than today, we'll have the winner of WR Chess Masters tournament
announced. Yes.
By
the way, Knight A5 was played, and I was reluctant to. Well, I said there's the slightly plausible possibility that the knight could end up trapped on this very funny square there.
So we will check this knight D4, yes? Or what? What did we check?
Yeah, knight D4 was our previous move. Let me give you just an another suggestion.
C5.
C5.
Wow. Yes. So what if I take the challenge and they take on C5?
And I take on C5.
With the knight, yes.
And now I'll warn you that I want to check and go back.
Wow.
And I also warn you that I have
some ideas about the pawn on
let's say evil intentions. But the one I really wanted you to fall into was
yes, please, Yasser, show me what the mistake I had to do to please the public.
Yeah, be victimized. Not by this one. Please be victimized after C5 with this one.
Knight B7. Take.
Whoa. I mean, the queen and knight are stuck, right?
Exactly, yes, and nobody can catch up with this pawn.
Exactly, and it's sort of like I get to make a queen. So that was one of my.
I think it was still possible to play queen h8 at one point, but again, never mind. I mean, it's like queen of king of 7.
So once again, we're looking at knight
d8.
D8 as the main move, and as an important. Well, important, I don't know if that's the right word, but a side variation you actually have to consider as well. And you were mentioning queen g8, right, or something?
I mean, yes, after this, maybe somewhere here, yes, queen g8, or maybe after we start pushing the pawns in the other variation. But this idea is in there.
Absolutely. Also, just to be annoying to us, you can check on d7 as well.
Jan is checking. Look, I think he found something, because from the way he looked now.
Knight d8 was his move. Okay.
No, I think he started to like his position.
You think so?
Maybe, yes.
It's so hard for me to read him.
To read the faces, yes.
Well, no. Like in poker, they have a tell. It's so hard for me to know, is Jan happy, or is he sad happy, or is he...
Yes.
unhappy or like what's going on with him, because his faces and emotions just
They're changing, yes, and
change quickly too.
I think he likes at the moment his position, and
Okay.
this is just my feeling.
Okay.
The way he looks, and in general, because I used to take photos as well, and
As a
as a photographer
you-
for many years. Like, of course, I used to try to catch some expressions on the faces of the top players, and I remember this great moment when Magnus played the match with Vichy, and
in Chennai.
in Chennai, the 4 games finished in a draw. First 4 games ended up in a draw, and then he comes for the 5th game, and then I remember I took this always same face, and particularly on the day 5, he looked and smiled a little bit, like really, 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 like
Right.
very, very small,
Very
small
just
smile. And I caught this moment, and I came back to the press
Happy?
center. I saw the picture and said, I think he's going to win today, so I'll publish this picture together with, let's say, victory.
is coming or
Mhm.
something.
Something like that. And yes, he won the game. So, like, you sometimes feel the player's mood. And you know what? Sometimes you take the photo during the round, and it will fit later, maybe even for the title of the article or
Right.
for your post later.
How
So
weird is that?
yeah, I mean,
I-
crazy. Yes, of
yeah.
course, sometimes you're wrong as well, but
Right.
you try to catch those emotions, and of course, you study the players. And Jan, I know for like I don't know how many years, so we used to see him in different situations. I mean, sometimes still but I think he is quite honest with his emotions. He cannot. I don't
Hide
think he's
his,
pretending. Also,
right.
sometimes people, when they believe the position is good, they still kind of pretend that it's
Right.
not. Yes.
Oh, I'm struggling.
Yes,
yeah.
yes, or the
Woe
other
is
way
it?
around. Yes,
Right.
like you think
Whoa.
it's not good, but you try to play happy.
Right.
I think he's quite natural and honest in what he feels.
Yes.
So at the moment, I
Some
think
deep
it's
breaths.
getting better.
We do have the move Queen to F4,
And
which
Queen D6.
was a little bit of a surprise. Again, I tell you, I'm struggling. I really am genuinely feeling, because I thought Vincent was going to play the move Knight B3 in order to go Knight C5, and if the Queen, for example, were to leave control of the D6 square, leave control of the C7 square, I would play Queen to C7.
But maybe after Knight B3, there is Queen D6 here.
Yes.
Also,
and I'll
this was the
just-
same idea.
Yeah, and I'll just hang around.
Yeah. So now maybe I have something like Queen B4.
Queen B4, and now again,
You still
I'm
you
just
give
going
me
to
checks.
be.
Yes.
I'm just going to be the annoying person
Yes, it's okay.
that I could be. But excuse me. So what happened instead was after Knight D8, again Knight B3. I thought was the intention to, possibly go Knight to C5, right? Vincent went instead, a surprise for me, Queen F4. And now Jan said, okay, let me kick you back a little bit further. And with check, I am assuming King F7, right?
Yes.
I want to defend the pawn on G6. Unless... No. B7 is hanging. Excuse me. I was I was thinking about Knight E6 for just a moment there, and I go, no.
But then B7, yes.
Yeah, B7 is hanging. Right now, this knight on A5 makes a very sorrowful impression. I mean, be careful, right? I mean, something could go wrong.
Exactly.
Queen B4 is a massively winning threat, and if you go Knight C4, may I keep harassing you?
I think so. Possible.
Yeah.
And then Queen E1 is the threat. Yes, if you move your queen
Exactly.
somewhere. No, it's. I mean,
going
Jan
backwards.
has this great opportunity that he knows that if he trades the queens, he is better.
Clear.
And he keeps using this
useful tool
idea, yes, in order to get different positions, let's say, and check it if he has more chances here or there.
Queen E4 check, and the fact that Jan is thinking makes me suggest he is considering this move. Go ahead if you like to take the pawn on G6, and is the knight trapped after Queen B4? Like I'm
Wow,
losing
good
some
question,
kingside
yes.
pawns, right?
Mhm.
I mean, you could. I would want to make sure I had calculated this well.
But
I am trapping the knight, but boy, this is
it's not going to be easy. Yes.
no.
Yes.
I also have the feeling in this tournament that the game of Levon woke Jan up in the sense he was forced. He forced himself to play on
Yes.
in a position he might have preferred to draw. He forced himself, and right
It's
now I feel
important.
like he's in that mode where he's forcing himself to find good moves and to play hard for the win, and he did play King F7, by
Keep
the way.
fighting. Yes, of course. No, but literally, you have nothing to lose. You still have chance to tie for the first place,
Exactly.
and even prove something to yourself that you, even if, let's say he doesn't win tiebreak, but still tying for the first place shows that he's able to share the lead in the tournament, right? So what happened? What?
Whoa.
Wow, what?
Whoa, something
Queen
very
B1.
strange. Queen B1.
Oops.
My goodness, I didn't see this move coming. Wow.
But actually, like, I don't know what's going on. Like,
Queen B1? I'm not sure. By the way, I'd just like to say that Bent Larson told me I had spit out some nonsense during a dinner, and he said, Yasser, stop worrying about the Grandmaster title. You're gonna become a Grandmaster. That's gonna take care of itself. Don't play for the Grandmaster norm. I said, don't play for the Grandmaster norm, Ben. That's what I'm supposed to be trying to do. He says, no, play for winning the tournament. So imagine yourself already a Grandmaster. Then you should be playing to win the tournament. That's what it's about. And this is what I feel is the opportunities that Bent was talking about. Right now.
Queen C7, I think you
Right,
played, yes.
yeah, right
because
now.
I thought about this move, right?
Yeah.
Queen C7 to protect B7 and ask this knight to go away from here. But now he has this knight C4 again, and if knight is 6, no queen B7. There is queen B7.
Right. But I
It's
feel
gonna be
like
tricky, yes.
like Jan is at this moment where he's got an opportunity to win the tournament and to tie for first. And
Yes.
to win it. And yes, you just have to keep an eye.
On B7,
And
yes.
I think we have knight C4. Let me just double check.
No,
No,
queen B4.
Wow, Vincent. Okay. Vincent is saying, okay, I capture pieces on passive squares. Now, the question, can I play King E8? No.
Queen E7 was played
Yeah.
already, yes?
King, I was about to suggest a moment ago, let me just take that last move back. We know-
Interesting. Just to move the king to the other side and protect B7.
Yes.
Wow. Wow, what a
it's-
great idea. Wow.
It's
yes,
it's how do you say a staircase like way,
Mhm.
but Queen C7 was played, and again played quickly. Sorry,
Queen E7.
is time a factor? 16 minutes. to
for how many moves?
6.
For 6 moves. Okay.
Not much.
Not much. Still, yes. If you need to
Oh.
think about certain position, it's not that much.
There's a nasty idea. Queen B2, Queen E1. Oops. Oops.
Nice.
Don't think that I don't have tricky, trappy ideas just because I'm old and toothless.
Nice. Queen E1.
Queen
Double
E-
check. Yes. Double
Attack.
threat. Yes.
Yes. Double attack.
Queen
Wow.
E7. Yes. So what white should do? If he just moves his queen from
I would
B4?
I would probably be tempted to keep my queen as annoyingly placed as I could. But again, my pieces are kind of tied up. Well, but so are black's, right? And
I see the variation where you can take all the pawns, basically.
How?
Now, maybe Queen E1,
Oh,
maybe Queen F2.
I can make a draw when I like. You mean.
Yes. Like yes, and if you take
Okay.
no, d4 is protected. That's was the problem. I was thinking that yes, now you
This
take
is
it's a
one,
draw.
this
Yes,
is two, this is three.
but
yeah.
unfortunately the d pawn is protected, so you can force a draw. Yes, here queen
Yes.
h4, queen e1. Let's just show it. Yes. So
And yep, that's the standard stuff.
how to make a draw?
Yes.
Perpetual check.
Oh, that's so sweet.
This is how the game can finish, but I don't think so. I think Jan will still try.
We have
A
more
move?
moves. So after the move queen
E7.
he did not play queen b6.
Yes, he played queen b3 check. Yes.
Right. And then the king.
Moved to g7, and now queen e1 is a threat again. Yes.
The game keeps flaring anew.
And by the way, if you want to defend and play king h2, then you get queen c7.
That's nasty.
Like, like you try to make prophylactics. Sometimes
Right.
it can backfire.
Right.
Queen c7,
For
yes.
example, yeah, that's
It doesn't work. Yes.
that's a nasty example of backfiring. Speaking of capturing a picture, as you were telling your story about Magnus and the secret smile of Magnus as he comes confidently to the game, I was once playing in the U.S. Junior Championship, and before the tournament got started, they had these big, beautiful trophies, and my eyes were really big, looking at these great trophies, and all the junior players stood around the trophy case, as we took a photo. Mark Deason, who went on to become the world junior champion,
Yes.
stood in front of the first place trophy. Michael Rode, who went on to become Grandmaster Michael Rode, stood in front of the second place trophy.
Okay.
And Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan, who went on to become Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan, stood in front of the third place trophy.
Okay.
Before the tournament. And that was the finish. First, second,
This
third.
is very funny. This is
Like
very funny.
what? Like people think that was staged after the tournament.
Yes,
no, that was before
the
the
tournament.
event.
That's really cool story
Isn't that
about
like
the picture.
weird? Like we were
Yes.
all stood in front of the trophy that would bear our names.
I had also like funny story that there was one Grand Prix event in Mallorca, and back in 2013, I think, I don't recall, maybe 16 or something like that, 17. And there was this picture that there was a banner and players were taking photos in front of it, and only one player didn't take any photo. It was Dmitry Yakovenko, who was standing next to the banner, and he was literally solving puzzles. Yasser, believe it or not, at the opening ceremony, he brought the book with tactics, and he was solving puzzles, just standing there, reading the book, and everybody was taking photos, and I somehow managed to take the photo with some players and him standing behind, solving his puzzles. So guess, Yasser, who won the tournament?
The guy who was solving the puzzles.
The puzzles, yes. So after the end of the tournament, I published this picture because it was so funny to, let's say, to discuss it and this and witness
how it happened.
So look at this kind of person who is preparing hard. Even during the opening ceremony, he doesn't relax. He's getting ready.
Working.
No, it was very important event because it was a qualification for the candidates tournament. Okay, Dmitry didn't qualify, but I remember Levon was fighting and Maxim to qualify. So it was important event, and so you never know what can happen at the end.
By the way, we did see the move queen to d8.
Yes.
And
what? It's a draw?
No.
No?
He's still fighting.
Knight f7. Oh yeah, I was surprised. Yes.
He's still fighting because in his mind's eye, if you take this pawn as white,
yes,
and I take this pawn, and you have a passed pawn, I will never defend against. I agree.
Yes.
But I always have the perpetual check.
Yes.
And maybe
knight can come out.
Maybe the knight can join the attack.
Yes, and we know that knight and queen, it's
will
a very dangerous
force.
Dangerous force.
They do indeed coordinate beautifully together. Again, just kind of like looking at this.
I think they already
you
found Yasser everything, and now knight h6 or what?
I believe so.
And or there is perpetual. Yes.
I'm a little bit I'm a little bit for not knight h6 so
but
much
which
as
one?
I was thinking
just h4.
h4.
Mm-hmm.
Knight here.
Mm-hmm.
e7. No. You cover.
Yes,
you
yes.
cover. I beg your pardon. I wanted to go queen
I
g3.
understand, yes.
The
The problem with this position, knight h6, is not winning, because then
Queen
white
C7.
has perpetual check, yes, maybe.
And by the way, we do have this position on the board. So,
Things
again,
are getting wild.
starting to get interesting, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
I see it, of course.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, let's go.
So, the point is, imagine you go here, yes?
Mm-hmm.
And I go here. And imagine you come back. Now I go here. There's
And no
queen
check.
Queen
Queen
c7.
c7. Oh my gosh. Yes.
And now comes check and knight g4.
It's easy to miss.
Easy to miss.
Wow. Anybody can miss this type of thing.
Totally.
Especially after you played 8 rounds and
6 hours.
It's already, I don't know, we are on 6 hour.
Game.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, not for nothing, but this is the first time, really, I feel that Jan in the entire game has the opportunity to attack.
Mm-hmm.
Like all the way up to now.
It was preparation.
Right? He was always preparing to attack. By the way, if you think that you can defend the pawn on f2 with the move d4, pardon me.
d5, yes?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I have bad news. Very, very, very bad news. Now I'm playing for knight e5, and if you take, now I have a perfect pocket for my king.
Yes,
and this
and
is
you hide.
this is gone. This is I feel losing for the first player. This is not what you want to do.
Wow.
So things suddenly became dangerous, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Out of the clear sky.
Yes. Out of blue.
Yes.
Now we have the situation that black can actually start the attack against the king.
Exactly.
And white's pieces are too far away from defending.
Exactly.
The king, yes.
The knight on b6 and the queen. Let me just refresh the board. Sorry. Yep, knight f7 is the last move. Time trouble once again.
Time trouble, yes. By the way, 10 minutes for how many? 5 moves?
No, 57. So just
3 moves, yes. And Jan has 58 minutes on
but
his
look
clock.
at Vincent. You can see these are difficult moves, as Jan has found a way of making Vincent's life
really
more
difficult.
difficult.
Yes, exactly, yes. Wow.
Wow.
Maybe it's a moment when we might have 3 people tied for the first place. Get ready, order food, drinks, because it seems we're going to stay here for a couple of hours.
One of our sponsors, Domino's Pizza. Domino's
Yes.
delivers. So order your pizza because it's going to be a long evening.
Yes.
Should this game end decisively in the favor of Jan, they're going to give Jan 30 minutes to recover himself before the tie breaks begin.
Yes.
Should the game end in a draw, then the tie breaks will begin relatively speaking right away in 15 minutes. And that's what we're looking at as far as the tie break, which will be played tonight. We will be crowning a champion of our first WR
Masters tournament, yes.
Yeah, our very first champion. And suddenly, Anastasius, things are suddenly starting to look a little scary. Now, we don't want to leave our knight on pre.
No,
so
because
if we're going to take, we're going to take.
And then...
And if we're going to...
This variation which you showed, the beautiful line, yes.
Yes, with the
starting
check.
with queen f4. So maybe instead of a5, white should play queen c7 immediately. What do you think?
Okay,
yes,
fair. That's a very fair thought. Yes, that you should play this.
But I think then you take just sole pawns, no?
I would.
Queen h4. I know.
Grab
with
the
pleasure.
pawns with great pleasure. And by the way,
or even this one, yes.
This is really
but
grabbing all the pawns.
No, but then knight d6 and you have defense, yes. I think yes.
But that's really grabbing all the pawns. I mean, that's greed personified right there. Knight f7. Queen, I mean, this is a very nasty idea of checking and then covering
this
diagonal.
The diagonal, not to allow your opponent to give checks, like
Sorry.
clear prophylactics.
sorry, once again, this is the line that Anastasia and I have been looking at, where a lot of the lines for white is he's looking to play queen c7 and protect his king, but after, for example, check and knight here, this is where we start to really feel that the combination of the knight and the queen are deadly.
Yes,
and
exactly.
Vincent is feeling it as well. He knows the game can easily be over in the next few moves if he doesn't find the right
precise moves, yes, to hold the position. Yes, so you can see that Jan left the chair, the board. He is walking around, most probably.
Yes.
So we cannot follow him at the moment and understand what emotions he has. But we clearly see that Vincent
is
struggles. He's suffering because it's a really important moment. You can lose the game, and after 6 hours of play, it's such a pity, for any player to make maybe one inaccuracy and then you're in trouble. Yes.
And then again, no increment until move 61 for the players.
Yes.
So exactly at this moment, Vincent, even though he's not in time trouble, he's got 7 minutes. That 7 minutes starts to feel like, it's 12 seconds.
Exactly. And you can see he checks the clocks. I mean, he is aware that he spends time and minutes.
He's getting nervous.
He's getting nervous. It's a very, very difficult moment for any player when you don't have that much time anymore and the position is complicated and you have to make a decision. So he takes knight b7.
Yeah, there was really no alternative because he's kind of committed. His knight on a5, his queen on b6, he's kind of committed to capturing this pawn. And if you don't do it, I'm going to capture on f2 anyway. So queen takes f2 is going to come rather quickly. And now comes this question, do I have to play queen c7 immediately? Because that will be terrible.
Oh, just you lose all the pawns.
I just lose all the pawns.
What else? Let's check, Yasser, what else he can do?
Okay, so again, the only thing I can imagine him doing is pushing his pawn.
I thought about queen a7, tricky, but I'm not sure it will work because maybe because knight h6 you block the square for the king.
Okay, but
I don't like this move. Artificial, absolutely. But because what else to do?
Exactly.
Yes, take, go back. Yes.
Yeah. The problem I'm having is first of all, you're stepping in front of your a pawn.
No, but I have a threat. I want to play knight d8 or knight d6.
I understand.
At least something.
Right.
And I protected both of my pawns. Yes,
I'm a little bit afraid that
that you can do the same thing. Yes.
Turn the table. So, for example,
A5.
here. And this is where I get you.
Again, yes.
I bring the knight to g4, and once the knight gets to g4, I don't think there's any perpetual checks against black's king. And
because the queen is... but knight d6 sometimes.
Well, right now it's check.
Yes. No, I understand. Check, I have to go to h3,
everything else is checkmate.
Yes, and then I don't have anything, yes.
And I'm waiting for mate, yeah? Wow.
Jan came back.
How he...
immediately, look.
Of course.
Queen f2, yes, of course.
Yeah.
He doesn't check the variations.
This is also one of the things I think that Jan is very gifted, is we can all calculate. We can all calculate it. We can all make a judgment after the calculation. But for a lot of us, myself included, I like to check. Was I right? I like to double check. Jan is not of this. I saw the variation, I play the variation.
Yes.
So he calculates once and he's done. So here again, I think there's only a5 to really talk about.
Yes, but I mean, really, we checked with you what's happening after queen f4. I don't know, maybe g3 here. Okay, let's try a5. Let's see if g3 is possible.
It's possible, but I have a feeling like it could be over. So I can check, force you to h2, and then can I escape these oops, excuse me, I did it wrong. I was trying to clear the board, and my mistake, I apologize. Queen f4 check, yeah?
Yes.
I don't take the pawn. Oh, a5.
a5, yes.
Yeah,
and then queen f4, g3.
Queen f4.
If I go king h3, just...
It's the same.
The same. Okay.
Okay.
Check.
It's the same. And I go here. Actually, I apologize. It's not the same. Anastasia, forgive me on that one. I have a very nice move. If you play King H3, you're actually...
Queen G1, yes?
Yes.
You are losing immediately, yes.
You're walking into something very, very nasty. Maybe even G5. You know, like there's just so many checkmating patterns suddenly.
Absolutely, yes. You
It
don't
feels
put
like
king on H3.
a puzzle rush. So Queen F4 check, G3, Queen back...
King H1.
Yeah, check here. And I wanted to play Knight H6, but no.
I don't know, Yasser, why don't you take on G3? I know that you like the pawns. Like
I
Queen
love the
F2, King H1, maybe you can just
Well,
grab
then
it.
I would have taken on H4 right away.
Yes, maybe. But
Which
maybe
he
A6.
has done.
Uh-huh.
So now he can check. Okay, so kind of resetting the position, yes. Check, King H2. Now,
But now it's different. Now there is no...
Well, here there's H4, right? H4.
No, but remember we
Yes,
were
I was
discussing
going
it that
the
we
queen on
don't take
C7.
on H4, we play Queen F4 and we
Yes.
take the control over...
That
I
is
mean, you
correct.
found really great idea.
There,
And I really didn't see what
how to handle
white
it, yeah?
can do. But now...
I have a great idea. Okay, here we go. King H6.
You bring the king.
I bring the king.
So A6, let's check your idea.
Okay, A6, let's check the idea. Because if you move the queen, there was Queen H4 check and
Take the pawn.
Now, how do I get my... All I need is my knight to H6 and the knight to G4.
At the moment you have the king there.
Correct. I certainly do. Okay, so let's see it. H4, let's run.
A7.
A7, let's run.
I
Check.
see what you want. Yes, king H1, because
H1.
otherwise it's H3 and losing.
Right.
Still H3.
H3.
Come on. Okay, let's see the whole line. Yes,
I
take,
don't
of
know
course.
if the...
Take, king G1. I'm threatening to push my
I know
pawn.
that
promote.
peshki is going to have to be met, I'm afraid. Yeah, no, I'm not sure. I've solved the riddle here. Let me...
So what about
We
Jan?
do-
Maybe he will show
He
G5.
played
I think
G5.
G5. Actually, very smart because now he wants to give this small window to the king, and he
And
threatens
he-
to play knight H6 and G4 maybe.
Right, he threatens to...
Eh,
I was thinking he was going to go here
yes.
with the idea of here. Okay.
Also interesting, but
And more or less, you're forced to go here, right? Oops, excuse me. I apologize. Somehow I
and
showed you
then
the
very
move.
nice queen H1. Yes.
Well,
Nice.
it's not mate.
No, it's G3. Oh, no.
But I feel that the mating pattern is there. What's the simplest? I think the simplest might be this move.
With the idea
Threatening.
queen H1, so you protect G3 pawn.
Yes.
I don't see the defense.
No.
Or only king H5.
King H5.
Yes.
Queen. This is a puzzle rush,
This is very
everybody.
funny. Yes, queen D1 I like because where do you go? Back to H4 and then queen H1 again. No, king G4. Yes, king G6 better.
Yeah, it just has that feel of being lost. That the move G5, lovely move, and as you said, a move
There
we
is
didn't
another
look another possibility is that we just
Simply
created
play king G6. Yes.
a Luftlock
And
for our king, and knight G4, and it's a mate.
exactly, knight G4 and queen H4
Mate.
will be mate.
Yes. And G5, nice move by
Jan Nepomniachtchi, yes.
Yes.
Okay, it seems, Yasser, that
we're going to have a triple. We're going to have a 30-minute break, is what I think we're going to have. And
This is
oh
clear.
my goodness, a lot of people might think but Jan, poor Jan, he's going to come into this tie break. Levon and Gukesh have been resting nicely, and he's going to be exhausted. No. I can tell you, it actually works the other way. When you win, you're filled with energy.
Yes,
you
fought for the place, for your place under the sun, we call it, yes? And you managed to do it.
You're euphoric, and you feel really, really good. And in the meantime, the other two guys have been, quote, resting. You know what they've really been doing?
They were checking your game.
Yeah, but they've been building up their nervousness.
Yes.
You know, like, by the time they go through each other's games, they're convinced the other guy's a god. You know, like, I'll never beat him. He's so good. Look at how well he plays. He does this. So they're getting nervous. Jan has been playing his heart out. He gets the victory. He sits there and says, "Hey guys, isn't this fun? Let's have matches together."
Yes,
they're
so
like, we didn't want to play with you.
Let's check the regulation. It's a good time again to remind our viewers about the tie breaks regulations. Now if we have three, yes, I go to the website to make sure that everything what is written there is absolutely right.
Nice.
So if we have tie in case of a tie for the first place, to get
the three players, with the two we know.
Yes, if we have more than two players, there will be a double round robin tournament with the following tie breaks. So at the end, if still we have a tie, then Sonnebornberger points we will count, most wins, and then most wins with the black pieces. And in case if it's still the same, we have drawing the floats.
Okay, but I have to think that Jan has the best chance because of the Sonnenberg-Berger, because he beat Levon in their individual game.
But I think maybe I'm just trying to understand if it's like we calculate it after they play this round robin event. Is it? I think it's a tie. It's a tie break. I see. Yes, for the yes.
From the classical tournament. Yes. Okay. Wow. Okay, we will.
We will see. We'll see.
You know what? One of the things we haven't done is we haven't gotten a chance to invite the arbiters to come and defend their profession.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
And maybe...
But because they're busy all the time. I mean, what to do? I mean, they have to take care of the players.
The players, make sure the fair play and everything
is under control, and that everything is fine.
I think G5, by the way, that's...
Killing move.
To my mind, a winning move. And there's nothing that... because again, this knight and queen are completely outside of the theater. And this threat of knight h6 and knight g4 is one massive killer threat, as well as the threat of simply g4 and g3.
Yes.
Where you get your knight to g5. In any case, what's happening at the end of the day is that black is attacking white's king with queen knight and two pawns against pawn. And I got to tell you, that's an overwhelming attacking force against nobody's home to defend the king.
Yeah. I just want to say that the fight was really great today. I mean, we enjoyed it, and the intrigue lasted until the end, and it's still not over, of course. But seems like Jan is in the driving seat.
Yes.
And still, kudos to Vincent Keymer, who managed to hold very hard position and showed very great defensive skills today, but literally something went wrong at a certain point, and Jan probably felt the right moment to focus on the king's side suddenly, and give up this pawn on b7 and found a very, very good counterplay on the king's side.
I think that this move was absolutely forced because we were
knight
looking
h6
as well as g5 and knight g4. So this move actually finally introduces a threat from Vincent and likely forces a move like king to g6.
Yes. How much time? Actually, Vincent
has 14 minutes.
It's another increment. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Unfortunately, the move knight d8 and or knight d6. No, I take it.
There is something. Yes. Okay. Let's check it. King g6. Knight d6 with idea. No. What? I feel your fight.
I was laughing. Yes. I was looking at h4.
Yes.
Knight to d8.
I understand the point.
And I was going to go queen g3.
Nice. But it's very fun. Yes?
Yes. I win the
No.
knight.
Oh my gosh. This is how you can lose the game also. Yes.
No.
No, knight c7. Okay. But there was another possibility.
Please,
After queen
tell
g3, it was possible to move the king on h1.
No. Queen
Knight
is
e6.
hanging. Knight e6.
Yes, I follow your advice, Yasser, you see?
Oh,
Double
trade
attack.
on your own terms.
Yes, and also double attack, you see? I mean, all the
Okay,
time.
that is a beauty. That is a
King
beauty.
h1, you know.
King h1. So queen c7, the move h4, knight d8. So we expect king
Yes,
g6.
maybe king
yes?
g6. Yes, let's just go for king g6.
Let's go. And now with the move king g6,
Yes.
we are ready.
We're ready, yes.
We're ready to play knight h6 at last, followed by knight to g4 with a check.
And checkmate queen
Coming
h4.
fast. And we can try
Give it
to
a try,
kick.
yes.
We try to
By
keep.
the way, yes, queen g3.
Okay.
What did he play? I think check. He gave one check, queen h4.
He's going to
Yes.
do it one more.
Maybe just
Oh.
no queen d4. Look at this. Yes, sir.
See, now he's trying to win my heart.
Yes, exactly.
Taking the
Yes, he
pawn,
just
I mean-
decided to take the pawns and
It could be useful.
yes.
You never know. You never know. It could be useful.
But still, this pawn on a5 sometimes can be dangerous, so you have to be very careful and make sure that you know what you are doing.
Also, it was nice to take the pawn on d4 because we've only we spoke exclusively about knight h6 to g5. Now we can speak about
Knight e5. Knight e5 with the same ideas. Maybe I will play king f1 here, Yasser. I don't want to put my king on h2. Yes. This is what he
You
has
have
done,
to
yes?
whisper because I think he heard you.
Listen. King f1, yes.
King
was played.
f1. No, I'm sorry to say that move doesn't help. I'll move my king. If you touch your a pawn,
I see what happens. Yes, queen
your
d3.
king-
Yes.
Yes, queen d3, and I take. And now I'm threatening. The knight is stuck.
Yes.
All squares are protected or occupied, yes? So now if you take, now I give you a check.
King f2.
Yes, indeed. And now I...
Knight e5. Queen f4. The last check, and then you move your king simply.
Finally,
Yes. King
yes.
g7 and yes, or king h6.
Yes, and then finally...
Try to protect against all those threats. Yes, good luck.
Nobody believes it
Yes.
can be
Wow.
defended. Wow.
I
I
think-
think we're going to have
Three
the
players.
three musketeers
Exactly.
in this. And by the way, for an inaugural event, I mean the first of its kind here, having the players and the game's just been great fun. I mean, this has just been wonderful. Wow. To have a three-player, and again, you see Jan when he's feeling his
Yes, that
his
he
form, that he calculated everything.
he enjoys the moment. Yes, he plays fast and with self-confidence.
Very,
Yes.
yeah, very, very, very practical.
Yes. What a game.
Yeah, it's made him a two-time challenger to the World Championship, and winning those, qualifying to the candidate tournament is hard.
Absolutely.
Winning-
Already winning the
winning
candidates
them
tournament is
twice is
yes.
goes to show you got to be some kind of a player to do that.
Yes,
King
exactly.
F1.
I remember when Vishy won the candidates in Hanty-Mansiysk.
Oh,
remember,
that
and he
was-
came back.
everybody said
Yes,
he's
done.
washed
Yes, he
up.
will not play
And he
well.
played
Yes,
beautiful.
great event, and just qualified simply and played the second match.
Exactly.
2014.
Right.
14. Yes.
Yeah. I
So,
remember.
It's a pity, of course, to see Vincent suffering now, the local star, the big hope of German chess.
Well, he came back so well. He
Yes.
was 0-2. He started with he was down by 2 losses, fought his way to 50%.
back. Yes. Mhm.
I wanted to say at the VIP lounge yesterday that I was going to read a message by Vincent.
Yes.
Vincent is demanding a double round robin.
Yes, exactly. Yes. Where is the Robin tournament?
Because
Next
he's
time.
feeling the momentum. You see,
Mhm.
he was gaining the momentum. And Jan, to win on demand with the black pieces.
Bravo, bravo. It's not that easy. Great,
Wow.
also great experience for Vincent to play so many tournaments now in a row. Like he played in Wekanze, now second event. Sure that German fans are very happy to have such a star in the country,
No
which is
question.
just growing, just started actually the way. We all could see him winning this tournament in Grenke many years
Yes.
ago. Remember, he was
Yes.
still like
Like 14 or
small. He
something
was kid, yes,
ridiculous.
and then he played also on the stage with all these grandmasters for the first
Wow.
time, and it was like his first events, first steps, and like everybody could feel that he has a great potential and one of the brightest
Future
players. Yes.
Players, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but this is really tough for Vincent because he's doing his best to calculate what he can do to get out of this, and
Yes.
we're expecting.
It's still very important not to give up, not still try to look for some chances, opportunities, because you never know. You should give up only when the game is over.
Absolutely.
So he is still trying. He is still looking for
No,
something.
Here
Mhm.
I'm thinking. I still don't see.
A clear way. Mhm.
Well, no. on the contrary, I see
Mhm.
King G6, and I don't see a clear way for White to struggle. We looked at Queen take, King G6. We looked at this for just very brief moments, and we kind of just said, "Well, this is out of touch."
But still, maybe here A6, but then
Is
knight
this-
G4.
Is there something here that I'm missing?
No. Queen F2, yes.
That's a big slam threat.
Yeah, hard to give an advice in this position. Yeah.
By the way, that you made a comment there about your moment in the sun, and I remember I was playing in the Phillips and Drew tournament in London, and I was on my way from the hotel to the Parliament building. We played in Parliament.
Yeah,
And,
nice. Yes.
I walked in with Boris Basky, and Boris says, "Yeah, sir.
Yes.
Who do you play today?" And I said, "Talia."
Uh-huh.
Enjoy your day in the sun. And I did. I won that game against Anatoly. He was the world champion. It was
Wow.
so
Yes.
G4.
G4.
Okay. Basically,
Surprise.
this is a way of saying, make a move, please. Your knight can't move to these squares
Yes.
because they are all going to be defended.
The
You
pawn
can't
cannot move because I will just take it, yes.
Yes. And if you take the pawn,
On C6.
then I got what I wanted, which was my knight to E5. And by the way, I will start
Also
to
play
make,
G3, knight D3 as well.
and it's a tempo, and and yeah,
Mhm.
amazing,
Yeah.
great attacking game.
Yeah,
At
and
the final attacking by Jan is great.
thanks to Jan, we still are only on the 6th hour of this game because he plays fast. Otherwise, it could
Well,
be
we see
already the
14 minutes
7th.
to 1
Yes.
hour.
Yes, it
That's
could
right.
be already the 7th hour, but he's trying to
Exactly.
play as fast as possible, maybe to save some
Exactly.
energy. Yeah, it's going to be wrong attitude now that if Jan would start to prepare to the rapid games against Gukesh and Aronian in his
No.
mind. Yes, it's still, you have to still
No.
finish the,
I think
the game.
I think the best thing you do at this moment is you go to your room, you just splash a lot of cold water, you eat a lot of fruit.
Yes, fruits are good. Yes,
Yeah, you just bring your sugar levels up, and then you say, "Go get 'em, tiger." That's the way it's done. That's the way we did it back in the day.
Nice. That's a good approach. I mean,
Right.
that's a piece of advice we can give to
Yeah.
players. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's so important to have sometimes the person next to you who can even kind of think practically, right? Like, for example, Jan, his second, Maxim Atlakov, is in the room. Probably he's watching now the stream, and he already knows what to do.
Right.
But I mean, it's important to have someone who really takes care about your physical condition, as well as not only the preparation is important. It's important to be in a good shape, and the thing what you said now, Yasser, about sugar level is important. So your brain will get some energy and start functioning again after 6 hours. Try to go and play.
Not easy. Not easy. And this pawn on g4, by the way, is just really kind of getting closer to the throat. Yeah, you start to feel that. For example, I just take a pawn and I go g3.
Yeah.
So you have no choice. You have to
play queen f3,
stop the threat, and then I go h3, and you sit there and go you know,
even
because
h3.
Knight e5 is coming, knight g5, but knight e5, I just think the knight is terrific on e5, and it will play itself. Yeah, the attack will just play itself. So Vincent, well, queen takes e6 is the only way of continuing the game. Queen takes e6, and also again this knight e5 just. Always so I'm thinking whenever I get the knight to e5 to g4. Ouch, ouch.
Ouch, ouch.
Yeah, puzzle rush patterns come to mind. Yeah. Did you play tie breaks?
Oh, yes, I don't think so. Maybe I didn't actually. Yes, yes. At the times I was still playing chess, I didn't go so far. I think yes, there were these tie breaks during European women championships, but I didn't participate too often. And at those times,
personally, I always found them nerve-wracking. I felt like the spectators were happy and the players were
really exhausted. Yes. What is good for one person can be not so good for the other one. What to
exactly.
Do? Yes, I mean, what is more difficult for you, let's say, to comment sometimes on the 6-7 hours of play or to play chess?
Yeah, well, 6-7 hours is it? Yeah, in that case, it's easier to play chess for sure. But today, one of the things that I am worried about as far as being a player and playing again is this idea that, well, my openings are so rusty that I have to really do a lot of work to bring them up to standard to begin with. And even after I'd done that, the possibility of just losing the game without play, just because I've fallen into a trap and it's just talk, is so high. It's sort of like I feel like, oh my God, I didn't even really play a game. I congratulate my opponent, of course. Excellent homework. But
yes.
I'm not even sure I played a game.
Yes, so backhouse chess.
Oh, that's great.
Yes, backhouse chess, we don't need that much of preparation. But even though, still, you know, there are some tricks which I learned these days.
Well,
maybe you will.
Tricks?
Yes, those kind of dirty tricks when you start putting those pawns on h3, g2, you know, and you try to get to the king of your opponent. I mean, I was kind of learning all these days, and I was watching the other guys, the experts, playing, and like the arbiter here. I'm sorry, one of the co-organizers, Anastasia Sorokina, said, I'm like artificial intelligence computer. I'm trying to learn from my mistakes and improve my playing backhouse. So the same was happening to me. I was trying to learn all these tricks in order to use them later against my opponents. Yeah, but
and eventually queen takes c6 just by process of elimination. There wasn't anything for Vincent to do. He did take the pawn, but let me just put one move on the board and see what you think about it.
Knight g5, yes. I mean, what can I tell you? What I think about this move? I mean, it's a great move. You brought the piece closer to the king. G3 is in the air.
Yes.
Same as some other ideas. You covered your king.
Right.
Life is not so bad. Yes. So this is what happened. Yes.
No, this is what
G3. Queen to7.
Oh no. Oh no. I had this beautiful idea.
Queen d1, but there is queen e1.
Queen
yes,
E1.
At the end. Yes, I got it. Yes, queen e1. Yes.
Darn it. Oh dear. Well, so much for being brilliant. I mean, there goes that title. Queen takes c6. One more look. Knight g5. Yeah? a6. This time let me play h4 to really emphasize that I literally I have all the time in the world.
Yes, and now queen f3 actually is not possible. Remember, before you were trying to defend by putting your queen on f3. Now it's just this possibility.
Now, if you put your queen, for example,
now queen d1, yes.
That was the other
nice checkmating
pattern. Okay, but Jan has his own way. Queen d3 check. Oh, sorry, this is not right. Wait a minute, what's going on?
Maybe he just will take the pawn.
let me reflect on the board. I'm just going to go back and forth for a moment because right here he did play g4.
Yes.
Oh, he played a6. He didn't take.
Yes, he
on
played
c6. So
check. What? And he'll take the pawn. Can you
yes,
believe it?
Yes, of course. I would. I most definitely would take the pawn.
But then maybe there is like queen knight d6 or knight d8.
Don't think that matters really. So let's just say knight d8 for a moment.
Yes.
And I go queen a2.
Yes.
And I simply defend the knight.
Yes, and that's it.
Like, well.
We have 3 extra pawns, yes, in this position. Yes.
I think it's too much.
Life is good, yes.
Yes, I think it's too much. Okay. But Vincent, but also before I take the pawn, could I briefly look at this move? It almost feels like this could be winning as well.
Yeah, looks like g3 and then a couple of checks might finish the game.
Yeah, that's kind of like because if you're forced to play a7, I don't say you're forced to play a7, but I could
g3 and where you go.
And if you run away,
you take.
Now I come back.
Take
another pawn. What's better than being 3 pawns up?
4. No.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. So I expect that to be cruel and to, well, hold on. Is knight d8 a threat? No.
Knight d8? You mean with the same idea of a7?
Yes. Oh, so maybe h4 is a little too extravagant? Oh. If h4 is extravagant, then I take the pawn on a6.
Yes, it's better to take the pawn. Yes.
Right, make sure I'm not going to lose the game.
No, queen a2 is a very nice defense and then you just have all those pawns.
Yeah, too many pawns, agreed.
I have still feeling that the variation we checked with you with knight h6 very, very long time ago, he could have finished the game earlier. You know, it looked like checkmate, yes?
It really did. It felt like it.
But maybe G5, when you have so winning position and so many different ways, it doesn't really matter. But it felt like it was
maybe
quicker.
More on point, yeah? By the way, to their great credit as fantastic world champions, Anatoly Karpov and Garry Kasparov, one of the things that I found so remarkable about them is when they're losing,
yes,
and you give them a tiny, tiny, tiny window to escape, they find it.
Yes.
When they're winning, they're very precise, and they don't give you this bonus chance, you just they play really, really well. I feel like maybe g4 there
was a little bit too optimistic.
Maybe there was an easier way. You break the pin, you play knight h5, and he's reaching for h4.
Yes, but look at Nepo. He doesn't like something. Look, yes, he tried to make a move and then he stopped.
Oh, he played king g6. That felt like a king move. It
really?
did.
King g6?
It did. For a moment there, I was sure he was reaching for his h-pawn, but then he made the king move instead.
So the idea is that a7, you will probably even play queen d4 and you will take the pawn, right? The one you showed us, Yasser, yes. Yes, the one yes.
Absolutely, positively, 100%.
Yes.
I will joyfully
But then queen c6, for example.
And now we're just playing 3 versus 1.
Yeah,
and your knight on b7
I agree.
is like, it's so pathetically bad over here. Even if I could probably play 100 moves, but I can centralize, and then we're just playing with this gorgeous knight versus this very sad
knight, yes. Horsey. Sad horsey.
Horsey. And king g6, again, it just sets up for knight e5
and g3
and g3, and then you've got all of these mating nets around the white king.
It would be actually very nice variation if he plays like a7, knight e5.
Okay, let's see it.
Yes, I don't know. And queen, and what you play g3? Is it checkmate?
Is it a checkmate?
I'm not sure, but let's have a look. I think so. King e1. Maybe
so you
there
go
are some,
g3, yes?
for example, yes.
Okay.
And now what? I understand the point. Like if we play queen e3, king d1. No, I don't see the checkmate right away.
Maybe it's not.
No. So you cannot risk that much.
Well, now I'm kind of stuck. I'm
Yes.
kind of mesmerized thinking about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, I guess I do have king d1.
I understand the point. You wanted to include the knight into this fight, but
I did.
No, let's not go so far.
far.
Let's go back and not allow this queen to.
Yeah. Oops, excuse me. Let me just do this from the current position. King g6 on the board. Wow. Sorry, you asked me a question about whether I would find commentary or chess games easier. How about yourself?
Oh, I don't know. I mean,
chess has been
yes. It's been a long time that I
time.
played 6 hours game, but I still believe that it's hard. Chess is really really difficult game, which requires so much mental energy and nervous energy, and still, the fact that me and you, Yasser, we don't risk anything now. We can say whatever. The only thing we risk that the followers will think that
we're
I mean,
idiots.
not very smart people, but that's it. You don't lose.
I don't know.
The first prize. You don't.
I don't know. I mean, being a commentator is tough.
Yes, very tough job. Yes,
I mean, let's be honest. I mean, this is like
no. You still have some kind of
risk.
pressure.
I
Yes.
got a reputation to uphold. Can't just be. Ooh, we have queen takes c6.
Queen takes c6
after a lot of thinking, and this is the moment where I'm dreaming of playing knight e5.
Knight e5. I remember you proposed this move long time before.
Yeah. Queen e8 check is just one small check. It doesn't even, let's say, drive me anywhere. If you,
it helps even maybe
a little bit. The king can play a role in the attack as well. Whoa. So.
So this check doesn't change anything. But let's say what else? Then knight e5, and then queen is hanging.
True. By the way, knight
and I really don't know what to do. Yes, because g3 is coming, and
yeah, and queen check too, followed by g3 is coming too. So just a lot of too many nasty threats on white's doorstep. Again, I mean, just winning on demand. It's so hard. It's at the highest level. It's winning with black on demand.
Exactly. Yes.
That's really quite an achievement.
But let's say probably the strategy was to equalize first of all, then to get some position which is still possible to keep playing, and then Jan was just kind of experience also, Yasser, what to say, experience helps, I think, at this moment.
For sure, no question about it. Okay, we do have queen c1 on the board.
Queen c1.
What is, queen takes, it's a kind of a funny thing, queen takes a6, sets up a very nasty check on d3, but there is knight c5 that actually remarkably saves the situation for a moment.
For a moment, yes, but then you can play something like queen b5 with the idea again to take the knight.
But but I was about to say that shouldn't G3 just be like
finishing the game? Knight F3 and G2 or what?
No, I was thinking Queen E4 check.
Queen E4.
Gift me the pawn. By the way, gift me the knight, right? I mean, I'm keeping an eye, so no A7. And if you go, for example, here, check. Uh-oh. They're playing very quickly, so let me just update the board. Queen E4 check on the board.
Queen E4 check.
Yeah.
So, what's the idea? Like, if King F1?
Yeah, I was going to say, if you go King D1, then Queen takes
G2, yes.
Simple chess. Yeah, again, the knight is hanging, so you can't
push the pawn.
Push the pawn. So King F1, yeah?
Yes.
Let's say I go H4.
I mean, it's still like not over.
So terrible.
But yes, but again, A7, H3.
No, H7 give me the knight.
Yes, of course. But I just thought that maybe
yes,
H3
but H3 also
is a threat. Yes, sometimes.
That's precisely
and Queen
the threat.
H1.
Yes, that's precisely what I was thinking too. That would be a checkmate as well. Okay, let me just refresh the board, and we have this. Again, Vincent is now at the moment where he's at the mercy of the increment. He has 6 minutes and more or less 6.5 minutes, but he will rely upon his 30 seconds over the course of the next 5, 6, 10 moves. That will keep him alive. But King F1, and again, Jan has played very quickly up to this moment.
Maybe it's time just to take the pawn, no? Yes, sir. I like your attitude.
you become a fan of pawn grabbing.
Yes. I'm in your club. Yes, I know.
Okay. How about this crazy move?
Yes, with the idea of knight e3 or knight h2.
Yeah, I'm playing for checkmates. As you say, ideas of knight e3, knight h2. For example, I don't know if it's the best move, but let me just put it on the board. Check. King, yeah.
Yes.
Check. King, yeah. And back. And it's not going to be very easy to defend against knight f2.
It's not. And knight d3 after.
Yes.
Discovered attack.
Not very, very easy at all. So even something to be as simple and as, I would say, rude. How rude. You just want to go knight to g4 to e3.
Exactly.
That could easily be game.
Yes. So yeah, it looks sad for Vincent at the moment, but it was like that for many moves, and still Jan doesn't really like. I mean, he keeps playing this position like it looks absolutely winning, but still you need to find this last move which completely finishes the game and makes your opponent
give it up.
Yes. So
just give it up.
I mean, both players are tired. Everybody should also understand it. It's the last day of the tournament, and they went through all these 9 rounds. Maybe actually Jan is less tired than the others. Remember the first round he made a relatively short draw, and then another. I think it was one more. Relatively
saving his energy.
Maybe he saved some energy as well. Very practical decision because literally many times we have the situation that everything is decided on the in last 2 games.
Yes,
basically.
that's why I call them the championship rounds because that's exactly what happens. A bad tournament can be turned around with some back-to-back wins, and leaders can fall from grace.
Yeah. WR Chess Masters tournament is still on the way, and VR Chess Junior tournament is also which was happening.
Tell me about it, by the way, is it all completed? All of the side events? Is Boris?
Yes, actually, this moment, let's say they have the last games of the tournament, and as far as I know, we have very, very talented kids here in Dusseldorf right now, and very, very talented boy from India. I think he was supposed to win the tournament today, and probably we will have soon his interview with Sagar. He will tell more about it. Actually, he actually explained me that perhaps very, very promising player.
Yes.
One more very promising player in India.
And a number of moves have been played, and they were played kind of quickly. And here we go. Jan is kind of almost like playing a violin here. His last
Maybe he's
move,
just enjoying. No, he doesn't want to
could
finish
be.
this game.
It could
Let's
be.
play another. Like let's.
I mean,
come from here, from
I
there.
do like the move G3. I do like his approach, and he just says, "Okay."
What he wants is Queen H4, Queen H2, and
Queen H1, and gift me the
Yes.
pawn.
Yes, yes, yes.
In the meantime, he's always keeping just watchful eye. What's going
Good.
on over there?
Mhm.
With his queen on the diagonal, and Vincent. Well, my goodness, what can Vincent do about it? Really, not that much. Queen H4 check, Queen H2, and he's taking everything with check too.
Mhm.
Makes it annoying.
What about like Queen C2,
Okay,
5? Yes.
don't forget about.
Yes, I mean that's a problem also. Like once you move your queen from here, maybe Queen B3 now.
the check on the back rank. No.
Yes, okay. I was watching only D1 square and I forgot about A1.
Well, the funny thing was, I think I actually, you're
You
getting
provoked
a
it, yes.
little bit
Yeah.
tired. I
Uh-huh.
don't. We're gonna have to
No
bring in
mercy.
some fresh
Yes.
faces. Where's Boris? Where's Cigar? Where's Gusti?
Yes, yes.
We're kind of wobbly guys. We're gonna turn
Where is
over
my
the
sugar?
mind.
Yes, yes,
we're-
sir.
and like the players, we'll have to replenish our to
Energy,
gain
yes.
our equilibrium.
Mhm.
But okay, just a second. Hold on. So, Queen C5. Okay.
Queen C5.
Wow.
Wow. Actually, yes, Queen A1, there is Queen G1.
Fantastico. It's not. Well,
Okay,
well,
let's
it's-
check Queen H4
well, then there's the Queen G1 at the end
as well.
as well. Like if we
Oh
could-
no.
Yeah.
Because I saw Jan's face and it seemed like he didn't like something again, but I didn't understand what. Wow, what did still like last chance, yes?
Oh.
Knight of 3.
Jan had this
Nice blow. Yes.
nice blow.
So let's see. So if you take the knight, then Queen H2 and simply G2.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
The G pawn is the triumphant hero
Yes.
of today's game. It gets
Yes.
and
Knight F3. So what was played? Knight King F1.
and
Mhm.
now we play Queen
So the
H1.
difference is that now Queen cannot land on G1. The knight
No.
is on F3,
King
defending
E2.
King E2, King G2.
No king. Oh, he does play King E3 or Queen takes G2. I was about to say I could pick up the queen, but
Yes.
I keep forgetting about this guy.
Yes.
But now again, if you move the king, and let's just for argument's sake
Mhm.
say I play not a bad move, I just get out of the way.
Yes,
Once
and again,
again-
A7 you take the
And
the knight.
before too long, I will play queen and queen, or queen
Mhm.
f3 and make a queen. And now Jan has his game face on. That face of
Yes,
like,
of
yes,
the viral.
that I get. that is
It's
like
mine.
okay, now victory is assured kind of look. King e3.
King E3.
And now is there something very, very forcing? Or I would probably play knight e5 myself.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's...
No, I think you played differently. I don't see knight e5 on the
he
board.
did play
Queen
queen
f2. So King e4.
Absolutely. You
Then
can't
maybe
design.
knight g5.
Then maybe knight g5 in that case. That looks pretty good, I must say. Can he drive the king into the mating attack somehow? Sorry, did you like knight g5?
No,
It
for
looks great.
Mhm.
It looks like a very strong move. I mean,
King d5.
and then check.
Then
Now
check.
you can't go here. That one is
Yes, 94.
94.
Maybe you cannot go anywhere, so king c4 is the only move.
Exactly.
Yes, and then you just play g2 maybe.
Correct. That's what
What
I
else
was
to do?
thinking too.
Mm-hmm.
And then with
no,
the
it looks
knight
bad.
protecting the king, there's
No.
there's no and no any chances of perpetual checks in that case. So we're anticipating knight g5 check.
What else could be done here? Knight d2. I mean, I don't think so.
Right. Well, queen e2 check, something.
Queen
to
e2 check, for example.
Also, something to be said for that. Queen e2 check. The idea behind queen e2 check is that after king here, I will go here. And if you try to make a queen, I will go here
And then g1, yes.
then g1. And that's pretty rough.
Yeah.
That's pretty rough. So quite a number of wins, winning continuations, I want to say, now exist for Jan. And for me, knight g5 is making sure that there's no
No threat.
no checks against my king. And then I will go g2, and you can't go a7 because the knight is hanging. Once again, I find myself drawn to this line as the most compelling. I'm sure others have their own
g2 and
approach. Yeah. But that's it. Because
the problem is always that you cannot really play a7, queen b7.
And in the meanwhile, this is check, and that is a girl. It's a girl.
It's a girl. Yes. Yeah, sir. Tell us about your future plans. What are you going to do after this tournament?
I'm
now
very,
that we're
very,
coming
very
to the end of almost.
Last year, we had an inaugural event, the America's Cup. It featured a double elimination knockout for the top open players and the top ladies players. And Fabi was the winner last year. He won a match where he had 1 second on his clock against Jeffrey Zhang. And he won that match, and then he went on to win that event will start in March. Then as far as April is concerned, it's a little bit unclear, but of course we're talking about the World Championship.
Yes.
In Astana. Maybe I will do some work with chess.com.
Ah, really?
Yeah,
okay,
maybe. It's undecided. A lot of things are still in flux. And then, of course, the Grand Chess Tour.
Grand Chess Tour starts,
yes.
Yeah,
it returns. Bucharest and
Poland, and Croatia, yes,
and all the great places.
Yes.
And
but I think, Yasser, we might not meet because I might go to the tournaments and you will be in the studio. We will only meet online. I will send you regards, hopefully there, yes. But look what he created. If you take on f2, let's just say, I was just calculating this line. Beautiful variation. Take a7, queen, girl. As you said, girl is coming.
Yes.
Then we have another queen.
Yes, girl.
And I found the checkmate.
Good, show me.
Queen d3.
Bravo.
Yes, and king f4 and
Only
queen
move.
f3. Yes. This is what I found.
Pattern.
Now that I was talking.
And now the queen is blocked by the
knight, yes.
Oh, that's cruel.
Yes. Queen f2, that's what he played, and I thought that what is the idea behind it, and I found this checkmate. So that's why White didn't take the queen,
right?
But decided to play queen d5 with some ideas of queen g8.
Okay. And now, can you find another of your very, very clever...
Yes. Maybe queen g2, but I'm not sure. No, let's see.
No, I you know what I would do?
Yes,
I would be very, very cruel. I would take the queen. I would just take the queen and say, you know what?
Wow.
You can't make a
very nice
queen,
actually, because
but I can.
Wow, because king c6 you have knight b8. Yes,
he didn't do it.
Yes,
he did something else. He went knight c6 first.
First knight c6 first,
and then he will trade queens.
Yes, and then he blocked the pawn. Wow, even like
that.
But the same idea, right?
Yeah, just to trade queens.
Trade the queens.
And then to say, you're not gonna make a queen, but how are you gonna deal with
what about
with
this?
the G
Yes,
pawn?
and Vincent resigns. Bravo! What a game!
To Jan,
And
we just have to tip our hats and say
yes.
brilliant performance.
Jan
Simply
Nepomniachtchi.
brilliant.
Yes, now ties for the first place.
Yes.
And we have three winners right now. Yes,
3 winners. That's exactly right. And as we go towards our break, let's just repeat for our audience exactly what's going to happen. We are going to play a tie break of 3 players, a double round robin.
Yes.
And they will start in 30 minutes time as Jan will be given a chance to get something to eat, gain some rest.
Yes, some rest, exactly, yes.
So in 30 minutes, we're going to come back. There's going to be a double round robin. And should all the games be drawn, then there's not going to be Armageddon. Then we're going to do buckouts and tie breaks and things like that. I think that going into the tie breaks, Nepo has the best tiebreaks,
yes.
because he beat Levon in their individual match. We'll confirm with an arbiter that that's the case.
Yes.
But in the meanwhile, we're going to do the same thing that Jan is about to do, and we're going to grab something to eat and prep ourselves for this upcoming tiebreak. You're not going to want to miss it. Grab your pizzas, and we'll see you in 30 minutes.
Exactly.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the WR Chess Masters. Yes, it's happening. There's going to be a tiebreak of 3 players, and I, your host, Yasser, am happy to invite Sagar back to our commentary booth. Wonderful to be with you. I think you've been here, but I haven't. Somehow we've managed to not cross paths.
One of my aims here coming to Dusseldorf was to commentate with you, and no better time than the tie breaks.
How cool is that? Well, let's set it up for you, and we have a correction that we would like to offer. First of all, the 3 players, Levon, Aronian, Jan, Nepo, and Gukesh, will be playing a double round robin with 10 minutes per side.
Plus 2-second increments.
Plus the 2-second increments, pardon me. Yeah. They'll play one game at a time, obviously, and when the game is completed, there will be a time for the player to regain some energy, so there'll be a short rest period. But in general, we hope that each game will have a 30-minute cycle. Right. We're starting with Levon and Gukesh. They will face off. Levon will be white, Gukesh black. I was under the mistaken impression that in case all the games of the tiebreakers were drawn, they were going to be using tiebreaks from the classical chess to determine the outcome of the winner. Not true. The tiebreaks are going to be determined by the tiebreaker games.
Only this event, the double round robin.
It's like its own separate event. It has nothing to do with the classical whatsoever. So the 2 black victories by Nepo being a tiebreak, you can throw those out. The victory by Nepo over Levon in the classical game, great for your Sonnenberg burger, you throw that out. So it's all about the tiebreak.
This event, and it's going to be Sonnenberg burger, then it's going to be most number of wins and most number of black wins. So these are the 3 tiebreaks
in a row. Yeah. So there you see Levon Aronian as they get ready to cross swords with Gukesh. Now, earlier they had played today, but it had been kind of a non-game, a quick draw. You say Grandmaster draw number 106. There's a lot of those Grandmaster draws. As we get ready for this, what stood out for you about the round today? It was
Nepo's will to win.
It's incredible.
It was just amazing.
On demand.
I mean, I was listening to you guys commentating, and the way in which he, from an equal position, converted it into a win was tremendous. And
it really was.
It shows like he's just in great form for the World Championship as well.
Yeah, his determination to win that game as well as the game he won against Levon, the repetition game, if you will, showed great determination.
Absolutely.
And that's a side of Jan that we don't usually see, because he gets into this flow and rhythm, and he's bouncing and he's winning games, and the absolute grim determination he had to win today manifested itself, and I'm really greatly impressed. Yeah. Now, let's talk about the players. Gukesh.
So, my question to you, Yasser, is before they start, and I think they're going to start soon, who's your favorite?
Oh, no question about it. As the elder statesman in the room, I've got to go with Levon. I said that before the start of the tournament, he was my pick to win the event.
So he's your favorite, but if you had to be objective, who do you think is the strongest rapid player amidst the 3 of them?
I'm not going to say by far, but certainly Jan. Jan has shown over the years that not just a rapid blitz player. He's totally world class, and I'm terribly impressed by him. I must confess. Now, having said that, Levon at any moment can play inspired game. Gukesh, who I really don't know enough about, has shown me an extraordinary class, and maybe he's a dark horse. Maybe he puts together what he did against Duda in this tournament was just absolutely awesome, and you see that he just crushed him with the black pieces. So even though, I would say Jan is a kind of a favorite in my mind, the three of them, and off we go.
Off we go.
Anything can happen.
10 minutes plus
Who's
2 seconds.
your favorite? Or dare
I'm
I
rooting
ask?
for Gukesh.
Oh, come on. Be sportive.
And of course, Gukesh goes for his main setup, which is the Queen's Gambit decline. And I think he'll go for the Ragozin.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And this time,
Not
a little
bishop.
deviation,
Yeah,
but
small
CD5, ED5 in the earlier game. Levon had played bishop g5 at once and captured on f6.
Right. And I think this opening is something that Gukesh is quite an expert at, but also there are so many games being played at the top level. I think Levon
Yes.
knows it
Also
so well.
inside and out.
Yeah.
I'm expecting that both of them are two of the best prep players in the world in this Ragozin line. Bishop
Right.
takes c3,
He takes on
he
c3.
takes it with the queen.
Right.
Now, okay, again, they're very, very theoretically inclined, but I always thought
G5 and
B
knight
takes,
e4.
yeah, I always thought that B takes c3 was the way to go in those positions, but he allows the knight to come to e4 with a tempo, and again, they're playing so rapidly, no question about it. They're still in the player's prep.
Right. Yeah, sir. For me, it's a little bit worrisome that first of all, I've given up the bishop pair.
True.
Secondly, I've weakened my king a bit.
Yes, you have.
What would you say is Black's sort of thing that balances out for him?
The development. If you look at the fact that White's king is still in the center, White is going to need one move or maybe one move with the bishop and two. The thing is, White is not going to be left in peace. The knight on e4 is going to take the bishop.
Right.
But let's say I make a move, and here's the point. White is not going to be left in peace. You're going to play h5 in order to threaten to win the bishop. And if you play h4, this is the little bit of a problem that I end up with these.
Yeah, and the e3 guy is not happy.
Not that guy's not happy, and that guy's not happy either. Fortunately, the queen is stopping queen d6. But yes, so from Black's point of view, what Black is hoping is that he'll be able to play h6, h5, cause White to play h3, and then you take the bishop. Now
and
this
Levon has instantly challenged that idea with knight
d2. Now that is okay. I kind of like that one because it feels like it's a kind of a necessity. If I can induce you to capture and then capture,
then the rook on h1 is just
that's right.
activated.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world still, but it feels like it's a lot better situation for White to have a pawn on f2 than on h2.
Right.
And there we go. And in this case, I would favor White in these positions. Maybe not by as much as you might suspect. And by the way,
he's played a5. I think he's creating a square on
Wow.
b4 for his knight.
he certainly is doing that.
And then the queen on a3 suddenly, which was looking on a nice diagonal, starts to
Right.
feel cornered.
No question about it. Like, okay, so knight takes e4. So
Think you take with the bishop, yes?
let's just follow up for a moment.
Oh, nice one.
Let's
An intermezzo.
an intermezzo, but let's see. Is
Rook
it
c1?
Yeah, is it severe or not? I don't think it's severe.
Then you again create a threat of knight c2. So I think it's a useful move to make.
I'm not. The jury's still out. The pawn on c7 is hanging. The pawn can go to a3. I think maybe I'm being just a little bit too
He took
fanciful.
on the bishop.
Yeah,
Took on
and-
e4.
And it's better to just, after a5, to recapture, and he did. Knight takes. This move, knight b4, is not going away.
Right.
Okay.
So he played f3.
And I was about to say, if I was in White's shoes, I would be inclined to play f3. I'll set a trap for you, if you don't mind. The
Knight b4?
Yes, that's the trap I have in mind. And please take my rook. And
the knight is
Knight
trapped.
is trapped.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay. Gukesh will see this in a flash. This is not something that will shock him at all.
Right.
So f3 and in a flash.
He moves back.
Yeah, he doesn't even hesitate. Okay, here it's time, I think, for rook c.
Do you think bishop d3, your idea of, trading those bishops? But okay, the h file is not opened, but
No.
still, should we do that?
Okay, bishop is a totally reasonable move if you ask me.
Oh, but knight b4, yeah.
Well, no, I will trade and
Yeah.
maybe get my king.
Castle.
But I'm a little bit more, concerned.
Oh, but they did play bishop d3.
He did play bishop d3.
Yeah.
So imagine Gukesh plays rook to e8. He has ideas of knight takes d4. He has ideas of rook takes e3. If I trade, nothing's wrong with the trade.
And now castle.
And now castle. It's like this king.
It looks a bit exposed.
A little bit, but I don't know. This pawn on e3, the rook could easily triple or what have you on the pawn.
So at this point, would you sort of evaluate this as slightly better for white out of the opening?
I think that's fair. I think a little bit better pawn structure for white. The two bishops, of course, one of them is going to be traded, but for the moment, the white king is the issue, right? The white king is still in the center.
He took on d3, queen d3, and queen d7. He's sort of connected the rooks.
Yes, he has indeed.
I think Gukesh is not at all worried about his king being slightly exposed with h6, g5. He's just playing it normally.
Yeah, but having said that, he has exposed his king on the king side, and there is something to be said about, Levon didn't bother. Levon didn't go for the h4 move to try to open the... He just castled. If you don't mind, I'm just going to go back just a moment here. I'm not saying Levon missed anything magical, wonderful, or anything like that, but I would have found myself drawn to this move, h4.
Don't you think he would have gone g4 here?
Maybe, yes.
Because that's why he played queen d7.
Yes, and then, something like this, with or without h5 by white.
And maybe long castling.
And maybe long castling with a3. I don't want to be bothered by knight b4. I would have found myself more drawn to the move h4. That did not happen. So Levon actually just castled.
I think what Levon is saying to Gukesh is that I don't want to worry about your king. I'm just going to play with my bishop against your knight and the central pawns.
Exactly. That's a perfectly logical challenge that Levon is putting to Gukesh. And he's saying, you're the one who made the long-term weaknesses against your king. I won't try to exploit them short-term. You're going to have to deal with them in the long term. In e3, e4.
And also, so now the knight cannot go to f5.
Which was a key square.
Right.
That's exactly true.
So in a way, it does seem like white is pushing here.
No question.
Do you think white will go rook c1, keep those pawns on d4 and e4, limit the black pieces, and then I want to go f4 break at some point and sort of take advantage of the exposed king.
Exactly.
But it doesn't look right.
Right. Now for me, of course the half-open C file is very, very tempting, but I understand that after you play c7, c6, I'm shut down. The rook will no longer belong on c1. So it makes more sense from my perspective to maybe bring the rooks to d1 and e1, so I'm centralized. What you said about the central pawn duel is exactly right. I want to keep them there and keep the tension for as long as possible. I'm really hopeful that a bishop e5
but that's not
might
happening.
work. What happened?
He played c6 and now e5 by Levon. He's like,
wow.
I'm giving you the f5 square, but I want to break with f4, I guess.
Wow. Okay, I would have resisted such a move. e5 doesn't come naturally to me because I fear that I give up the square and I fear that I'm not helping my bishop. Now, of course, if I could play f4, f5 in one go,
that's game over.
Now we're in business. But okay, how am I going? How does
he played queen f5?
How is he going to meet queen? You don't want to trade queens, do you?
Yes, and Levon went queen b3.
Okay.
Avoiding the queen trade, attacking b7, and Gukesh went b5. Essentially, Gukesh is weakening his c pawn, but saying that the knight is good enough to defend it.
True.
But at the end, the knight is on a dark square, and if the bishop can attack it, that could be trouble.
Big time. Okay, so let's attack the knight.
Yes, exactly. Oh, so you are saying f4, if you go g4, bishop
I will attack the knight.
popping out from there.
Right?
This looks very dangerous for Gukesh.
Very dangerous. Very dangerous indeed.
I think he played first rook a c1.
Okay, not bad. Let me just refresh my board. Excuse me.
Yeah, rook
a
a
c1
rook
first.
a c8.
And now we'll look again at the move. Rook a c8.
Yeah.
Sorry. Whenever you, Sagara, whenever we analyze, you'll find that my mind works like a bee to honey. If I see a pawn that's left on pre,
you want to take it.
I want to take it. I mean, if you don't want it, I'll take it, right? If it makes no difference.
My God,
So
did you spot the a5 pawn?
instantly. I'm hardwired for it. It's like I have a computer chip as a mind that
and
says...
you and Levon think alike. He's gone queen a3.
And that is a darn juicy pawn. I mean, and Gukesh played like, yes, let's go.
Gukesh said, take the pawn, I'm going to g6.
And he did it. And
Levon captured it.
And yes. I mean, having said A, he said B. That's an extra pawn
But
and h5.
Is it like Gukesh getting some kind of an attack, or this is a bluff?
I think it's bluff. Now, I'm not sure about the move queen d2. I would have been more tempted. I like the idea of the bishop controlling the f4 square.
Right.
So I would have really preferred to see, if I'm in Levon's shoes just on that last turn, I was thinking that he would play h3. Let me just go back here. Just a second. Thank you. Yeah. No, h5. Yeah. I was thinking he would play h3. And what's the difference, of course? The difference...
The bishop will come back to h2. And you can push f4, yeah?
That's right. I like to keep the knight under control. Let's see what he did instead after h4.
He's still thinking, I guess. He hasn't made his move. Oh, he played bishop f2.
Yeah, it's kind of forced.
And Yasser, the time is so even. Both have like 5 minutes almost.
Right.
And it's a 2-second increment, so they're not going to lose on time, but I guess when they're down to a minute...
feel that ticking clock. Trust me, you're at the board, and the tension... I went into the tournament hall as the arbiter was... and f6, by the way, because the bishop is going to come to e3 to attack the pawn. I think Gukesh is obligated to make this move f7,
but
f6.
let's say if I take it and you take with the rook, right?
Let's say, yes.
And then I still go bishop he took, yes, rook f6.
And you were about to say...
g5 is a weakness.
Truly.
And Levon is a pawn up. He has a good position. So I think this is definitely going well for Levon until now. And he plays h3. First of all, fixing the g5 weakness before going bishop e3.
Interesting. Again, a move that I would have liked a time ago. But okay, h3, like you said, he's fixing g5. And so if we play
you want to double on the e file, yes?
Yes.
So, okay, let's go bishop e3.
And double on the e file.
And if I take on g5, you want to go rook e2.
I've trapped you. That's exactly what I want to do.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. So Yasser, you're so sharp.
No.
After 6 hours of commentary.
No, but I told you, it was like, I'm tired. No question, I'm tired. But I'm also euphoric.
Right.
The fact that we're in a tiebreaker has really kind of uplifted my spirits, and I feel like, okay, I get a second energy from themselves. They inspire.
Yeah. Well,
and he went
e8. So no bishop e3 for now. Levon, I think, is doing the right thing, right? Exchanging pieces, pawn up,
absolutely.
Straight down.
Why not? Rook takes. Did he recapture already with a rook?
I doubt
let me refresh my board for just a second.
Yeah. He's taken on e6, and Gukesh took back
with the rook.
With the rook, yes, and bishop e3.
Ooh,
and so now this is a weakness.
You're almost obliged to play knight f4.
But knight f4, I take with the bishop.
Okay.
And do you want to take with the queen and go into a rook endgame?
I'm not when I'm looking at a
outside
A3,
passer.
B3, and this happening. Not at all. But if I recapture with the pawn, I can tell you at the end of the day, this king is missing an important shield. The pawn on g2 protects White's king,
Right.
No pawn shield over there, and it's time to create a passer with b3 and a4. So things are looking really good as we speak for Levon.
Yes.
Extra pawn and weakness on g5, and
I think what Gukesh essentially has to do now is look for some kind of counterplay. Yeah, cheapo, but I think against Levon it's very difficult.
Very difficult.
He is very alert for these things, and he himself is a master of, setting traps and so on.
No, he certainly is. And in this case, I would slow play it as white. I don't see any reason to rush. Learn to be patient. A3, B3, A4. Slowly, get that pass pawn going.
Right.
Make sure the threats against your king are stopped. You put a rook on the g file, threatening queen takes h3. I'll put my king on h1 or f1, and I'll deal with all of your threats.
But he hasn't taken yet on f4, and Gukesh is down to 2 minutes. And he's thinking, should I take with the queen, go into a rook endgame, which is passive, or should I take with the pawn, retain some dynamic chances, but my king is weak?
Right. I think if you take with the queen, it's just lost. I'm sorry to say this rook and pawn endgame would be lost there. I'll create a pass pawn. And
also f4 would be weak.
And, it's hard for me to attack it.
He took with the pawn.
Yeah. It's hard for me to attack it, but you can imagine that I'm very happy to play rook e1 and go into a king and pawn endgame. Okay. So he did, as you say, and
he goes into a queen endgame now. Levon is ready to go into a queen endgame. Do you like it?
Well, again, I do think that white is winning, whereas queen endings...
But you can quickly play b3, a4, create a passer.
Well, that's what I wanted to do with the rooks on the board. I didn't think that this... Queen endings... They have their own rules. It's like the fourth phase of chess.
Right.
There's opening, middle game, end games, and queen endings. And
basically
queen endings.
No rules.
The rules are. Yeah, the rules change. The rules that previously governed our play now are under some other alien rules. Okay, queen d2, protecting the pawn, eyeing the pawn over here, and basically saying, slowly, once I create a pass pawn, I'm winning.
Right.
Of course, from Gukesh's point of view, what he wants to do is create chances against the white king. And he's doing, I think, the job right.
He's going c5, at the right time.
To play for his own passer. If I play king h2, to play c5, even at the cost of a pawn.
So you're saying we give up the f4 pawn?
Unfortunately, I think it's obliged.
But why
he
to
played
hurry?
King F1.
He played king f1, stopping kind of c5. But sir, I can just play king g7. I can wait.
Yeah, but your problem is that slowly, if you don't play c5,
right,
I will play a3, queen to c1, b3, a4, and if you wait too long, that's it. The a pawn is going to go right up the board.
I love how you quickly found the move queen c1 protecting a3
and away you go. Now this move king g7 says to me I'm not playing c5. If I play c5 now, I'll trade and I'll get into a king and pawn endgame that I will likely lose.
Did Gukesh he played king g7. But look at the time. He has 56 seconds only, while Levon has 3 minutes. So that is a huge thing.
Yeah, a very, very significant edge on the clock for Levon. Now, having said that, Levon has not blitzed out the move a3 yet.
Yeah, he's actually trying to sort of come up with a plan, I guess. Now, this is the moment where he's like, let me take my time.
I see why he's... Okay,
but
b3.
Can I not go b4?
Yes.
And fix it.
Okay, the problem with b4 is that I will play queen e1.
Attacking h4?
Attacking
he played b4 and queen e1. Oh my god, yes sir, you're just...
No,
you found queen e1. Okay, queen e1, how do I defend it?
You're right.
It's a double attack, I can't go to e7.
I told you, I'm hardwired for the pawns.
A loose pawn, you just spot it.
Yeah,
amazing.
My spidey sense is tingling here. Now it's looking tough for Gukesh.
Wow, but that was such a nice trap by Levon. b3, Provoking b4?
Before queen e1.
Nice.
Yeah. No, these old foxes,
Yeah.
they've been around. They know a thing or two. I'm sorry for Gukesh, but I think he has to play c5
Here.
and close his eyes and hope that his... No, he didn't
He goes
do
queen
it.
g. Oh, he's saying if you take on h4, I'll go queen b1.
That is true. That's exactly what he's saying.
But queen b1, queen e1, queen a2, queen b4.
Oh, well, we can do it another way. We can go queen b4 right away.
Ah, right away, yeah.
Okay, queen b4.
But look at Levon.
What did
King
you-
g1.
King g1 is a preliminary move. Just to get out of the checks on d3 to make sure that I like king g1. That is a very, very, very sophisticated move. And I really like queen takes b4 followed by queen e7.
So now
check.
he took b4
I really like that move.
and
That is
queen a2.
queen takes a2. And now I think I can harvest everything on the king side with the move queen e7 check.
But he went queen b7. I think he wants to pick up the c6 pawn, is it? No. King f8, a few reps here. Check.
Okay, we're just keeping up to
Yeah, queen
Good.
d8.
because what a move. Queen g5 check. And
Oh, he resigned.
he resigned. Because he's going to lose one of the pawns, either the pawn on f4 or the pawn on h4 with a check.
Wow. That was an amazing game by Levon.
I think so too. I mean, sometimes Levon can play a game where you go, wait a minute, did he make any mistakes? You tell me. Did you second guess any of Levon's moves? Every one of his moves.
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
I think Gukesh's main mistake was rook a8, leaving his a5 pawn unprotected.
Yep.
And I think Levon just picked up that pawn and gave him no chances.
Thereafter, yeah. And so we're going to come to that moment where you think it was the tricky move rook c8.
Yeah.
So he could have, Gukesh could have dropped back with his queen,
Right.
prepared knight or knight. Instead, he played the move. Oops, excuse me. Where was it? Sorry, excuse me.
Yeah.
Let me go a little bit faster. Right here. And it's such a natural move.
Yes.
It's an easy move. You play the move, and almost by the time your hand leaves the piece, you recognize that this double attack has cost you a pawn. I didn't think it was going to cost the game like that, but almost thereafter, no chance.
Absolutely. And I must tell the viewers who are watching this that this is a big lesson for everyone here, especially to me, Yasser,
Yeah.
that the moment you spot something that is hanging,
Yeah.
try to see if you can attack it. And I think you spotted queen a3 so quickly because it attacks a5 and e7.
Yes, exactly so. Right. And also this move, bishop e3, was really beautifully timed because the pawn on g5, it was a wonderful game in the tournament that Gukesh has won with the black pieces against Duda, where Duda was constantly threatening to attack, constantly, building up this, and he never landed a punch. It was like Gukesh was always a move ahead of him in terms of his defensive play. If you look at the position right now, in this moment, where there's black pawns on h4 and f4, it's clear that these are the remnants of an attack that never landed. And one day you feel like the headmaster, the next day you feel like a pupil, and today this was my feeling that Gukesh got schooled this particular game.
Yeah.
What happened to me, though, just a little bit surprising about here, I want to say, was this decision that Gukesh made that... no, that was okay. I have no complaints about that. But the complaint I would have...
After queen e1, c5.
Yes, why didn't he at least... Okay, I agree that you can take this pawn, and who knows, maybe you'll take another pawn or two. But in these kinds of positions where... I don't know. I might even have a perpetual check. No.
Maybe you have to come back with the queen.
Right.
E1.
So let me just go back here. This one, yes? No. Okay. It doesn't matter. Queen e1, not queen g6. Queen g6 was too compliant. My my beef is that
C5, yeah.
for what it was worth, Gukesh, really needed to give himself a pass pawn. Like, for example, let's say I play here.
I think, Yasser, you are very right that in queen endgames you need to create a passed pawn.
Absolutely,
right?
no question about it. This guy does a good job for the moment of keeping these guys back. This guy does a pretty decent job at keeping these pawns. And if you just give me one moment to grab my breath, I'll go queen check. I'll put my queen on e3 with check, and I'll go d4, and I've got counterplay. In the game, no counterplay. Levon went right down the victory lane, and round two.
So round 2 will begin in 2 minutes, but Yasser, this win for Levon is a big
Huge
boost to his confidence.
Absolutely.
And I think Gukesh just couldn't sort of settle down into this game. And what will be interesting is with these 3 players, imagine if Nepo now faces Levon,
right,
and he beats Levon, and then Gukesh beats Nepo. It's
right,
like a...
Right. They have this in the history of chess all the time. Player A constantly beats player B. And player B constantly beats player C, and then player C constantly beats player A. And it's like everybody's chasing one another's tails. But I think this was a huge confidence booster for Levon, because, again, if you look at his performance in, let's say, the last 3 rounds of the classical event, he's not going to be very happy with round 7 and 8. And especially that round 7, that really, I'm sure that stuck in his craw a lot. So now, what happens in our next game?
I think we have
who's up?
Nepo versus Levon now coming up.
Okay. So that means that Gukesh gets a break, so to speak, and Nepo makes his first appearance.
Right. And Yasser, in your, you are an encyclopedia of chess, historical knowledge. I'm sitting there listening to all your stories. Do you recall at any point a tournament where 3 players sort of fought like this? Is this kind of unique?
Sure. No, I think it was very recently the Sinkville Cup in the last few years. Who was it? It was, I think, Magnus, Fabi, and somebody is tied for first. And because of this very, very difficult scheduling, they were going to play a playoff, and the players were just exhausted. And they said, okay, we played this, we played this, we played this. Can we have a 3-way tie in the Sinkville Cup? And everybody on the production team said, why not? Okay. And there was a tie for first.
So there was no tie break.
There was no tie break because I think the players were all too exhausted. When I think about 3 players tying for first, it's not that usual.
I remember in 2015 there was London Chess Classic,
where
Anish, MVL and Magnus were tied, and Anish and MVL played first. Then MVL won, and then Magnus finally beat MVL.
Yeah. And
by the way, the game has begun.
And in English with A2, A3, which is an invitation by Jan to play the Sicilian, the reverse Sicilian with an extra tempo. He's black with an extra tempo in Sicilian. And Levon said, sure, fine. Play your reverse Sicilian.
And taking on C3 is not very common, right?
In principle, the pawn on B2, going to C3, having a little bit more control of the center is considered to be a favorable plus for white. Now, from Levon's point of view, what Levon is thinking is like, okay, look, I castle, I'll play queen E7, I'll aspire to play the move E5, E4, and I'll have easy free development.
And also the bishop is open. Yes. So I think black seems to be doing fine.
So far, so good.
Yeah.
I think so far, so good. And after D4, if I'm in Levon's shoes, I would find myself drawn primarily to E7. Queen E7 hints at this, but I'm not really interested in closing the position so much as I am in following it up with bishop G4.
He played it directly.
Directly.
Bishop G4 on the board.
So let's just put it on the board. Bishop g4.
I have a question, Yasser, very quickly. Do you think that Nepo would be tired, or he would be kind of thrilled by winning that sort of an equal game and would be in the flow? What do you think would be his...
Both. I know exactly what he's feeling. I've been there. He is dog tired, like really, really, really tired. He's so tired he doesn't even know he's tired. What he does know is he's euphoric that he's here. So that euphoria is actually carrying him at the moment. And
did you notice his expression? He's like, well, I can take on h7, but okay, I won't.
With a check. I'm not sure he shouldn't have done it.
Should he have taken, because then the g file opens up.
Let's take a look.
So let's say take on h7.
Bishop g5, bishop to d3, bishop takes f3, check. King has to go. I take. Now queen h4, I will just come back with the bishop, and I'm not sure. So maybe g6, and this is what, he analyzed more or less in a flash.
Yeah,
he was
h4 now maybe.
He was so fast. Oops, excuse me. I keep trying to do that. He was so fast in his analysis. He saw queen h4 and he stopped. And
I get a feeling that black should be okay, right? Because it's good development here.
There's a lot of pawns. He didn't do it. Let's put it that way. He went for
queen h4,
bishop b2. Okay, that's preparation for an exit, a stately exit to the queen side.
Right. But even the king is not going to be totally safe on the queen side, right?
No, the pawn shield over there has been a little bit dinged.
Yeah. He goes d5.
Wow.
After g6, d5.
Okay.
Okay, that's a very committal move, because now you have sort of closed the position, and I don't know, maybe you want to go c4 next?
No question. He wants to go c4 next. That's exactly right.
But he's weakened his c5 square. So maybe knight b8, d7, c5, do you think?
And
no, he went knight a5.
Knight a5. Similar idea to your knight b8, d7. You can go knight b7 to c5 in this case. So if your goal is to put your knight there, you still have it. But here this bishop is primed. We're ready to go queen c3, followed by f4.
What a sharp position this is.
Oh, it's lovely. I'm enjoying it.
So in one way, black is having a very static advantage of the c5 weakness.
Yep.
But dynamically, his two bishops eyeing there, f4, the g file open.
That's right. Just exactly right. Now, normally speaking, with the g file half open, you would love to play rook g1 and rook g4 and h4, h5, right? Sacrifice the bishop on g6.
Absolutely.
Minimum perpetual check. The other thing that's going on in the mind of Nepo right now is this diagonal. He's lured by the idea of queen c3 and f4. You don't want to necessarily give up this f2 pawn, though.
But he did go rook dg1.
He did.
And Levon goes to c5. Now, you don't want to give up your bishop on d3.
I don't know if I do or if I don't. Well, now that asked an answer.
No,
you were right.
He played bishop
f1. You got into his head there with that move. Bishop f1. I was thinking he might play for rook g3. He did not.
But
quickly f5.
As you said, rook g4, h4, h5 was an idea. So Levon stops it with f5.
I like it. And especially whenever my opponent's retreating his pieces, it's like, wonderful, go away. Just keep going away. What the bishop is doing on f1 is not clear anymore to me. And if you're not playing h4, pardon me, because the queen is sitting right on your doorstep, he's not moving. The queen is not going to let you go h4, h5.
Right.
Then black can start to think to himself, okay, should I play a6, b5?
Yeah.
Should I play rook c8, c6? Wow. And then finally, should I play really awkwardly defensively, like really, really just button down everything, play rook f7, rook f8, and say, come and get me? Or choice number 3, door number 3. Rook A8 to E8, intimating that he might play this. I would be so reluctant, though.
Yeah, just opens up the diagonal.
I would be very, very reluctant to play that move if I didn't have to.
But you know, Yasser, Rook A8 somehow just signals that you don't want these ideas of A6, B5, and you're playing in the center, but you don't want to play even E4.
That's right. But one of the things that you might, after, really carefully keeping this pawn on E5 for some time, you might want to play for F5, F4. And
he goes Rook F7.
Yes. I was expecting that the previous turn.
What's the idea of that? Like just double on E file or?
To kill Rook G6. Just to stop Rook G6. What I would do if I were in Levon's shoes, I'd make my king walk. I don't like being on the king side.
Ooh.
Imagine my king on B7. And
so king F8, king E7.
That's exactly right.
Nice.
And if you saw my game with Gligerich from Baden, you would see that the king walk was really the prelude to a king side attack, and it worked marvelous. King F8.
He did it. He did it.
It's once every broadcast. That's the maximum I permit myself. But these guys are really good.
You're just amazingly accurate. Okay, Rook H3.
Okay, so he's basically, Jan is saying, go away. Please go back to F6. Then I might be tempted to play F4.
But
and
if you go to E7, then the path is blocked.
Correct. Exactly. That's exactly what Jan is saying. The path to E7 is blocked. If he goes to D8 so that he could still play King E7, that would be kind of funny. I mean, that you keep that square open.
He goes to F6. He's like, play F4. I'll still go King E7, I guess.
Right.
I'm okay with my E5 square is well controlled.
And you see, Jan, he did immediately grab his F pawn, and he understands that, that will have some severe consequences later in the game, that black will always have the opportunity to capture, and you don't really want to take and trade dark square bishops.
If the dark square bishops are traded, then the knight on C5 dominates the bishop on F1.
Correct. Absolutely
so
right.
that's not something that Jan wants to do.
Not at all.
So opening the position with F4 has to be done very carefully.
Correct. Yes. The rook on H3 makes a strange impression. If there was a pawn on H4,
yes,
right. But you're not going to take on H7. You're not going to play rook H6 and H4. So Jan's pieces are not exactly enjoying whatever is going on. They're not on super squares. Bishop E2.
Bishop E2. I think Levon can continue with his king walk. Yeah, king E7.
Yeah.
There he goes.
Right.
Do you feel like black is taking over?
Correct. I do feel like that black taking over strong. I would just say that black is enjoying himself. Like he's having more fun than white, and white's rook's pawn structure. White's not playing F4. White's not playing E4.
Yeah.
And right now, for what it's worth, the pawn on H2 is somehow in the way.
Right, and this bishop on D1 is still struggling to find its place on the board.
Right.
So queen E2.
Oh, well, but this is not bad, because if we could play bishop to E2, C2, pardon me, queen to D1, followed by bishop A4, at last I've got a piece I could be proud of.
And put the bishop here, maybe.
Yes, exactly right. Then I could puff my chest and say, "Woohoo! I understand what I'm doing."
Okay, he goes bishop C2. He's doing it.
Step 1, king C8.
Yeah, king. So Levon has got his king to safety.
The king walk.
Jan is trying to do something with this problem piece.
Exactly.
And now king
and
A2.
They're doing it all with just 5 minutes on their clock. King A2.
Yeah.
Right.
And Levon quickly stops this.
Queen D1, bishop A4.
Do you think he'll push now A5, A4, maybe just create some kind of a...
I would be reluctant. Personally, I'd be reluctant. Somehow, the pawn on A7 is like, okay, that's good. That's good protection right there.
Right.
My king is on B7, And I'm not really afraid you're going to go bishop c3 to bishop to b4 or something like that. And in the meanwhile, as black, I start to think, okay, again, I think my rooks belong on the double f file. So if the rook on e8 were to slide over to f8, I could then play f4.
Nice.
And then if you take, I'll take with the rook, and my king will be on b7 as usual, and my rooks will be looking pretty good, and c4 is weak, and f3 is weak. So that's would be my setup.
Does it? He plays f4 instantly.
Okay. Yeah.
And I think Jan played rook g3 to prepare for h4, h5, but
Certainly.
I think it's a little too slow. Levon's got his play before.
Right? And that's so cool when you can get in your punch first. And yeah, these big giant guys, when they play, and it's the battle of ideas, I love it.
Yes.
The two bishops versus the bishop and knight, and the king walk. How cool is that?
I loved the king walk, and this rook f7 making way for the king to come from here.
Nice.
It was fantastic.
Really.
Okay,
I must say, if you think about the first game that Levon has won against Gukesh, you think about the game he's playing right here, right now.
Yes.
He looks like the guy who wants to win this tournament.
Suddenly he's got back his form, it seems,
right.
The way he started.
Exactly. Rook g4. Now I would expect rook f8. Rook f8, I do give my opponent the opportunity of e3, e4 to close.
But these two bishops don't look happy.
Right. They won't be happy, but exactly how am I going to win the game? I might find myself tempted to take on e3, which violates some certain rules. I'm undoubling the pawns.
He played e4. Wow.
Wow. Okay, now that
just opens up so many possibilities.
Oh, that's asking a lot of the position. Is he right, Sagar? If I take on e4 with the pawn, of course.
Yeah, knight takes maybe.
Okay, knight
or
takes.
do you want to push first f3?
I don't think so, because
So
well,
the way
let's
in which
see. He took on.
He took on f4.
Wow.
And he took on f3, queen f3, and now we have this position on the board. Pawn up for white, but also the bishops have opened up, which is good news.
For white, yes. Yeah. Something tells me the advantage shifted. I think the move e5, e4 was premature. Sometimes you're carried along by your own thinking, I have an advantage, I should press. But in this case, I as white, I don't like losing the h-pawn, so I'll play h4. But I as white, if I play h4 right now, I really want to play f5. And I want you to take my pawn with your g-pawn, and then I want to play rook g7. And I really want to put my pawn on h5 and h6, and then I've got the initiative.
Amazing.
Okay.
So these two bishops suddenly in business. He's played f5.
I don't like losing the h2 pawn, but no.
But Levon does the smart thing. Yeah, he says, let me get rid of one bishop at least.
Exactly. That was a very, very, very clever move indeed. But okay, let's continue this. Wow, I'm not sure. f5 suddenly.
Because the pawn is pinned, you can't take this. And after one bishop is traded and you get gf5, suddenly the knight is very happy.
It's a little disappointing. I'm sure f5 was played with the idea. I think bishop e5 kind of shut down whatever it was that Jan intended.
But Yasser, is there some discovered check coming up?
D6 check, he did play it, but then after c6, which I'm sure Levon will play rather instantly.
Yes, he did.
Then the question is it an asset or liability on d6? When it was on d5, it was a definite asset because it was a protected pass pawn. On d6, okay, you take on d4 and play, you take on e5 and play rook d4. Is that his idea?
Yes, he took on e5 and now he plays rook d1, defending this pawn and clearly saying that it's a very strong pawn there.
That's what he's saying.
And Levon takes back on f5.
But in the immortal words of Bent Larsen. Do we believe you? Do we believe? It's a good font. Wow. And once again, the players are this time down to under 3 minutes. Levon has slipped below Yan. Yan has always had a marvelous reputation as a blitzer.
But I like this move, Queen E6, because he's attacking C4 and also like going to shift. Maybe the knight starts to blockade the pawn.
The queen is a terrible blockader. The knight is an excellent blockader, but also the rook. The rook could swing.
The rook could swing over.
And then that's a tempo against the rook on G8 as well as attacking the pawn on D6.
Wow.
It seems like the advantage shifted once again. The move rook G8, I think, was mistimed.
And also now, how do you defend the C4 pawn? Because that's quite a weak pawn.
The problems are beginning to pile up.
Absolutely. And the king on A2 is not happy at all.
Right.
It's weak there. And I think Yan has
Missed
for the first time sort of paused so much. He was moving so quickly.
Everything was in a flow until this moment. If he has to play rook D4 and allow rook E2, rook D4, rook D7.
He goes queen C3.
Okay.
Defend C4. So and Levon instantly played rook D7.
Of course. Give me the rook, give me the pawn.
Attacking this, attacking here.
And again, I'm hardwired for that. Like, I just, like, yeah, but I play rook D7, take the pawn, and also take the rook. And there you have a quick look at the clock. Minute 33 it looked like there.
Yeah. I think time-wise, Nepo is now 1 minute down. Position-wise, he's going to be a pawn down. His knight is... Levon's
Hold on,
knight
did he just hang his rook?
King B1?
What?
Oh, no, E5 is hanging.
I was like, did he just hang his rook? No, he did not. The rook on E5 is unprotected in that case.
But can we take this still, Queen E5, and then chop the pawn on C4? No, he doesn't do all of that. He goes knight E4.
Okay.
You know, just when I thought the knight was so beautiful on C5.
And it is beautiful. I think Levon's intention is to play rook takes. And then the rook is hanging, C4 is hanging.
Very tactical.
And as well as D6 is hanging. There's a plethora of captures.
But why has he not taken on... He took with the pawn.
He took with the pawn.
So now,
wow.
In a way, I think he didn't like somehow. Maybe Queen H8 perhaps is what he might have... I don't know.
Been a little bit worried about... I don't know. The king has a safety hatch on A6 that you can escape to. Taking with the pawn has one massive benefit, that when you play the move E3 and force F2 takes E3, rook takes E3 will mean there's a rook B3 check in the position when your queen goes running away.
Right.
47 seconds and counting for Nepo. You know, those 2-second increments.
Yes, but I think with so little time, he will struggle in this position. There's still a lot of possibilities.
Well, here his problem is he's facing the loss of his pawn on D6. That's step number 1. Step number 2, he's also facing that as well as E3. I really think that E3 is the one. And now Nepo is looking very, very nervously
20 seconds.
And counting. And here he goes.
He goes Queen D4.
Okay, first of all, that protects the pawn. And it dodges against E3. But it does invite the move C5.
Yeah, C5 is
and
possible.
Remember, you gotta keep an eye on the rook, because the queen takes E5 is necessary.
Oh, he takes directly on G8 and
he
takes
likes
on C4.
he likes your idea. You mentioned this possibility a moment ago. Take the pawn. You're threatening Queen B3 check, by the way. You're threatening Queen B5 check, by the way. Queen B3.
Queen G3. Stopping Queen B3.
Okay. Now here's a time to play a little A5 action.
Or maybe C5, King C6.
Yes, to saddle up to the pawn. There's a Queen E6.
But this is looking in Levon's favor.
No, well, first of all, he's a pawn up. Second of all, the pass pawn on D6 is firmly blockaded. And what you said, C5 and King C6, is certainly to be considered.
Does it?
Yes.
C5. And also, he has a minute extra on the clock. So
it's very useful. 7 seconds. 7 seconds. King c6. I guess we've got to change direction suddenly and go rook e1.
Rook
No.
f7 by Levon. And he's
that
attacked the
move
queen.
is a surprise move for me. Didn't expect that. And king c6 again? Yes, king c6.
Yeah.
So somehow he just wanted to push the queen away before going rook to d7 takes d6.
So again, now
that's
his
on his
pawn is
agenda.
falling.
Yeah. And trust me, although Levon's playing concretely...
They finished. What happened?
Queen b3 check, resigns.
Ooh, queen b3 check came in.
Yes.
And if king c1, there is a3 falling. And
you grab everything, and then you return, and it's 3 versus none.
wow.
Levon Aronian, congratulations.
What a game.
Very, very, very impressive as he starts this tiebreaker 2 out of 2. You know, that's a really good way to start a tiebreaker cigar. With the perfect score. Nice. And the 2 victories, very impressive.
Absolutely. And
Very
I think
impressive.
the next game between Nepo and Gukesh will sort of determine who is the one who will have some chances, right? Because the one who loses will be out because he would have 2 losses.
Exactly. You know, oftentimes the grandmasters, they just love to find out the truth. Where did it go wrong? And I'm not going to be too hypercritical of the move d5, but I feel that there was almost like after this there was a static advantage that Black had. Mark, how is it going? What do we have? Fantastic. What we've just been told, and this is very good news for us, we have a 5-minute break before the start of the 3rd tiebreaker, and we're going to come back. I don't like the move d5. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the WR Chess Masters. We're in the tie breaks, and we're in the third game of the tie breaks. Well, Adam, thank you for joining us. I know you've been watching and everything, and we'll quickly catch up with the players. Gukesh and Jan, let us say, are playing for second at the moment. But more importantly, they're playing for the chance to chase Levon. Levon starts with 2
and that's
wins.
Queen's Gambit, yeah?
Queen's Gambit, yep. Bishop g4, queen c2, knight h5. Okay, who is tricking whom? Because this bishop wants to take this knight. Gukesh has played the move queen c2. His intention, I'm sure, was to play knight f5. But once you see that when the knight goes there, that you can capture this bishop, you stop. You go, I'm not so enthusiastic about my pawn structure. I ruined my pawn structure as white. So let me just get rid of these things, and everybody's unhappy now. Just a second. So we are here. He played h3. The bishop came back. We're here, and now it's time to capture the bishop. How do you like this position?
I would play it for black better, I think. But Jan is so fast.
Yes.
What is the time at the moment? Jan thought even 2 minutes, yeah?
Yes. And after h3, excuse me, I've got to do this slower. He played knight takes, pawn takes, bishop to d6. I think we're almost caught up with the play.
If f5 is possible right now?
Yes, I think you have to do it, yeah? And drive this bishop a little bit backwards. Whoop. And now bishop to d3. Well, let me catch up with the players. g3. That was a surprise move. I liked f5. f5 seemed to have more of initiative.
Maybe Jan is a little bit too tired, yeah?
Well,
but maybe he saw it also.
Yeah.
But Gukesh is trying to, he castled long.
And now do we have our chance to finish our development? Knight to d7. Yes, he did it with the idea of castling. Maybe this way? What do you think? If you were black, would you like to be on the king side with the king or on the queen side with the king? Knight e5.
Well, this position I think he would also castle long.
Yeah.
To avoid any counterplay from white.
Okay. Wow.
But
what do you think of the fact that you have a three-way player?
Fantastic, isn't it?
It's wonderful.
But we have only one cup, yeah? So
we have only one cup. So there can only be one winner, you mean? Okay, knight e5. Okay, Nepo, he said, one day I will move my queen, then one day I will boot the knight. That is his idea. But knight e5 is very, very strong. I will put my king, maybe knight a4. Again, exactly in this moment.
Castling short is dangerous for black, I think. Yeah.
h4, h5?
Yeah, so I think he will castle long, and with the better pawn structure on the queen side, he will try to do something.
Let's see what is going on in this moment. Okay, king b1, very, very useful move, kind of tucking the king away. Oftentimes you see king even going to, let's say you castle, yeah? Oftentimes you see white even putting the king here, and for example after this, sometimes putting the rook here.
Wow.
With the idea b4 and bringing this rook to c1. That is...
it's very aggressive. Yeah,
very aggressive.
Very aggressive.
But you're right. Castled long. He put his king on the king. Okay. Wait, is there a trick? What do you think about this move, Adam? Knight. Gift me to pawn? Would you play bishop to b8? The reason I ask is I have a trick for you.
I cannot think so fast.
Bishop to b8, knight takes c6 is my trick.
Wow.
I want to sacrifice.
Wow.
I want to sacrifice Gukesh's pieces, not mine. Very important.
But let's think about it. Bishop b8 is the only move?
No, you should probably, after knight b5, move the king.
Yeah.
To avoid this sacrifice, I think.
But then he will lose his bishop pair, yeah?
Yes, precisely. In the words of the immortal Rolling Stones, yeah, you can't always get what you want. He gave up the bishop. I must say I'm not a fan. B3.
But maybe queen d8, f6.
Yes.
To put the knight away.
Okay. He also, Jan has his ideas that the knight will be very useful on the d6 square. You could support bishop f5. You could go knight e4 on a very good day. You can even sneak to b5. You would hit a3 square, d4
But I think he will also activate his rook on c8, yeah? His
yes.
h8 rook on c8. Maybe someday.
h4.
h5 I think he will play.
Me too. I would like to shut down. Although I'm not sure I'm even afraid of it. And Jan said I'm not afraid.
Explain this move. Why did he play it?
He wanted the rook. Pardon me. He wanted the square that the rook is on to activate his knight. So
but actually it's nice. Knight d6, knight e4, bishop takes, pawn takes, queen takes, bishop f5.
And life is good.
But I think Gukesh will see it, yeah?
Yeah. Chances are high. Yes.
But actually with this double pawn, I think white stands a little bit better.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And they both need to win, yeah, because they both lost.
Yeah, they're chasing Levon. They have the right to be second. This is the point. And again, the knight is incredibly flexible on the square. He basically said, you know, your move h4 was a bluff. I don't believe you have the threat. And he turned out to be right. I love this move, rook c8. It's a prelude to the move rook d8. And it also prevents any knight takes c6 sacrifices.
But don't you think it's fine to change the bishops on f5 because my knight will be better?
Yes, yes.
And then I have the place for the knight on f5, and then d4 is weak, yeah.
Yes, yes, yes. But it's sort of like everything in its own turn, yeah. Like the bishop on f5 is not in this moment going away. And by the way, if you go bishop f5 and you go bishop takes d3, and I play knight d7,
so what?
That would win the queen, right? It would be like the tears.
We have a rook on d8.
Nah, that's why he played rook c8 and rook d8. So that he's preparing this whole bishop f5 business. f3, okay. But again, I'm worried that, you know, you're not going to really be playing.
You see?
You see? That's why I say we have to speak a little bit lower because they play our moves and then it's... Okay, he took. I will take with the queen, with a check.
With a check? Why was the queen? Let
just because I like the idea of forcing you to respond. Like it's the most forcing. But okay, he's thinking, which means that knight takes is very reasonable. Normally, anytime you can recapture with a gain of tempo like a check, you go for it. But Jan, okay, times 5.
Jan is thinking dangerous.
It's dangerous. So you had this idea in your mind that you were going to have 5 really great young stars and 5 really great current stars.
So the experience
and then
won.
2 to 1. We had 2 experienced players, 1 junior player, yeah?
But I think it's a great opportunity for Gukesh to play with these guys.
Oh gosh, yes. Oh gosh, yes. I'm sure he's completely thrilled.
This is a grandmaster move. I would take with the knight.
And let's see how the game continues. Rook c7. Just protection of everything.
Wouldn't you play h5? More bet. to prevent g4?
Well, the thing I really want to do is I want to play f6, yeah? So the move rook c7, in case of g4, I don't really want to step to f6. He makes a room for his queen. So that is really, I think, shows great understanding, just to make all of these rooms. A knight e5.
Knight b5, isn't it
Knight.
good? Oh,
okay.
He makes more pressure on d4.
Correct. Now he's back to your idea of pressure with the, and again, the queen, everybody wants to be on f6. The pawn, everybody. Queen f6, that is a strange move for me.
Why?
Because I really thought that his pawn wanted to be on f6.
Don't you think queen g7, f6?
Yes, queen g7, g4, f6, and then the rook will step forward one square. What did he do? Let's see what's going on. Sorry, I just have to refresh. Just a moment. Talk. Ah, they didn't move. Well, they have moved, except my board didn't. Let me just update my board quickly. Well, that I have
You
this
see on his
position.
eyes how he is calculating
Yes.
every move.
So the position I have on my screen is not the position that they have in the playing hall. So I'm afraid.
Don't you have the delay?
No, I don't think at this moment you can see that they're a little bit. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, okay. Now it updated.
We have delay on translation. For technical reasons.
Very clever. Okay, queen f2. And, okay, at this exact moment, who has advantage, Vadim? Even
Black the same. I mean, if he changed d4 somehow, he will have advantage with this d5 pawn. Maybe he goes further. I cannot
be
calculate
sure.
so far.
Okay. h5, a little bit.
That would make me nervous. That's why I would play anyway. h5 to
h5
prevent
before.
it.
But okay, I see the pawn on h5 and I don't get so nervous myself.
But I think the game will be on the queen side, so maybe Jan doesn't care at all.
Exactly. And again, I'm expecting that. Ooh, okay. Gukesh grabbed his rook. He came back and almost instantly Jan grabbed the pawn. Oh, he played f6. That's what he did. Okay. So f6, go away with the rook. Now he took the pawn. And f5. Interesting pawn sacrifice by Gukesh. So he's dreaming that in case of hg, fg, this knight will run to that
and
square.
And have a pick a7 pawn, h7 pawn.
King b7, I like that move, just kind of tucking the king away. Okay.
But it's better not to capture on g4, yeah, because of the h7 pawn. So very clever from Jan not to take it.
But I was thinking if he did take it and then played again h5, he could get rid of these weakies over there.
What do you do with white right now? Rook h1?
Yes, I think that's a very reasonable move. He didn't do it. I know he played king b2, and I know a5, a4 has been thrown in. And now the players are beginning to blitz.
And to bluff.
And to bluff. Blitz and bluff. That sounds like a good restaurant, actually, if you think about it. Blitz
Fish or meat?
Blitz or bluff. Okay, queen h2, maybe? Gukesh. He's beginning to get nervous, and I would too. He's down to 3 minutes.
But I think Jan plays so fast. If they have the same time, I think Jan will have the advantage because Jan is more faster
in this blitz. Yeah, I've witnessed. For me, MVL and Hikaru are just generational talents in blitz. MVL, you can't believe how good that guy is in blitz.
In St. Louis, I played without one rook against Jan. I lost every game.
Yeah.
And then Peter Svidler told me, Vadim, how can you do it? Yeah, and he sat down and played also without the rook, and he lost against Jan as well. So
Peter Svidler lost with
Peter
a rook
without
up.
a rook.
It goes to show that, wow, how good is Jan? Queen h2, as kind of expected. You wanna put some pressure on the king side. Queen takes h2, rook takes h2. Okay, this is not a threat. Jan is not worried that this is a threat because knight is ready to pounce on the f5 pawn. But what is a threat is this knight is coming, and that makes me worried to take the pawn or to jump to e6.
But if
he did it, he took and played h5.
But let us imagine if the rooks were not on the board. Oh no, okay, in this position. I don't know. Do we have -1, -1.5? What do you think? What is the
evaluation?
Yeah.
It's definitely black who is in because black has extra pawn.
But they play so fast.
And they play so fast. They really do. So it feels like black is the one in charge. Is it worth 1.5? I'm not sure about that.
What do you think?
Black for sure is better. For sure is better. Is it winning? Not 100% sure yet. Because the problem is this pawn on h6 is really dangerous. Every time I put my rooks and I can threaten to go rook g7, it's not so easy. He played rook e2 check? Is that what happened? Yes, he... Oh no, knight e2 check, sorry. I thought there was a rook on e2.
What does he want?
I guess he wants to put his knight here.
Nice.
Better square, yeah?
Nice square, yeah.
It's anchored square. It will be tickling the rook. Very nicely protected. But this is what I mean. Still some counterplay for white because he always has this rook g7 kind of ideas.
But they want somehow to sacrifice. I mean, rook e2, king c3, c5, king c6 maybe, and then mate on e4. But we don't play book house at the moment.
Yeah. I sometimes have the feeling now that, give me a knight. I would like to have a knight. It would be very nice. Okay, I think it's absolutely vital that Gukesh has rook g7. So if I were in his shoes, I would be playing moves like rook on h2 to g2 in order to play rook here. And I hope, please, for the trump, yeah? I think that would be more or less.
But you don't need to change them. You just.
No. Don't give me the past g pawn. Yeah.
Yeah.
He did it or did not do it. Yes, he did it.
Well, it's the first time I see a position without an engine on the computer, so it's
right. It's nice. You have to think for yourself.
You have to think. Difficult.
Right. Wow.
But interesting, he can take on c6 just...
for example, yeah.
Just to say it, yeah. Queen c6, king c6, knight d5 check and takes the rook, but we have a rook on e7.
But it's always the kind of tactic that you look, as you say, to play. Ooh, knight e4, rook f2. Okay. Knight e4, rook f2. Now,
what about?
Now I'm not happy because if I go back, I trade the rooks. And what were you telling me about rook takes c6? When did you mention rook takes c6?
Yeah, nice.
Right. Oops. And rook f2 check is protected. So there is now. I think the move knight f6 was an error. Gukesh immediately played rook f2, which showed why the move knight f6 is an error, and now Jan's advantage out the door.
Yeah, maybe knight d7 only move, or no? Also not a good one because of
there is a problem.
Takes.
Yes. Rook g7, you have to take it. and unfortunately, your knight is now stuck. Yeah, your knight is now stuck.
But it's difficult for white to win it. It's not clear.
Oh, I agree with
but
that.
But when I see the clock from Jan, I see he is thinking.
He's allowing your trick. Rook takes f7, rook takes f7, rook takes c6. He has allowed the trick.
I don't believe Jan didn't see it. If I saw it, Jan should see it for sure.
And if you saw it, Gukesh should see it for sure.
Gukesh should see it.
And he played knight e5 first. Why didn't he play rook takes c6? I think he missed a golden opportunity. And Jan, once Jan gets his rook behind the pawn, then the scare is gone.
Yeah, but Jan allowed to do it, so maybe there's something we didn't see.
No. That's not true. We see everything.
We see everything. Okay. I feel confident with you.
Exactly. Oh. So now H pawn is hanging, C6 pawn is hanging, flag is hanging.
Knight takes, rook takes, and mate on B8.
Exactly. Oh my gosh. So knight takes C6. What is going on
Interesting
in this
games
game?
we have here.
This is crazy games. I mean, the advantage has been like I don't know, a pendulum. It's been swinging all over. And he played no. Knight takes c6. What? Let me... Wow. Okay, just a second. He could play knight b8 check and rook g6, and the knight is pinned to the king. Wow. So something like this, Wadham? Oh no. Did he do it the right way? I think, well, still white is for choice, but he cashed his chips very early with this captures. There is knight f8.
Jan needs to activate his knight.
Truly.
Somehow.
And he's done it, knight f8, but again, he's allowing this b6.
Wow, dangerous.
Now b7. Oh, it's over. It's over.
Extremely dangerous.
It's over. Rook to a6 resigns. Rook to a6 check. He's done it, and that's the game. He missed it.
That's the game. Very nice one.
Wow, but oh my gosh, there was so much back and forth, and I really thought just around, not this part, but let me go further down the track. Oops, I went the wrong way. I was going, oh my gosh, I just felt that at this moment, black was for choice right here. And you have four very good pawns, and you can play for c5 and c4. And
I need to see it with engine.
This is the blunder. This is it. Knight f6, and then after that, Gukesh has won. And he could play rook takes c6. Vadim, what do you think? Nice tie breaks, nice games.
But we have
more to come.
More to come. So
absolutely.
3 games more we have.
Exactly. We're going to take a very, very short break, and we're going to be back with round 4 of the tie breaks with Levon Aronian in the lead, 2-1. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the WR Chess Masters. We are in a tie breaks, and it's been exciting.
Yes.
exciting.
And I think the most important game is here.
This is it. This can decide the tie break right now. Levon Aronian started with 2 wins. If he wins this, it's gone. It's over. And
but
well,
if
we had a
Gukesh
day,
wins,
then it continues.
Then it becomes really close.
Everything flares up. We started our broadcast at 2. It's actually 10 in the evening here in Dusseldorf. We were just joking that if we had a 4-hour broadcast, that would be a good day's work. Now we have an 8-hour broadcast. It means we've had 2 broadcasts in one day. It's like, and we're like tasered over here.
By the way, Yasser, what's
please.
knight e7
Thank you. I'm glad you asked me before I could even. I mean, I'm tasered because I'm seeing a pawn is hanging on e5. When did black sacrifice this pawn? So. Okay, I can imagine knight takes e5, bishop.
I think knight e5, this trap.
Bishop to c3 and knight queen a5 check or something.
Yeah,
like
but there is this bishop in between on c5. So, but he's just taken on f6. Gukesh didn't even sort of
think too long.
Yeah,
he must have been familiar with this move. It's a surprise move for me. A very big surprise move because. Well, it looks ugly. I mean, you have this ugly pawn structure suddenly.
I just want to put my knight here and just settle down on the f5 square.
Yeah, and plant potatoes, right? Settle down. And he played d4,
Gukesh is just
which is not bad at all. I find myself attracted to this move as well.
But look at this. He takes, and now he doesn't take it back. He goes knight d2.
Exactly. His intention is rather clear. He wants to play knight b3 and take it on his terms.
And then he just wants to claim that these pawns are weak.
That's an easy claim to make.
Yeah.
And wow, c6. Okay, Levon fighting back.
So Levon has to be like very dynamic in this position because if he slows down,
his weaknesses are just too much. He'll get overwhelmed by the weaknesses in his camp. Now, having said all of this, White did sacrifice a pawn.
Right.
He did play d4, and for the moment, Levon has something in his pocket.
And Levon, I think, just like you, likes to grab pawns. Yes. Yeah. So I guess he might move his bishop away and then later on defend the pawn with c5.
Too slow. I would imagine that, for example, if you play bishop d3, let's just put bishop d3 on the board. I would be more inclined to go queen b6 with the idea that, first of all, I'm defending my bishop against knight b3. But secondly, with my queen on b6, I'm kind of intimating that I'm still hungry. I might reach for the b2 pawn. And then also I might just play d6 and bishop to e6.
Right.
And just say, okay, I'll complete my development. You're the one who has to prove the pawn sacrifice is sound. What did he play?
He went b5. He kicked the bishop away from that way, and then bishop d3, d6.
Okay.
And Gukesh played a4.
Okay.
I have a feeling that Gukesh sort of mixed up few things, like he went d4, then knight d2. Suddenly he's going a4. So it's not like a part of a plan. No. He's just improvising.
Yeah, it feels a little improvisation. But now, having said that, I like this move a4 a lot. I'm not sure what b5 was all about. I mean, really,
you like it?
I like a4.
But
because after b4, knight to b3, knight b3.
Knight b3.
Give me the pawn.
Right.
And he's done it.
He did it.
Yeah, give me the pawn on b. And if you play queen b6, then I have a5. And now I can win comfortably the pawn. That was why bishop to g4 was played.
And he breaks the pin once again, renewing the threat on d4.
Correct.
And for now, Levon has 7 minutes. Gukesh has 8.5 minutes. So time-wise, Gukesh doing well.
Well, this move, knight e7, was as a surprise move. Was created to be to throw Gukesh off, but it didn't work.
Right.
He responded very well, did Gukesh, to this idea, and now I feel like Levon is sitting there having regrets.
He took on f3.
That he's taking these strategic risks.
So yeah, sir, if you had to sort of assess this position, you would say clearly better for white.
Yes.
And now
That's
just
right.
take this, or
Yes.
but then aren't you a bit afraid of queen b6?
Everything, c3.
Just c3.
Yeah, you're attacking my knight, I'll defend it. But yes, of course, I'm always afraid of everything. I mean, and a good chess player has a little paranoia, you know. I mean, you have to be afraid. But knight takes d4, and you regain the pawn. Bishops of opposite color, but come on. Look at these pawns on f6 and f7.
Right.
They're going to hurt. They're going to hurt. And
And Levon took on d4. What was that decision?
I think his intention is to play queen b4 check.
He did it, but Gukesh could have gone into an endgame, but he's like, I'm not going there.
No, and I think he made the right decision, actually, because if it's white's turn, I'm going to play g3, and I'm going to put my king on g2, and I'm going to be perfectly comfortable.
Right.
I'm going to be so happy. Rook on b8, g3 I expect.
G3, yes. But G3 maybe queen B3.
King g2, then you can go into the ending that you mentioned. But actually, I think from Levon's point of view, his pawns on f6 and f7 are so bad, taking the queens off the board is definitely something he should do, because you'd never want to see white's queen show up on, say, the f4 square.
Right. Right. And also the king on e8 doesn't have a home.
No.
So if the queens remain on the board, that's
It's
going to be
bad
big
news.
worry.
Yeah, bad news for Levon for sure. So I'm expecting g3, but you're right. g3, queen b3, king g2 trades the queens.
I think what Gukesh might do, and this is a move that he really likes to play, is h4. Somehow he may just forget about this king going up and activate his rook from this side.
Right, the rook up and over. In Indian circles, who are known as the best rapid players? Vidit, Prague.
I think Nihal is very well known for his speed chess, but
Yes.
Arjun also. Arjun is very good. I think Arjun and Nihal are two players, and they won the Rapid and Blitz in Tata Steel Chess India.
That's right.
So they are very good. Gukesh is known for his classical chess.
Okay.
But as you can see, he's evolving so quickly that he's getting better at the shorter formats.
As well.
Yeah.
Wow. Multi-talented player. Okay. So Nihal. So just I met Nihal for the first time in Sweden, and at the closing ceremony, these juniors were all playing blitz chess. They couldn't get enough chess. They had just played a 9-round, super tournament, and they were still eager to cross swords with one another.
That's their way of relaxing, I feel.
Exactly.
And I think for Gukesh, this rapid tournament also would be some kind of like, okay, this is fun.
This is fun.
But do you see, Yasser, like, this is the moment where Gukesh has spent close to 3 minutes, and he goes g3. Oh, he played, and instantly queen b3 by Levon.
What we had expected, of course. Black absolutely with both hands wants to trade queens.
Right.
And if king g2, queen takes d1, rook takes d1, king d7, those pawns on f6 and f7, as Victor Korchnoi would teach me, pawns are only weak if you can attack them. And the only way you're going to attack them is like bishop h5. It's not like it's super frightening. Not the scariest line in the world. That one.
Yeah, sir, if I keep the queens on board with queen e2,
I'm still chasing you. Queen b2.
Queen e2, queen b2. So
pawn on d4 is hanging. Rook on a1 is hanging. I think that will likely force some queen trade in the not too distant future.
what surprises me is that first Gukesh took 3 minutes to play G3.
That's right.
And now after Queen B3, he's thinking, okay, now he's traded queens.
King G2. Yeah, King G. It was like, you're right. He thought 3 minutes to play G3, then he thought another 30 seconds to play King G2, and they've got the position that we were just talking about. Okay, from Black's perspective, he can look forward to something. He can go Rook B4, Rook B8, pawn on B4, pawn on D4, pawn on A4, under attack. Maybe on a very, very good day, this knight can find a home. I'm not sure which square to call home.
Right.
But maneuver around, maybe to get to E6 or somehow.
But you were very right and clear on what Black's plan should be. What about White? How should White proceed here? What plan should White go for? Maybe.
Well, I think he found one with Rook F3. I think that was a nice idea, but
Levon has stopped him.
Also stopped him.
Or has he? Should we go Rook F3 maybe? Okay,
Rook
first.
H6. But one of the things that I think Gukesh just did very, 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 very well is he played the move. He played H4 and he provoked Jan. He fixed a weakness on H5. Now Levon understood that, but nonetheless he played it rather quickly. And this is really heating up. Okay, I can play E5. I can give up the D5 square, but
and also taking here doesn't feel like
that's not. Yeah, it doesn't. Well, having said that, he took.
And now D4 is hanging.
Truly.
So, should we push D5 or? Yeah, he pushes D5.
Okay. So
but yes, sir, after C5,
Rook F3. Rook F3.
Rook F3, and then this is hanging.
Yes, precisely. If it wasn't for Rook F3, I'd also get nervous. The knight can go to D5. Inviting Rook F3.
Which Gukesh did, Knight D4.
And he just look at Levon, he just gave up the pawn and he said, I'm going to put my faith in the C pawn.
And the beautiful knight on D4. So, this game is getting so exciting.
I know. It's special, isn't it?
And maybe can we go here, Yasser, and attack D6?
We do have Rook H6 as our... I mean, if you want to attack D6, you could also go Rook F6 and potentially just... I would play Rook F6, King C7, Rook F7 once, yeah?
Right.
Just because of the great repetition game, right?
Mess with Levon, yes?
Yeah, mess with his head. And he went Rook D7. Levon didn't even go Rook H6.
This is pure Levon style. Yeah, wow. He makes such difficult decisions in split seconds.
Wow, that was something special, wasn't it? Rook D7 on the board, and now Levon's put all of his eggs in one basket. The C4. If that doesn't bring home something, too many pawn sacrifices by Levon.
Right now he's 2 pawns down. The C pawn is strong. Actually, it has a clear path. Also, the king is very well placed.
Yes, but you also need to advance it. For example, C3, Rook C7 is right. We're crying, right? He played Rook B2?
Rook B2, yes.
Okay. So that is a prelude to Rook F8.
Yeah, yes. He's trying to create play from all ends. And for Gukesh to manage all these tactics in 3 minutes is not going to be easy.
Not easy. Nope. Quite the task, in fact. No, the problem is, okay, if I play D6 and you play Rook F8 and I play Bishop takes H5, there's chaos on the board, yeah?
Right. But I think he went Rook C1.
He did go Rook C1.
With the idea of Rook C7 and picking this up.
Clear.
So if Rook F8 now?
I was going to actually take the pawn on H5 and make some claim that I could go King H3 and King G4.
Wow. That's very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool.
I trading the H5 pawn for the F2 pawn, but creating passers. And again, time travel, rearing its head. 3 minutes to 4 minutes. If Levon wins this game,
Yes.
it's
over.
tournament over. If he draws the game,
We still go on.
Still go on. Gukesh is in there with a shout. And he's played rook f8, bishop
And
h5.
Gukesh goes for exactly the idea you mentioned.
Yeah.
Picking up the h5 pawn, creating the square on g4 for the king.
Yep.
And Levon in some trouble for sure.
For sure. Especially because, once again, rook c7 check, what you mentioned, and then that bishop on h5 is ready to rock. Okay, I don't see any mating patterns.
The knight is somehow has to control g4. If you can reroute the knight to e5 somehow.
Right, exactly. But that's
that's not easy. Oh, he does something. He goes
the knight f5.
Knight f5.
Okay, so this does invite rook check. I love the rook check, actually. Rook c7 check.
And then take this guy.
Oh, well, first of all, it depends on where you go, right?
Because if you go here,
I'm thinking bishop f7 check might be... the bishop on h5 is kind of in the way.
Right.
Kind of in the way. And also, if I'm white, I'm attracted to bishop g6, but I think rook check first. And, you know, we can trade those pawns, what you liked, Cigar. You could just take on c4. Say, okay.
2 pawns up.
2 pawns up. Not bad. Sign me up.
But Gukesh taking a lot of time. He's down to 2 minutes. And this, he must handle his clock well. Because the position on the board is good for him.
Yeah, refresh. And yes, the position is but 2 minutes is, everybody gets nervous with this. By the way, the move knight f5 threatens knight e3 and rook h2.
Even so king g4.
Just to get out of those scary knight e3, rook h2 ideas.
But I'm very scared of this knight. You know, this check jumping here. And
right. I can understand you. I get it.
But do you like Gukesh's king g4?
I'm not sure I'm a fan.
Check king here, rook f5. What does Levon have up his sleeve? King g6, I guess.
Yes.
Yes, and
147 versus 321. So
he's thinking. Yeah, he goes king g6.
Superior position for Gukesh. Does he have the time to execute? So after this move, I'm attracted to rook g2 by black.
Right. But then g4.
And then something like rook takes d5. And remember, I still have a c pawn. No, you never took that pawn.
And the g4 pawn is also hanging.
And also hanging, right?
Yeah. So I guess rook g2 is what Levon would go for.
Or if Levon really is feeling his crazy self, his wild side, king d4 with the idea c3. That's walking.
Wow.
King d4. Oh, there's rook b6 check. Rook b6 check forces d6. Rook boy 2 to boy 6, because the bishop is hanging. You have to play d6. Interesting, isn't it? Wow.
Right.
So rook g2. He just took it.
He did the normal plan.
Yeah.
But now g4 is hanging, and will Gukesh go g5?
The rook.
I mean, first
trade
the rooks, and then g5. Maybe that could be an idea with 2 pawns.
That is for sure. And again, Levon is putting all of his eggs on the c pawn. Here we go.
The other idea could be to give a check, but the knight on e3 defends the c4 pawn.
Beautifully.
So, yeah, it's
and
very
the king
well
will be somehow pretty safe on d4.
Right.
Yeah.
Somehow the knight defends c4, doesn't allow rook d1. It's a beautiful knight there.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, these 2 pawns are powerful, but yeah, they're stuck by these 2 pieces. So
truly,
maybe Levon making a big comeback here.
Right. And the clock has now ticked down precipitously underneath 1 minute for Gukesh, 2.5 for Levon, and that's a big factor.
He gives a check.
Those 2-second increments, I tell you, they're the fastest 2 seconds ever. They don't even feel like 2 seconds anymore. It's like, what? Somebody's playing games with a space-time continuum. I mean, okay, you gotta go king d4, and you gotta go.
He goes king
king
d6.
d6.
But can we not sack and exchange? Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
Now this is
with pleasure. Oh no. Oh no.
This is very good news for Gukesh.
Very much so, because that exchange sacrifice for that pass pawn and that powerful knight, now you got to worry about two connected pawns being supported by a king. G5, bishop f3 on white's agenda. That plays itself. I don't like...
But you know, Levon is going rook b4 and he wants his a pawn to run down the board.
I admire the thought. How serious is it? I admire the thought. Okay, I think that's a very good move.
Yeah, it's
actually.
a very good move, because we can't even push g5 here.
Because
he does g5.
Rook
Well,
b4.
just when I said
he wants to go bishop e2, but then after bishop e2, rook b4, bishop e2, you can trade rooks and go rook b4, rook David 4.
Right. And then h5?
h5 I take, and h6, and then it's some kind of a draw. I'll get some kind of 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 4, 3. He's going to overstep. There you
he's
go.
given up his... now this
H-pawn.
is a draw.
Yeah.
Or is it? Is the g
4
pawn too
seconds.
strong?
No, I'll go king e7 as in Levon, and I'll never let the king out.
Right.
I'll just keep my rook on the h file, and the king will sit on g8 nicely, and nothing will happen.
Right. So a beautiful save by Levon, and I think with this he would just need another draw to seal the deal in this tournament.
But it does mean that the tournament continues. A win by Levon in this game would have sealed it completely.
But do you think Levon will still try for some tricks here, because
the draw is not going away for him?
Right.
He's the one who can play for tricks.
And also Gukesh has just 7 seconds left, so...
Actually, the more I think about this, the more I think that Levon's chances of win are getting very high now, because maybe he can pick up the
king
pawn.
f6.
Yeah, he can pick up... He can pick up by attacking the bishop. The bishop won't be able to defend both b pawn and g pawn. So rook to c3.
He goes first here.
Rook to c1, interesting. Bishop b5 to get the anchor square and take the pawn. Now it might just be...
No, he first cuts the king off with rook d1, and now he wants to take this.
Okay, that was probably an excessive nicety. He didn't need to do that, but okay, he'll just put the rook on c5 and march the king to b4.
Right.
The black king gets to b4, and it's very easy. This is winning now. Levon will win the tournament. Will win the tournament.
Wow.
With very, very impressive rapid chess skill, I would say. Check.
I think the board is not updating, but I think we need to follow the video here.
Exactly. And we can see it better on the video.
Yeah.
I'm impressed that Gukesh has been finding a series of only moves with and he's not going under 5 seconds, I want to say.
But yeah, sir, if king b3 and rook takes a4, isn't that already game over?
I'm not sure. I'm sorry, we are not getting an update of the board. Oh, there's an update.
Yeah.
There we go. King b3 and rook takes b5. No.
He's getting his king in front of the pawn. That's actually good news for white now.
Yes.
Right? Because then you can't sacrifice ever the rook for the bishop. But I think what Levon wants to do is he wants to mate.
Kind of trap.
Yeah, trap the king.
Okay. But can he successfully do that?
Oof. Gukesh had 1 second.
No. Ooh. And he picks up. No, he didn't. Oh, and these guys torture you forever. Ooh, ooh,
Oh,
ooh,
the A4
ooh.
pawn.
A4 pawn.
Wow, that was Zugzwang.
That was a Zugzwang. Now it's easy. Very, very, very nice.
What a beautiful play by
I
Levon.
mean,
Yeah, he just never gave up. We thought it would end in a draw.
Right?
He was like, oh, there's still a lot left.
Uh-oh. And now you need to just kick the white king away, right? So that the A-pawn can nicely trundle up the board.
There's this some kind of a rule there, right? That you shouldn't push your pawn to
That's right.
A4. Just keep it on A5 and
too quickly. And Gukesh is playing with just
the
a second.
king is cut off, and Levon Aronian is the champion of the first WR Masters.
Wow! Our applause, our admiration for an incredibly impressive win.
Three out of 3, and
he could be an honorary Sarawan. 3 out of 3. How'd he do it? Wow. We hope to just get a few words from our newly crowned Levon Aronian. As you may recall, from round 1, they asked me, who did you like to win? And I said, as the elder statesman, I have to go with the senior in the tournament. And the senior played a pretty darn good rapid chess. That felt pretty junior-like quality to me.
Absolutely. He came with a plan today.
Yep.
Like just
make a draw
in the classical chess.
It very strongly reminds me of the 2018 World Championship match between Magnus and Fabi, where in the last round Magnus secured a draw with black from a position of strength, so he could play in the rapids, the playoffs, and he played fantastic and won the World Championship title, or retained his World Championship title in the playoff. Impressive. Wow. I'm okay. When you only have seconds on your clock, you're not really too sure where it went wrong. But I just have to say,
at some point, I'm sure Gukesh was close to winning this.
I think he had a very big advantage in this ending. I just don't know where.
But yeah, sir, I think you shouldn't analyze now further. It's been what, 8 hours?
Well, just a little bit plus. Yeah. I'm going to have to talk to my agent. We don't get paid overtime. The life of a commentator is tough. And do we have? We would love. Is Levon maybe coming? Maybe. Wadim, is Levon maybe coming? Maybe, or. If he's not coming, we're going to go to the closing ceremony, yeah? Oh, you need...
there's one more game for the second place.
Oh, my gosh. The chief organizer and sponsor, Wadim, said we want the 2 players to play for the second place. In that case, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back for... who's going to be second? Hello, everyone, and welcome to our final broadcast from the WR Chess Masters from Dusseldorf. We have a winner, and his name is Levon Aronian, the first winner of the tournament.
Thank you very much.
And Levon, please tell the audience how you did it.
I want to say that I'm very, very happy that today I played well in the rapid section, in the tie breaks. And I want to say this was a wonderfully organized tournament. I want to thank Vadim for his respect towards the players and generally a wonderful organization. And I think every player felt very, showered in his attention, and every desire was fulfilled. So I think it's a great inaugural tournament.
Yeah.
And I'm very happy to be the first winner.
Yes.
And I really wish many, many more endeavors in chess for you. And
Thank you.
And I hope tomorrow we will win.
I will echo the nice words also of Levon. Vadim, you put on a splendid tournament. The players are really happy with your organization, sponsorship. A few words, if you will, to the audience for their participation as well.
Yes, there is not much to say. My team tried the best to make a wonderful tournament. I hope we succeed. And I hope everybody had fun.
We certainly did. And we will see you all tomorrow for the Bug House European rules. And these two guys are, are the early favorites. We'll see you all tomorrow.